kann einen von uns hören.
Warte mal, das klappt hier jetzt nicht, weil aus Computerauto verlassen wird. So, genau. Willkommen! Wir sind live.
Hoffe.
Gut. Erst eine kurze deutsche Intro, danach gibt es die etwas längere englische Intro. Willkommen, freut mich, dass so viele da sind. Zum Glück haben wir ein paar Stühle mehr aufgestellt. So, heute sind wir auch mal dann unterwegs, also wie immer live natürlich, online, auch wieder on-site, hat auch nichts gekostet. Und wir sind diesmal auch in 4 Locations gleichzeitig, also zumindest heute. Morgen sind wir noch in 3 Locations gleichzeitig. Das heißt einmal hier in Mannheim, Monnemlanger. Wir sind in Wien, habt ihr gerade vorhin gesehen, mit dem Föß. Die haben ein schöneres Wetter als wir. In Hamburg, ich glaube, das ist Standardwetter in Hamburg wahrscheinlich. Und wir sind noch in Dresden, und in Dresden sind die Workshops von unseren lieben Freunden von der SAP. Und die haben auch da recht coole Agenda mit 2 Workshops pro Tag und Keynote und Partneraufschlag. Bedeutet auch, wir haben uns etwas arg aus dem Fenster gelehnt, würde ich mal behaupten. Wir sind, wie gesagt, an 4 Orten. Wir haben wieder 2 Sprachen, wir haben 2 Keynotes. Das ist nachher zum einen meine mit dem Paul. Den habt ihr vielleicht mal gesehen, wenn er auf den DSAG Technologietagen war. Da haben wir auch schon mal einen Vortrag gemeinsam gehalten.
Wo ist das Mikrofon raus?
Ah, da. Das sagst du mir doch.
Ja, hier ist im Chat. Oh, der Tobias ist aber sehr leise. Ah ja, er hat
Gleich
das
wird.
Mikrofon an. Ist es auch an?
Ja. Und wir haben, das ist auch ziemlich neu, 7 Location Keynotes. Das heißt, von jedem Sponsor, von jeder Location gibt es dann noch einmal eine separate Keynote. Seid euch sicher, wir haben darauf geachtet, dass die Qualität stimmt. Macht insgesamt 21 Vorträge. Mein letzter Stand ist, dass der eine, der abgesagt hat, leider Gottes in Wien, dann haben wir versucht, Ersatz zu finden, hat nicht so ganz geklappt. Und wie gesagt, wir haben insgesamt 4 Workshops. Also wer nichts findet, dem kann ich, glaube ich, auch nicht mehr helfen. Ja, und ich hoffe, ihr hattet auch genügend Stress rauszufinden, wo ihr hingehen wollt. Dann, das Ganze geht auch diesmal über 2 Tage, wenn wir mitrechnen den Tag von gestern. Ein paar waren ja auch da beim ABAPConf Community Day. Sind wir bei insgesamt 7 Veranstaltungen, also jeder Ort, jeder Tag einzeln mal gezählt. Macht eigentlich 7 im Kontext jetzt die nächsten 2 Tage in der ABAPConf und 8 Veranstaltungen insgesamt. Oder wie man so schön sagt, ich glaube, wir sind durch, oder? Wir haben kein Problem. Und das ist auch hier mal dann die Grafik, die man dazu sehen kann. Und im Nachhinein ist das schon relativ spannend gewesen. Und hätte es geklappt, dann hätten wir sogar noch was gehabt in den Niederlanden oder vielleicht sogar noch so Richtung Italien. Also dann wären wir wirklich komplett eskaliert und wären weltweit verfügbar gewesen. Das geht natürlich nicht ohne Sponsoren. Also da auch mal ein ganz, ganz großer Dank. Also auf jeden Location-Sponsor, man kann es sich ausrechnen. Man braucht halt auch irgendwie einen Raum, man braucht das Essen, man braucht die ganze Infrastruktur drumherum. Und da mal ganz großes Dank an zum einen den Jörg von Brandeis. Jörg, wo bist du? Da. Ja. Wir haben ebenfalls also in Wien Kadaxu und die Docs 42. Auch hier so ein Remote-Klatscher. Und ebenfalls vielen Dank an die Adventas in Person vom Peter und vom Timo, die sich da auch ziemlich reingekniet haben und das auch ermöglicht haben, in Hamburg ebenfalls einen Tag zumindest auch das anzubieten. Auch da muss ich sagen, vielen, vielen Dank. Und es geht natürlich auch nicht vor Ort, man kann es sich ausrechnen. Frühstück, Mittagessen an 2 Tagen. Auch da vielen, vielen herzlichen Dank an RevTruck. Die haben auch gestern einen recht coolen Vortrag gehalten. Kann ich auch nur empfehlen. Wir haben den aufgezeichnet. Der ist auch schon live auf unserem YouTube-Kanal. Schaut ihn euch an. Ist eine nette Geschichte, aber auch recht gut gemacht. Und die haben auch ein cooles Produkt. Also wenn ihr auch wollt, die haben draußen einen Stand. Einfach damit mit denen reden. Die sind umgänglich. Ja. Auch hier vielen Dank. Ebenso natürlich an die Software. Die haben sich dann auch nochmal kurz entschlossen, noch ein Online-Sponsor zu werden. Auch hier vielen, vielen Dank dafür. Und last but not least natürlich die SAP. Ja, auch, man könnte sowas natürlich auch ohne die SAP machen, aber wir sind jedes Mal total happy, dass auch die SAP dann dahinter steht und es auch unterstützt. Und wie gesagt, die tun gerade 2 Tage lang in Dresden Workshops durchführen. Man kann sich ausrechnen, das ist natürlich auch nicht so ohne weiteres zu stemmen. Also auch hier vielen, vielen Dank an die SAP-Kollegen. Und jetzt geht mein Blick rüber zur Regie. Können wir jetzt Timo und Hamburg und Österreich reinrufen?
Noch in Startschwierigkeiten.
Das heißt, ich mache weiter, bis
Ja,
Hamburg auch da ist?
Erzähl doch was Schönes.
Okay. Ja, ich habe Folien, das ist kein Problem.
Ja, nein.
Ich habe nochmal versucht, die Agenda mal ein bisschen zu komprimieren. Bringt natürlich jetzt nicht allzu viel, weil da wir ja unterschiedliche Orte haben und ihr könnt nicht einfach, gehe ich mal davon aus, den Ort wechseln, relativ schnell. Seid ihr sowieso mitgefangen, mitgehangen. Das ist eure Agenda links für Mannheim. Wie ihr sehen könnt, also die nächsten Vorträge sind dann erst einmal also die Keynote ist auf Englisch, danach kommt die Location Keynote vom Jörg, die ist auf Deutsch. Das Ask the Experts habe ich dann mal auf Englisch reingemacht, weil es wahrscheinlich auch wieder interessant wird für den Livestream. Ihr könnt natürlich, wenn ihr wollt, euch draußen hinsetzen mit eurem Laptop, Handy, sonst irgendwie was und den Livestream euch anschauen. Also alle 3 Locations heute werden live gestreamt, hoffe ich. Wo ist Regie? Okay, wird live gestreamt. Also müsst ihr euch halt dann irgendwo einen Raum suchen, heißt wahrscheinlich draußen sich hinsetzen. Ansonsten bleibt einfach hier sitzen. Es ist bestimmt spannend. Ich hoffe, die Vorträge, die wir ausgewählt haben, passen für euch für heute und für morgen. Ansonsten kann ich auch immer nur sagen, eine der Ideen, was wir auch hatten hier, ist halt, dass ihr euch vernetzt, dass ihr euch kennenlernt, dass ihr ein bisschen quatschen könnt, ein bisschen Erfahrungsaustausch machen könnt. Deswegen haben wir auch diesmal die Agenda versucht, nicht komplett zuzukleistern mit Vorträgen, sondern eher mal so, sind ja nur 3 freie Vorträge sozusagen pro Tag, dass ihr also so ein bisschen halt da, ja, Zeit habt, euch auszutauschen. Auch die Mittagspause ist deswegen etwas länger geworden, einfach damit man Zeit hat, Erfahrungsaustausch zu haben, Visitenkarten, LinkedIn oder sonst irgendwas, Profile auszutauschen, weil ihr wisst ja Bescheid, unter Umständen, irgendwann gibt es mal ein Projekt und dann ist es ganz gut, jemanden zu kennen, der wahrscheinlich mal gesagt hat, hey, das Problem habe ich mal gelöst. Ja, die grafische Darstellung von dem Ganzen, was wir hier vorhaben, ist, ja, also guckt auf die linke Seite, da ist es ein bisschen einfacher. Wir haben die Location Keynote, dann gibt es Ask the Experts, dann gibt es was zu essen. Danach kommen 2 Vorträge, Kaffeepause, danach kommt wieder ein Vortrag auf Englisch und dann kommt der Food for Thoughts Rausschmeißer-Vortrag vom Sascha. Wo ist er? Da ist er, der Kameramann. Und gleichzeitig gibt es halt in Wien, also parallel dazu. Die einzige Ausnahme ist halt so ein bisschen Hamburg. Die haben dann Probleme gehabt mit dem Caterer, mit dem Zeitslot. Deswegen ist da der eine Vortrag dann ein bisschen, während wir essen. Das heißt, wer keinen Hunger hat, nehmt euer Handy, guckt euch den Vortrag an. Wahrscheinlich werden wir da gar versuchen, vielleicht hier irgendwie durchzuschleusen, je nachdem, ihr wieder zuschauen könnt. Ja. Und am nächsten Tag geht es dann auch genauso weiter. Nur fällt halt dann Hamburg raus. Gleiches Konzept. Morgens gibt es dann SAP Keynote, bin ich echt gespannt darauf. Und dann halt wieder gleich noch eine Location Keynote, diesmal von unseren Freunden von Software. Das heißt, der Frank Engert wird einen Vortrag, glaube ich, halten über Output Management. Auch der Ask the Experts geht über Output Management. Da steht, glaube ich, noch drin in der Agenda online unter Forms. Stimmt nicht, ist Output Management. Und danach gleiches Prinzip. Es gibt wieder was zu essen. Es gibt Vorträge. Es gibt einen Coffee Break. Es gibt dann noch mal einen Vortrag. Dann gibt es eine coole Demo-Live-Interaktion mit Fiori und dem heißesten Scheiß, den die SAP so entwickelt. Wird bestimmt auch interessant werden und parallel dazu ist halt in Wien das Allergleiche. Dann 2025, wie sieht es denn aus mit Hamburg?
Wir machen mal die Zoom.
Machen wir die Zoom jetzt?
Ja, ich
okay. Okay, dann mache ich noch ganz kurz weiter, 2025 plus, also was kommt noch in diesem Jahr, was kommt noch im nächsten Jahr. Es kann sein, also dass vielleicht irgendjemand noch Bock hat, lokal eine ABAPConf zu machen, so als Eintages-Meetup-Event. Vielleicht kommen doch nochmal die Kollegen von den Niederlanden, Amsterdam dazu. Fänden wir eigentlich schon interessant. Wir hätten dann keinen Stress, was zu organisieren. Wir müssen nur die Homepage stellen und wir könnten nach Amsterdam gehen. Passt. Aber ansonsten für das restliche Jahr, also ich kann euch eines sagen, wir machen das nicht nochmal im Dezember. Ja, Dezember ist rum. Ich glaube, ihr habt es auch gemerkt, auch wenn das Wetter nicht gerade so toll ist, das im Winter wollten wir nicht haben. Ja, ist doch ein bisschen länger hell, man kann noch ein bisschen abends noch weggehen, ein bisschen quatschen, Bier trinken, Kaffee, Tee, sonst irgendwie was draußen rumhängen. Deswegen glaube ich auch, machen wir es in Zukunft, wenn wir es weitermachen im Sommer, oder?
Ja.
Nicken, gut. Dann, der Weltempfänger kann eingestellt werden auf Hamburg.
Nicht auf Zoom, ja.
So, hier habe ich eigentlich Zoom bei mir und ich sehe die Decke.
Ja, natürlich mal den Zoom anmuten und von an den Fürst beleidigen.
Warte mal, dann muss ich wieder Audio verbinden.
Ja, an Audio, den linken Knopf, wo drauf steht, an Audio teilnehmen, der hilft. Den linken, einfach da
Alter,
Audio teilnehmen. Ja. Ja, ja,
Klick.
ja.
Ah, da haben wir doch. Ich höre was. Ja, warte mal, ich muss erstmal hier wieder den Ton richtig verbinden. Welche ist sie denn? Das da. Gut. Und jetzt hast du gemeint, ich habe noch eine andere Kamera zur Auswahl? Ich habe nur eine.
Tobias, fang!
Das ist echt.
Ah, das war so knapp. Ja, aber das...
Wo stecke ich das rein?
Zwischen die linke und die rechte Backe.
Kann ich es an meinem Laptop anschließen und dann muss es an irgendeine von diesen 3 Hubs.
Schließt an deinem Laptop an.
Okay, und warum zeigt der Fürst die Decke und oh. Vollbild. So, wo sind Sie hin?
Wir haben schon Feierabend gemacht, waren schneller als wir.
Wo ist Hamburg?
Hast du den neuen Link geklickt, den der Fürst umgeschickt hat?
Ja.
Ah! Alter.
Wenn nicht, können wir es auch abbrechen. Ich habe noch einen englischen Teil.
Deutsche und österreichische Kooperation. Hat Geschichte.
Also wir können es auch abbrechen. Also ich habe da jetzt keinen Schmerz damit. Wir können es auch nachholen in der Pause.
Dann gehen wir wieder zurück.
Dann gehen wir wieder zurück. Muss ich hier wieder raus. Dann gehe ich mal hier wieder raus. So, das war Deutsch. Und dann tun wir einfach das hier mal weitermachen auf Englisch. Ja, weil wir haben ja auch englische Leute, die zuschauen. So, welcome everybody. Mainly on the internet. I forgot to make a small survey here. How many people here do not speak German? That's perfect. Yeah. No, but it was 30-40%, I guess it was not the number here, more or less. So that's pretty good because one of the ideas was when we are creating this kind of distributed event that we have one location just for the German sessions and everybody else can join wherever he wants because the language is more international. So we have now 30% here, which means I think people from, someone here from France. Oh, yay. Someone from Denmark, Netherlands, or more from the eastern side? Well, not bad. And we have some crazy guys from Australia, for whatever reason. So this time we have, again, it's live. We are live, right? So it's live, we are online, it's not recorded. So if you're wondering what are the hiccups, we are learning. We are also on site this time, so it's 4 locations we are, and it's again for free. And we are here in Mannheim, this stream is from Mannheim. We also have live streams from Hamburg and from Vienna. Dresden is the only location with no live stream, because this is more focused on the hands-on experience. And doing a hands-on experience with remote attendees or live stream doesn't have the same value as being on-site. So we also have, again, 2 languages. We are going to have 2 keynotes. The next keynote this day is with me and with Paul Pite, that is sitting here in front of me. We are talking about capabilities in SAP development. We are going to have 7 location keynotes, so that every sponsor of each location gets 1 keynote. Rest assured, hand-selected content. So you just cannot say, I'm location sponsor. We know our people, so we know that they also will not present just marketing, so rest assured. We also have 21 sessions. Unfortunately, 1 session in Vienna was cancelled, and the backup session cancelled, and the backup of the backup and the backup also cancelled. And we also have at Dresden the 4 workshops. And I think the workshop material in the end will also, or is already available on GitHub. So it should also be able to join later on, maybe do it by yourself, the workshop sessions. Also we have, again, ABAPConf now is 2 days. Yeah, last year we always had just 1 day here in Mannheim, or 1 day in SAP in Roth. Now we are a 2-day event. And we also, if we add ABAPConf Community Day that we had yesterday, so if someone already watched this live stream that we are streaming, so it's a great session from RevTrack. It's a 3-day event, which also means if you sum it up, it's 7 events just for ABAPConf and 8 events in total. So if you're wondering if we're going to repeat this again next year, the answer is no. That's a little bit too much. But I really like this slide here, because it shows that we are really, for once, distributed. Unfortunately, 1 location in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, had to cancel. If not, we would even be more international, or the 1 request from Italy. But yeah, as you can see, it always should be easy for everybody to find the location without having to travel too far. So if you're maybe from the Eastern Europe, it should be easier to join, for instance, in Vienna. If you're more from the Western region, like France or Spain, it should be easier to join us in Mannheim. And if you're more from the northern region of Europe, Hamburg is your place to be, if you speak German. That's the only catch. But it really shows it's, yeah, I really like that, because it shows it's not just 1 spot, it's possible everywhere. And of course, we have a live stream, which means we are, everybody from around the world with an internet connection, YouTube, can join us. And I think this is also pretty good, because it shows SAP development or ABAP development is not just here in Germany or in the DACH region. It is really is global. We have a few counts from people like Australia. Again, we have people from Japan, South Africa, from Northern America, South Africa, Peru, Brazil. So everywhere in the world, people speak SAP, and they know how to develop a solution with ABAP. So this is really great. And we also have to say, of course, thank you to our sponsors. Though this time a little bit shorter than in the German part. Thanks to the location sponsors, we have Brandeis Consulting for Mannheim. We have Kadaxo and Docs42 for Vienna. So really a big thank you to all the Adventures and of course to Peter and Timo for making this possible. I know last year in December we were just like calling them out in the live stream, hey, how about? And they accepted the challenge, so thank you very much, Adventures. And of course, it's not possible just to have a room. You need also infrastructure, you need food, you need coffee for sure, or beer. And here also a big, big thank you to RevTrack for being the location sponsor for Mannheim and making it possible to give you this great experience. So, there we can get that. And also for Software for jumping later on in as an online sponsor and also supporting this on-site conference here. And if you're at least on-site, you can go out there and talk to them. They have a booth there. Talk to RevTrack. They have a very nice solution. If you're online, you can also watch the live stream recording from the ABAPConf community session yesterday. It's a really nice fairy tale. So it's perfect. It was not a session that I expected, but pretty nice. So catch the replay or try to get in contact with the RefTrack people. As far as I know, it's not the biggest problem in getting in contact with them. So they are happy to talk to you, be it on-site or online. Also for the agenda, just to give a little bit of an overview of what to expect the next days. So the red lines are the English sessions, the green are the German sessions. If you're wondering why green, if you know soccer or football, you know that green is the alternative tricot color for the German football team, because that it's green, because people somewhere were asking. So as you can see, we made one small error, because in the first day, I'm sorry about this, everybody that is not speaking German, be it on-site or online, because the location keynotes in the first day are all in English, and in the next day we have all location keynotes in German, and the next day is all are in English. So if you do not speak German today, you will have a second breakfast, unfortunately. But the Ask the Expert is again in English, and then we have all the following 3 sessions are in English too. Basically, all sessions in Hamburg and Vienna are in English. Just in Hamburg, you have to be able to speak German, or you switch on some live translation tool. And the last session of the day today is again in German, because this is more like food for thought and getting the discussion starting, while we are later on trying to find the location to drink a beer or tea. And tomorrow we have Mannheim and Vienna, so Hamburg is out, unfortunately. But I can understand it, because doing a 2-day event is really stressful. And every session tomorrow will be in English, so grab a coffee tomorrow, join the live stream, and have a great time. Although this would not be possible, of course, with speakers, so I have to say thank you to everybody that submitted a session. If it was not selected, it's not you, it's us. The problem we had this time is we were not trying to pack every session in there that is possible. So we only have 3 sessions basically per day, per location. And that really made it a little bit complicated. But on the other hand, I have to say it's still amazing how many people are joining us as a speaker to share the knowledge. So this time we have in total 41 speakers. That means the Orga team, even the first Domi and Søren and I do not count as speakers. So it's 41 speakers we have. And I'm really proud that we have 24 new speakers joining us. So 24 people that... So 24 new speakers are really saying for the first time, I'm going to present something at ABAPConf. And yes, I mean, it's not possible without people sharing their knowledge, because you are not traveling or joining ABAPConf to hear me talking. You want to see real experts talking about the experience. And if you're wondering where the experts are, here are the pictures. So just if you run around in one of the locations and find the person, those are your speakers, your go-to guys, so catch one and get in contact with them. The agenda allows for enough space to talk to the people. So that was also one of the intentions when we were building the agenda, that you have time to speak to everybody. So each session is scheduled for 1 hour, should only take 45 minutes, and these on-site people have the chance to catch the speaker afterwards for 15 minutes and ask questions. Or the same agenda in a different format. As you can see, pretty easy. We have sessions, then we have lunch, then we have sessions again, we have a coffee break. If you're joining live, it means grab your own coffee, tea or something else. And when we have a lunch, you can still stop the replay, watch a different session, no problem. You can jump around about all the sessions that are streamed live. The first day you have 3 channels to choose from, and the second day you have 2 channels still. So 2025, just to remind everybody here what is coming next this year and the year after. Maybe one thing is, maybe we will still be able to have maybe an on-site ABAPConf at Amsterdam. So Robert, I'm looking at you right now. make it work. Yeah, and would be awesome. And I think at least Søren is already getting ready to travel to Amsterdam. Yep. Yeah. And if you're wondering if there will be an ABAPConf conference from us, from Domi first, Søren, Jörg, and so on in December, no. We are done. We just are organizing 8 events, so that's it. Yeah, and in December we won't have this again. It's also because at least in our northern hemisphere it's summertime, so it's way more pleasant for us to have this kind of conferences in the summer, and not in the winter. Yeah. On the other hand, if you now want to drink a cool beer, we have to put it into fridge, and into December it would be able to just put it out there, but you can't have everything. And of course, ABAPConf, as I said before, live that people are not only willing to come and participate as a participant, but also to present their knowledge, so be a speaker, yeah, and be a sponsor for us. So next time, companies, someone wants to sponsor? We have one. Holger? Yeah, that's a yes. Put him on the list. And that's it. So we now have 1 minute.
Ohne Zoom, Österreich ist gefallen.
Und Hamburg?
Die arbeiten noch dran.
Was?
Ja, wenn ich nicht da bin, dann...
Okay, dann kann ich rausgehen aus Zoom and we will start. Die sind wirklich weg.
Ja, die gucken nur noch. Die machen nichts mehr.
Ach so.
Irgendwas machen sie vielleicht schon.
Ach so.
Ja.
Dann morgen. Dann würde ich aber sagen, tun wir gleich mal weitermachen, weil wir haben ja eigentlich die Keynote 9:30 Uhr, oder?
Ja.
Paul, das bedeutet, du stehst schon mal auf. Ja.
Aber nicht zu schnell. Nicht zu schnell. Also wenn du es näher den Mund hältst, nicht wieder Tobias dann auf dem Tisch liegt, dann funktioniert.
So gut?
Ja, funktioniert.
Sind wir live?
Ja, immer noch.
Ich meine, hast du dann Standbilder drin oder ist es ein Desktop, der geshared wird? Ist es dann ein Sprecher?
Immer noch ein Desktop, genau.
Okay. So, it's 9:30, more or less. So we can start with the first day keynote, and I'm really happy to have Paul Peitz, an ex-colleague of me, joining me for the keynote about capabilities. And I didn't add a slide for our bios profile. So
it's not so interesting at all. So I mean the normal stuff, starting life as an ABAP developer at SAP, and then like doing some consulting, development, ending up at Deutsche Bahn.
Okay.
So that's about it.
Okay. So then we can get started. So I think it will be now my presentation part for the next 30 minutes. Then Paul will join us again and talk about his view on the current ABAP development challenges. And then we will have, it's 10 minutes, 50 minutes he has, and then the presentation will always be over. No? Perfect.
That's the plan.
Oh, you can take a seat again. So, capabilities. I'm not sure, is there anyone an architect and knows the word capability?
Not everybody at once.
Whoa. So it's not an architect conference. So capability, you can look it up in the dictionary. It's the power or ability to generate an outcome. And if you're talking about enterprise architecture or architecture in general for IT systems, we have to say, okay, it's the ability to do something. And if you know maybe a little bit of TOGAF, TOGAF says, okay, it's a business capability. So what the business can do. Yeah. So it's something like, imagine you want to have an inventory, asset management. You want to be able to sell goods, logistics, to ship stuff, or write an invoice. So this is the business capability you want to achieve, make money. Ensure that your stock is always up to date. And if we look at the business side of this is a business requirement. We also have to say, okay, what does it mean for us as SAP developers or SAP architects or SAP consultants? It's more important than you may think or believe, because the capability question answers, why are we working with SAP? So why did our company decide at one point in time to buy SAP, to implement it, and to run the business on top of SAP? And where do we get into this? Why do we need to work with SAP or have the pleasure to work with SAP? Because it's also a standard tool. Yeah? It's ERP system from SAP is to run business processes, standard business processes. So why do we still need to adopt it, adjust, or need to develop new stuff for it when it's standard? Yeah? Because it's also the idea behind SAP. Yeah? You get out of the box a system to run your business. And if you look at this, we will have to look at how enterprise architecture works a little bit. We have to say, okay, we have our business, we have our IT systems, and how do this fit together? And from the business side, you have to say, okay, business has some requirements. Yeah? They want to sell something, want to be able to send an invoice. They have some legal requirements, and they are saying, okay, I need to achieve something. I need to, my business is about selling you a good, and the logistics behind it. And this is then a capability that is formed out of it, and it may be functional or technical. Or if you look at a shopping cart, for instance, you can say, okay, I need an application that I can sell stuff with. People can enter the business, the name, the shipping address, and so on. And also maybe a technical requirement behind it, like it needs to run on a mobile device. It needs to be offline capable. If I want to do asset management, inventory management, maybe I want to have it on a work device, on a mobile device, and it should be offline enabled. And that is where the product side comes into play. And that in our case, normally it's SAP. Some people from SAP are developing a product and also is offering a certain set of capabilities. Yeah? Could be like asset management, for instance. Yeah? SAP is developing a product for asset management, and it offers some functional and some technical capabilities. And now we have the task to match those requirements from the business with what the product is offering. And this is pretty easy. To look at what you need, what your business side needs, and you look what the product actually offers. You make a match and you find out, okay, this is a match one-to-one, it works perfectly, or there's a gap. So either it's not offered, so I have really a gap, or it's like more or less. Yeah, the 80-20 rule, for instance. And you have to say, okay, I can use it or not. This product works for my use case, for my business use case, or not. And if you do this across all your business processes, you can find out, okay, for some parts, for some specific process tasks, there is a gap, and I need to develop something. I need to fill the gap. The business requirement still exists, just the product is not able to fulfill the business requirement. And this could be like just one specific task or even a whole process where we have to say there's the gap. Even SAP is not offering a complete solution to cover every single process of a customer. This is not possible. So those axes are the gaps, and the gaps are pretty good for us because it means it's a gap where we have to do something. We can do custom development to create a new application, a new process. Maybe it's just an enhancement where we have to say, oh, that information is missing from the standard application, like a new field, a new input form, a workflow, something. And the axes are good for us because we have something to do. At the same time, it also means the X for the company, it's still a cost factor. If the solution I buy, I need still to develop something, so I pay money for SAP to get a specific feature, but I still have to invest on top of it. So it's also a cost factor, it needs time, and there's also a risk. We will always have risk factors if we have to develop something. Maybe that our development takes too long, it's too costly, or that afterwards we still realize, or the one application we did is not enough, we need another app, So risk is always there. And if we take a look a little bit back at the good old times, there was one thing always when it comes to development of SAP application, it was pretty easy. This is just a high-level example, but as you can see here, the developer did not have to take too much care about the UI or about the select fields and how to represent it. The task from the functional department may have been, I need to get the flag data. And the developer in the end only had to focus on how to get the data, how to fulfill the business requirement. The business requirement is not necessarily, I want to have a table, I want to be able to sort. The business requirement would have been, I need the flag data. Nothing else. And the developer was able to focus on this business requirement and not necessarily on how to create the layout, how to create the app, where to put stuff, how to do ordering, sorting, and so on. Because SAP said, hey, just give me the data, I do the rest. You focus on what's important for the business. And if we take a look at this simple fact, we can have to say SAP was always pretty cool or pretty easy for custom development. You have to get a rock solid foundation. I mean, NetWeaver ABAP, it's battle proofed. It just works. If your application is not working normally, it's because you have a bug in your application, not on the underlying technology stack. And it just works. It's enterprise ready. You have support. It's a really strong technical foundation. You could also reuse resources. Not only because many applications run in the same stack, but also you could say, hey, I have an ABAP developer that knows MM. I also can use him at least to help me debug an HCM application or fill a small gap. So it wasn't really necessary to upskill the person to a completely different technology stack. It was able to reuse what was already available. And this also meant we had a really high developer efficiency. And of course, it's business friendly. Domain modeling is something that in the SAP world you do since the beginning. Bags, mandant, functional locations, equipments, and so on. If you leave the SAP world, this is totally new to the JavaScript developer, that you can talk with a business user on this kind of domain knowledge. And this is really what I have to say. This is the strong foundation for every SAP developer. When the classical SAP developer is a full stack developer, we are there to support the business process. It's not about creating asteroids games. It's really about focusing on the line of business applications. And you can do it from the database up to the UI without having to take care too much about the UI stuff. And long-term support, I mean, we are taking care of the core business processes. The core business process normally runs for 10, 20, 30, or even longer. And even if you're saying, hey, this is some new stuff we have here, it's very likely that a colleague that is not yet born will be able to maintain your code in 30 years, because this is also expected. So if we take a look at this, we really have to say the access are great. We have a job, we can solve them. It's not really a big problem, and even the cost factor, if you compare it to other technologies, it's not really a cost factor, because you are not the whole team that the company or your customer or employer needs to hire to get something done. It's just you, the one-man software fabric, the full stack developer. It's not a promise, it's a reality. So even if you're saying, oh, it is really expensive to do this, it's still cheaper than to go to a different vendor or different technology. But there, of course, there are also risks, or maybe we can also call them challenges. Yeah, because the world is changing, SAP world is also changing, and one part that made always SAP great is the integrated system. And if we take a look at that integrated system stuff, yeah, just to give you a small overview, this is being torn away, the integrated part. As we have, for instance, here, just look at the SAP portfolio. What earlier would have said it's in my stack, like success factors, it was HCM, SAP took it away. And now we get, of course, HCM for S4, but still core functionality SAP is moving away, which also makes sense. Yeah, don't get me wrong. It makes sense to move some functionality into the cloud because sometimes it's really like, it's a standard process. And most companies do not care too much about the HR processes. It's just like, I want to use it. Business Network or Concur or any other field, there's a lot of services that SAP is pulling out of the core. Makes also sense. And also we have the BTP environment. And if we take a look at the BTP environment, you may realize, oh, it's something I have to take care is a myriad of services. So one problem you can see here already is 20 years ago it was one system, and today you have to take care of way more ways to create a solution. You have to integrate way more solutions, and you might also be driven to know more technologies and more services and roadmaps and so on. So it's getting a little bit more complicated, which is not bad per se, but it makes our life not easier. And one of the technical foundation points we had earlier, the one system, everything is integrated, and you could just say, hey, you know MM, now you can also do FE at least to help me debug it a little bit. Gets a little bit more complicated. And if you take a look at the standard recommendation for some solution from SAP, for instance, your enterprise asset management, in the earlier days, it might have been maybe 1, 2, or 3 solutions at max you had to integrate. SAP is focusing now more on specific solution parts to offer a more tailored solution for every use case. But of course, it gets a little bit more complicated. Yeah, suddenly, it's not just your S4, your ERP system you have to know. You find out, oh, there's also several modules in there. I have to learn the BTP. I may have to learn the business network, asset collaboration, APM, FSM, mobile services, IoT services, many other BTP services, and it doesn't stop here. So it's getting more complex. Yeah, it's not easier. It's getting more complex. Business also likes this, so do not think that this is done by SAP to make our life more complicated. SAP knows what the customers want, and customers also want this kind of architecture because it makes it easier for them to select a specific solution for a specific use case. So this is a little bit like best of breed is back. Yeah. But our problem here is in the old days, you had got the task, hey, help me to write a report, do a debugging session, I do not know. And you were like busy maybe for one day to get the first walking skeleton done. You were able to present it to a functional department. It maybe in a month, the report was ready to be shipped. And we're not talking about a super complex report, but it was possible to ship things really fast because you also were the one-man software fabric, which means if you had to solve a problem, it was you to solve the problem. You didn't have to ask maybe other people to help you. And this is changing. Yeah, things get a little bit more complex. And today, your functional department, your customers may come with an idea. Oh, I want to have an inventory with a mobile device, offline capable, integrated into I don't know how many other solutions. And you have to start thinking first about what kind of services do I need? What is the architecture? How does this stuff integrate? Do I have the skills to do this? Do I need to upskill myself first? Classical use case here, for instance, is if you have to integrate services from SAP on the BTP with single sign-on. Everybody knows how single sign-on works versus OpenID Connect, how does SAML2 works, what is an X509 certificate, how does the API Business Hub work, what is this damn header thing I have to send, what is the CSRF token, and you're just wondering, I just want to call an API. Why is this so damn complicated? And suddenly you're going to have to realize, oh, at first I need to upskill myself. I need to attend a training. I need to do some workshops. Then you have maybe different teams at the company you have to talk with suddenly because you realize, oh, I have a team for API management. Oh, I have a team for BTP. Oh, I have a team for security. Oh, I have a team for whatever. And you have to get everybody on the table because you just want to make a connection from a BTP to an on-premise system via the cloud connector. And suddenly you have a whole chaos because you have destinations, you have single sign-on. You have to find someone that is setting up a cloud connector. It's getting a little bit more complicated, simply. And because before you even reach the point to present something, this is the part here about presenting, you're already stuck in a discussion about budget. And people are like, how much does it cost? And you're like, I just want to consume a remote function. Yeah. Nothing else, yeah? You don't even get to the point any longer to show to your customer the value of your solution. Yeah. On top of this, I'm pretty happy. Where is Thomas? Thomas, you entered the room.
Which Thomas?
Fiedler.
Half SAP is called Thomas.
The SAAT, I have to say, yeah, the last integrated IDE SAP developed. Simply because if you take about all this stuff about different services and developing in Fiori, you may realize, oh, what is going on here? And you have to say, okay, there's an IDE for developers. It's the tool to enable us to develop. Yeah, it makes us productive. And if you take a look at the definition of an EDA, I found something at Wikipedia, and yeah, a little bit more simpler. So IDEs present a single program in all development is done. So what I see here is a single program and all development. And this is also a problem we have sometimes because if you want to do, for instance, develop an OData V2 service in the Fiori application on top of it. So you have V2 if you're an ERP system, ECC system. It was like maybe I can use ATT for this kind of stuff. Perfect. Then you had to say, oh, I want also to create an application on top of it. Then it was like, yeah, take Bus or take VS Code. Now, at least most of the ABAP developers I know are not fans of VS Code or Bus because this is a complete different environment. And they have to switch the environment, and when they do something in the OData development with SAGW, it's a transaction, so they are back at subGUI. And even if you're working with OData v4, it's getting better, of course. We have ATT for all the hub services. It works perfectly. Now you can at least, I still may be corrected tomorrow, at least also create a shell of an application for your application and deploy it without having to switch your IDE. But if you want to enhance it, I don't know if it's about to work for analytical applications, or if you want to just add some button via custom coding, you are back at the bus environment. And at least in my case, if I click on the publish service, I always have to go back to subGUI and go to the service maintenance and publish the service manually. It was promised a year ago that this bug is fixed. I tried it the last time on a 2023 Feature Pack 3 release, and it's not working, but maybe me. And also then, of course, there is AI. Everybody is talking about AI. I was watching a little bit about the Sapphire keynote. It's AI everywhere. And I made a small history chart about AI. And we also have to say, if you are in the non-SAP world, you could be using GitHub Copilot with Microsoft in code since, I believe, June 2022. Holger, he is nicking, so it's correct. Then later on, ChatGPT was released to the normal world. So if you're wondering about the partnership about Microsoft and OpenAI, here we can see it. Microsoft was one of the early investors, users, customers from OpenAI. And they pushed this out really fast. SAP picked it up in September 2023 with Joule. And in Tech, it already presented these very cool use cases about ABAP AI, that your AI is writing your unit tests and so on. Pretty nice. Then 2024, nothing. And in 25, since February, we can use it. It's released. You can now say, it took a little bit too much time, but it doesn't matter because the end result is, at least what I've seen from this AI ABAP capabilities, is pretty amazing. So it can write unit tests, it can create applications, it can analyze your code. So this is marvelous, at least what I've seen. And you can also try it out. And now again, a little bit of interaction here. Volker, some people from SAP can, I think the data is correct because I found it on the blog somewhere on SCN. And what is needed to use this ABAP AI stuff? First, let's take the easy one. You need an S4HANA private cloud 2025. Who has 2025 release already?
Everyone.
Everyone. So, but it's on the list. If you have once you have it, you can use it. It's also for free. This license here, as I understand it, is the free license that is available until September, right? September. And I think it will be pretty amazing to see someone being able to use this free trial until September with a 2025 release. But you can also buy the real version, then it's going to work. Then we have, of course, the cloud, the public cloud edition from S4. Who's on a public cloud? Okay, but everybody is on but now everybody is on the ABAP environment, the Steambank environment, right? Whoa. That's okay, it's like 3 hands are going up for everybody watching online. So yeah, I think the next question I would have been is to ask how many are already working with the ABAP AI Cloud SDK. What's the official name of this stuff? ABAP AI. Someone is using it? Tried it out?
Can someone speak out the name?
So maybe SAP take notes. Yeah, nice offering, but the problem is the entry barrier is a little bit too high. And now I tried something out, and that's because I'm looking again to Holger about the sponsorship for next year. I tried out GitHub Copilot. There's also an ATT Copilot add-on. I think on your YouTube something. What about? There is also a session about this topic because Microsoft simply did it. So they're also releasing an add-on or the capability to develop ABAP applications. And the problem here is because I see it as a problem, not as please use it. I see it more as a problem. It's very easy to get this kind of ABAP capability from Copilot working. And you only need a GitHub account. The account is for free. You can use it. And I still believe, what I've seen at least, is that the AI capability from SAP for developing ABAP code is better. Even the Microsoft guy is like, so, because it's you can create Fiori applications with it. It creates really good unit test coverage. It's pretty good at explaining the ABAP code because SAP trained their AI capability with their code. And that's a lot of code. So this is, yeah, I think it's better to use the one from SAP, but the problem is the entry barrier is a little bit too high. And here at the GitHub, you can simply start using it. And I even tried it out with VS Code. So you can do ABAP development in VS Code officially by SAP. So if you're now in VS Code, you just write ABAP code and you can chat with Copilot from Microsoft and say, hey, do your thing, and it's working. And this is just a simple example. I have another example that is not in the slide here. You can also say, for instance, hey, create an application for password reset of a user, and it's working. And the problem here is this is super easy to set up, but I still believe it's not as good as the one from SAP. But the problem is, in the end, people will start maybe adopt this because it's way easier to get this working. Maybe you already have a license from your Microsoft account or for your company, and you can use it. And on the other side, looking back just at SAP, also you have to get this license stuff solved. And who of you knows whom to contact in your company to get this license worked? One person. Let me guess, you are the ones that are dealing with SAP daily about licenses. This is all the problem, because now we also have to first ask or find someone at the company, please buy the license, please make it possible, and then we still have to set up stuff at the BTP with AI Foundation and so on. The entry barrier, I think, is just too high. Yeah. And if people are going to start to adopt this one here, we have the problem that this is pretty easy on the entry barrier. And in the end, when we have to say, okay, is it as good? I'm not convinced that the GitHub stuff is as good as the one from SAP. But if developers start using this, well, then, as we say in German, der Zug ist abgefahren. Later on, it doesn't matter any longer. If SAP says we solved the problem, the company will say, I don't care. When other developers are using GitHub Copilot, you are going to use GitHub Copilot, it's good enough for me. You don't care as a developer. And you will find out that you have a problem to stay as competitive as other people that have access to maybe a better AI capability. But talking about AI, I also like this picture here. Congratulations on SAP, whoever did this kind of picture. I have no idea what this picture is about. I mean, there's a text on top of it. It's talking about the capabilities, reference architecture for best SAP S/4HANA transformation. And I think every team that is working with AI on the SAP side was really trying to get the name on the slide. But I also have to say I don't care about team names or team stuff. I'm only interested, how does it help me? And I don't know how this picture is helping me in going to my S/4HANA transformation. I even tried to find S4 on the slide. I found it. It's first, it's next to PIPO. Yeah, PIPO, that's where they put it. Yeah, and I also like very much, I mean, it is on the slide. S4 is on the slide, don't get me wrong. But it's written also S4. We have other teams or product names from the AI that are just like this, like 20, 30 characters. There was enough space for S4HANA. Not enough space, it's just S4, and subterm tells me it's an invalid term. Mm-hmm. Or as we say in Germany, lieblos dahingerotzt. But it is there. I just don't know how to understand this picture. But if you treat also your S4, I mean, it's still your ERP system, your core ERP system that, as we have seen now in this representative survey, no one, everybody is using the on-premise version or the private cloud version. Public cloud was non-existent. So just remember, this is what companies are running. It's a S4 system. And SAP is also treating their core system just like a box. Companies will also just use it like a box, and it means for enterprise architect it's a system of records, and you do not want to have your ERP system treated as a system of records. But also what SAP is doing here is, again, they are focusing on the cloud ERP, and everything on else is just applications you can put on top of it. It makes sense from an SAP side, but if you're doing it like this, there's also the risk, also for us, that companies are doing this. And if this is happening, we have a real problem, because I do not want to switch my career to Workday or to Oracle. I made a severe time investment for SAP, and I hope that this is not happening, but we need the tools to ensure that this is not happening. So we need the tools, the help from SAP, that we can stay competitive compared to the other companies. And that's also where AI can help us. For instance, if we take a look at here, I've found some areas where AI, I think, should support us. So for the code and for the build part, I think SAP is on track. So we can use it, the AI capability from SAP to analyze our code, to make unit tests, to help us write better code, and also to build new applications. Yeah, you can use a sketch image, and the tool will generate the Fiori elements application out of it, be it CAP or with RAP as a backend, with services and everything, database tables. But also, we need some help from the AI to get started with all this journey to go for S4. We already have a system landscape, so why not say to Joule, hey Joule, please help me, and this is my current system, create a Fiori launchpad out of it. This is my current set transactions, find the one in the SAP app library, and I find out what kind of enhancements were done to my transactions, yeah? And just apply them to the standard transactions from SAP of the Fiori applications. Do some adaptations already, find out what are my variants, can I also bring them back to the new Fiori elements applications, what are the people actually using? If the people always have the custom variant of adding or removing columns from a table, just do it also, offer it automatically without me going back every time to the customer and asking to them, the functional people, hey, how are you using the application? Just do it for me. AI is there to enable me to be faster, to be better. Or use AI to evaluate different scenarios from an application, A/B testing. Do your stuff, AI. Or also, regarding about upskilling, for instance, AI, where are my gaps? What kind of knowledge I should invest in? Here's my coding. This is what I wrote in the last 6 months, 2 years. Give me any ideas. Do I know how to write unit tests? Do I know how to write an OData service? I'm still doing classic form routines and window programming. And let the AI help me to find my skill gaps. Why not? Instead of me trying to figure out what kind of training I should need, AI can also give me a recommendation, say, you need to upskill on unit testing or on RAP development. And also, we should never forget, SAP is about processes, core processes, and line of business applications. What the main task we are doing in the end is to enable our line of business colleagues to work better each and every day. And SAP knows this kind of stuff, because if you take a look at the Fiori app library, line of business applications, there are 2,689 Fiori applications for the private cloud edition 2023. SAP is supporting 64 line of businesses, over 34 industry solutions in 656 roles. This is the stuff you need to run a company. And this is what SAP knows how to do. And this is also where we are later on are asked to improve this kind of applications, these LOB applications for our functional colleagues, for our department, so they can do the work. And maybe sometimes we are just creating from time to time a new application, but this is the stuff that we need to ensure is working, because companies are buying SAP for this, or not that we can develop some funny games with ABAP. Which brings me almost to Paul. You can all raise yourself, because we also have to make sure that there's a SAP developer capability. And this is, I think, very important, that we also have to ensure that we as SAP developers, we can realize business requirements always faster and with less resources compared to any other alternative, because companies are going for the cheaper or better alternative. And we have to do this not only cheaper and better, but also looking at these enterprise requirements like quality, support, usability, and security. And this is what differentiates us from other developers. And we have to make sure that this is also surviving in the next decades. And now it's your turn.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. You already mentioned it, developers. And also it says here, by developers for developers. And I started my life as an ABAP developer a bit more than 20 years ago at SAP. Life was easy then. ABAP was simple. Really? That's all I needed. I started there, and it was really, yeah, it was a totally change from what I did before. Before I started at SAP, I implemented some Java code. Back then, I even did some Visual Basic. Yeah, you may laugh now, but it was a thing at that time. ActiveX, Visual Basic, and it was so complex. You know, setting up your environment, all these libraries, dependencies, whatsoever. I started at SAP and was like, wow, everything's right built in. You know, you don't need about to care all these libraries. This library is perfect for this and for that, the other one for this, and you have to choose. No, it was there. Things that we take it for given, like select options. It's such a huge thing, you know? One line of code, select options, and it gives you that much power. Built-in database connection. Connecting to a database 20 years ago, it was almost impossible with Java. You know, all that database drivers, whatever. It was such a mess. And ABAP was, oh, it just works. Really. Some lines of code, and it was working. It was giving all the features, authorizations, right, built into it. You know, I mean, later on I learned that it was not everything so easy. You know, when you learn about logical unit of work, you know, that's always a mess. You know, sometimes you have to call some obscure function modules that haven't been touched since the early 90s and only work if you set the parameter to 7a for some reason, you know, without any documentation whatsoever. Yeah, you know, we've all been there, you know, but it was working. It was working for a long time, okay? Now, fast forward 20 years. Now I'm working at Deutsche Bahn in the S4 conversion project. We have a lot of developers that are not the youngest ones, so to say. Yeah, no, like our trains, the developers are pretty old. So but they are still working. I mean, they're working. Yeah. No, I mean it. I mean it. The first ICEs, you know, they are from the mid-90s. They are still working, you know. They got upgrades, like our developers, and they are still working. They are reliable. They know so much, these developers, on the functional side. But on the technical side, they are stuck in these early 2000s. You know, they know this. Dinpro, ABAP, DEDIC. That's what they know. And it was enough for them to solve all the problems they had. All the requirements could be solved using these three technologies, basically. Yeah? Now, S4. Yeah? Okay. Okay. And this is only a part of the new technologies, you know? I had to concentrate on the most basic ones. And now we have, for every requirement, we have to have some kind of charts, decision trees, which technologies we use. And it's not about which technologies we use, but how do we find a developer that knows this technology. You know? And so these developers now have to go to trainings, a lot of trainings. Yeah. We created a curriculum, all these different paths, back-end developer, front-end developer, database developer, you know, all this here. Brandeis Consulting helped a lot with all this. Yeah? And we have developers that just want it. They are eager to learn these new stuff. You know, they dive into every new technology. We have other developers who said, no, ABAP Workbench, that's all I need. You know, not the new stuff. I'm working with 20-year-old code. Why do I need all this? And I think that's exactly the point that SAP has to prove. Is it really helping us with our daily problems? And I think SAP is on the right way. But when they started all these things, it felt for us like a step back. More complexity in implementing stuff without getting more value from it. Think of Fiori. First Fiori UIs. No. I always get the feedback, I want my sub-GUI back. From the functional teams, not from the developers. I'm so much faster with sub-GUI. Also the developers. Eclipse? Oh, no. Not using it. No. Simply no. Now, it's getting better. It's getting really, really better. But still, we have a long way to go. We have to make sure, or SAP has to make sure, that there are easy parts. We need easy solutions for these small problems. Most of our developments are like really small, just adding a field, a report, changing a bit of logic here and there. And you don't need all this for that. It would be faster, or most of the time it was faster, just open up your development environment, Eclipse, Eclipse, but implemented, it has to run. No configuration needed. No, you already told that, BTP connections, calling services, whatsoever. No. The key selling point of ABAP was the simplicity. And I hope we get that back, because at the moment it's like that. And this is the point. I mean, another example. Everyone knows it here, right? /H. Where is it? I often get asked this from our developers. When I enter /H in the browser in a Fiori UI, nothing happens. Why? No. That's what they expect. No, really, that's what they expect. An easy way to debug stuff, to trace stuff. In the same environment where you develop, where you run your programs. And it's not like that, Then someone comes to them, oh yeah, you have to have, when you're in Chrome, you have to open that HTTP trace, and they're asking, what? What's HTTP? Because they never needed it. Why? Why do you need HTTP? For solving some business problems. That was hidden before, for a good reason. Because it was not part of the work for them. Everything technical was more or less hidden from them. And now we expect them to learn this, to check these traces. And I had a look at this. I mean, of course, then when you dig down, you find the service, and then you go to the service definition, and then to the service implementation, and you set an external breakpoint, and whatsoever. It's possible. Everything is possible. But it's not that simple anymore. And I hope this comes back. I don't know. I mean, there's a good reason for this. I understand SAP, because we don't only have the small developments. We have huge developments. And with all the simplicity, it's not suitable for these huge developments. That's the other side. They are not maintainable anymore. They're like 20 years old, they started small, they grew bigger. And there, I think we need both. On the one hand side, we need these easy solutions for easy problems. And on the other side, we need tools that help us for these huge custom developments. With a lot of data, a lot of custom logic, custom UIs. And this is the other thing. They cannot be solved with these simple DDIC, ABAP, sub-GUI. There we need all these tools. And users expect more from us than these simple UIs. That's the other side. And now, I don't know how SAP will do it. At the moment, it looks, going one slide back, it looks like that. And what I want is, I want a shortcut here. There has to be some kind of shortcut, or at least support for the developers going through all these technology options. It's like a jungle, and you need a one path through. And I hope we will get there. Same with the IDEs. Now, Tobias already mentioned it. We have ABAP in the ABAP Workbench, still sub-GUI-based tools. We have Eclipse. We have the Business Application Studio, Visual Studio Code. We may have additional test tools for OData services. So it's getting more complex. And I hope we find a solution for that. I mean, part of the solution is, of course, training the developers. And I have to say, the younger developers, they are better at this. But often they lack the functional knowledge. That's what I noticed. They are nerds, tech nerds. 20 years ago, when I started at SAP, already in my team, I was the only one who studied computer science. No one else did it. They came from the functional side. They did totally different things. And for them, ABAP was right. Now it's changing. Most of the younger developers, they studied computer science. But the question is, what is better? Training someone that has the functional knowledge in programming, providing them an environment where he can just, write down his functional knowledge into code. I think that was always the way for ABAP, making it easy to get your knowledge to code. Now it's more about, choosing the right technology, choosing the right tools, and then I hope to get the functional stuff also done with it. I hope it will work. And I mean, we have to find a way through that.
Okay. Upskilling in ICE train.
Upskilling ICE train, yeah.
Tut's? Yeah. Okay. Then just close rapidly the talk from Paul with maybe a call to action. We have to make sure that SAP developers can be as efficient as in the past, which also means indirectly that we are not as efficient today as we were in the past. So we have to get back to this kind of level. And if it's by, I don't know, wizards, different architecture, or by AI, I do not care. But we have to make sure that we can deliver as fast or even faster than the non-SAP world, because they are eating our lunch. Also, to make it the first step, I do not know about you, but I've worked in my life with enough Citrix environments that are just a pain in the ass to work with, because you do not can simply install things, and internet is blocked for some ever reason, and sometimes you enter the environment, you want to work with ATT, Thomas, and the ATT was maybe updated last time a year ago or even longer, or the person that did this once left the company during COVID, and you have to work with a 5 to 6 year old Eclipse, which means forget it, it's not really working. And what you need sometimes is just an all-in-one installer on Builder. This is here the link or the QR code for getting the Eclipse ATT bundle builder. So you just have to run it on your Windows computer, and it will create a portable Eclipse version with ADT tools installed. I was expecting for SAP to deliver this. And of course, also for VS Code, because sometimes you even come to a Citrix environment or customers, and you can't really install anything because the proxy configuration is something like black magic. You do not know how it works. I learned how to do this proxy configuration in my last days at the Deutsche Bahn, and I have to say it's black magic. Yeah, because you had to install a non-released proxy that was considered as insecure. So this is just hacking in the end to get something working because of the overall security requirements. So we also created here an ATT builder for VS Code, which is also installing the Fiori tools and a few other plugins regarding Markdown and so on. It also creates, if you run it on your Windows computer, a portable version for VS Code that you could put on a USB stick, or if you're a Citrix admin, you can use it as a starting point to make life easier for the SAP developers or for your non-SAP developers regarding VS Code, because Citrix is no fun. And of course, I also published yesterday the new SAP development tech radar. I've seen now enough
Timo also wants to order the ABAP cleaner and the ADT bundle.
I think it's already in there, but I'm not sure. If not, it's in my version. Yeah, yeah, but
also when Thomas builds the ADT all-in-one installer bundle, then also.
Yeah, but I think it's either it's already published with ADT cleaner or it's on my local version. And I've seen now enough presentations from different companies, and was tech enough to know that at least this development tech radar inspired enough of the world economy. So maybe you should also take a look at it if you're not really using it. Adopt it. You should not use it as is. You should always adopt it to your own custom needs, of course. And some tools were added, some were removed. ALV, for instance, is in there, and it should help you to create this thin red line that Paul was showing you, at least to separate the important from the not so important tools, and where to invest and where you should take a look into of replacing it. Yeah. So this is just a help. If you did someone already know that the tech radar, or is it completely new here? So it looks good. And with this, kennen Sie das Ding schon?
Siehst du? Ja, ja.
And with this, I'm going to say thank you. And the leitmotif for every decision taken, first at customers, but also at SAP, should always be to ensure that we as developers are efficient, so that we can solve problems and develop stuff as good and as fast with less resources as possible. So every decision you're doing at your company, every decision SAP does when it comes to tool releasing, please always remember, help us to make SAP great at customers. Yeah. And that's it. Next session is then
a 5-minute break, then the next session starting with Jörg.
Exactly. Doch nicht so. Jetzt? So, willkommen zurück, nur mit knapp 9 Minuten Verspätung. Wir sind echt gut in der Zeit.
Bei der Deutschen Bahn ist pünktlich.
Genau. Das haben wir gelernt. Wir haben unsere eigene Pünktlichkeitsdefinition. Bis 15 Minuten zählt als pünktlich. Der Bonus ist sicher. Jetzt haben wir die große Ehre, den Mr. ABAP, Captain ABAP und Mr. SQL Script bei uns begrüßen zu dürfen. Jörg Brandeis, also unser Location Sponsor, das heißt die ganze Lokation hier. Vielen Dank. Er supportet uns. Das Schöne auch, er ist ein richtig guter Trainer und er wird jetzt auch einen schönen Vortrag halten zu diesem ganzen Thema Upskilling. Der Paul hat es ja schon angedeutet. Da gibt es eine geschäftliche Beziehung und er ist auch sehr zufrieden damit. Und das Feedback, das wir damals auch bekommen haben, war 1A vom Jörg. Und er wird euch jetzt mal so ein bisschen erzählen, ja, dieses ganze Upskilling-Thema, seine Sicht auf das Ganze und warum es auch wichtig ist. Und damit gehört dir die Bühne.
Ja, vielen Dank. Schön, dass ihr alle da seid. Das ist grün? Ja. Gut.
Jetzt ist es auch an.
Magnet. Ah.
Okay, cool.
So, funktioniert es jetzt?
Ja, hoffentlich.
Gut. Alles klar. Ich kann ja hier sehen, habe ich Pegel? Ja, sieht gut aus. Ein Mikrofon angestellt mit Pegel. So, also kurze Unterbrechung. Wo war ich stehen geblieben? Genau, was ich nicht verstehe, ist, warum wird Fortbildung so in großen Organisationen stiefmütterlich behandelt? Ich erlebe das jeden Tag als Trainer. Ich komme zu Kunden und ich wundere mich, wo man steht. Und wenn man sich anguckt, wo die Leute hinwollen, das geht für mich nicht wirklich zusammen. Ich habe jetzt mal diesen S4HANA Readiness Check genommen als Aufhänger. Warum gibt es für Mitarbeiter keinen S4HANA Readiness Check? Ich weiß auch nicht, ob man den wirklich wollte, aber das ist mal ein schöner Titel dafür. Da will ich drüber reden. Kurz zu mir. Wie gesagt, heute bin ich hier eher in der Rolle vom Geschäftsführer, derjenige, der dann zu Kunden kommt und denen was verkaufen will und sich total wundert, warum ist das so ein Problem. Zu mir kurz, ich bin selbstständig jetzt seit vielen Jahren. Ich habe es schon gesagt, überwiegend als Trainer in den letzten Jahren. Davor habe ich sehr viel BW-Projekte gemacht, BW vor HANA natürlich auch erst seitdem es das gibt. Und da meine Rolle ist ABAP-Entwicklung gewesen. Und später, als es dann on HANA alles war oder vor HANA, war ich im SQL Script unterwegs und war da dann recht erfahren. Und dann habe ich auch mal ein Buch darüber geschrieben, über das Thema SQL Script für SAP HANA. Und wenn man ein Buch schreibt, dann ist man Experte, dann kommen auf einmal Anfragen nach Training. Und so schließt sich dann der Kreis, so bin ich dann eben Trainer geworden und habe diesen Bereich immer weiter ausgebaut. Und das ist mittlerweile ja mein Haupterwerb, Schulungen zu machen. Wirtschaftsinformatik habe ich mal in dieser großartigen Stadt hier studiert vor langer Zeit. Seit 2002 habe ich mit SAP irgendwie zu tun in unterschiedlichen Rollen. Wichtig ist, ich bin Entwickler. Das ist das, was mir Spaß macht. Das ganze Business, davon habe ich immer wenig Ahnung. Jetzt habe ich so für diesen Vortrag so ein bisschen rausgekramt, was ich aus der Betriebswirtschaft als Wirtschaftsinformatiker mal gelernt habe und versuche einfach mal betriebswirtschaftliche Argumente zu finden, warum man in Ausbildung investieren sollte. Soziale Medien, freue ich mich, wenn ihr da mit mir in Kontakt treten wollt, bleiben wollt, folgen wollt. LinkedIn, Blue Sky, Twitter ist rausgeflogen. Sorry, Elon. Das mache ich nicht mehr. Ganz kurz zu unserer Firma, Brandeis Consulting. Ich bin nicht mehr ganz alleine. Der Sören ist mit dabei. Eben war der Marco noch da. Marco, achso, der holt gerade Getränke, genau. Der Marco, wir sind mittlerweile ein bisschen größeres Team. Belen am Empfang habt ihr wahrscheinlich schon kennengelernt. Wir sind ein bisschen größer. Wir machen Schulungen, wir machen aber auch Entwicklung, Beratung, Coaching, je nach Möglichkeiten. Das sind so unsere Sachen. Projektrettung habe ich hier noch hingeschrieben. Manchmal gibt es verzweifelte Kunden, wo man mal irgendwie kurz unterstützen muss. Wir retten keine ganzen Projekte, aber wenn man mal irgendwo ein kleines Problem hat, dann sind wir da gerne behilflich. So, und jetzt kommen wir zum eigentlichen Inhalt. Readiness-Check. Für euren Z-Code, ihr migriert auf S4HANA, natürlich muss der Code gecheckt werden. Das heißt, über den Begriff Qualitätssicherung werde ich später noch ein bisschen lästern. Eine Prüfung aber auf jeden Fall mal, ob es technisch möglich ist. Punkt. Eine Prüfung, ob es technisch möglich ist, die ist Pflicht. Ansonsten kann man das nicht machen. Macht Sinn. Die Frage ist, sind unsere Mitarbeiter da auch drauf vorbereitet? Entwickler, kennen die neuen Techniken? Modulberater, wissen die überhaupt, was man jetzt mit Fiori macht, wie man auf einem S4HANA-System Prozesse denken kann, wie Fiori Launchpad tickt, wie die Intent-Based Navigation funktioniert, diese Dinge, das ist brutal wichtig. Aber meistens ist so ein S4-Projekt ganz oft nur so, wir tauschen mal die Plattform aus. Das ist ein technisches Projekt ohne die Möglichkeiten zu nutzen, die in dem neuen System drin sind. Ich sage mal, der Zeitdruck von der SAP ist jetzt auch nicht unbedingt hilfreich an der Stelle, weil man muss es dann halt irgendwie durchziehen. Da werden aber große Chancen vertan, meiner Meinung nach. Und das ist super schade. Jetzt habe ich mal eine Umfrage. Ihr dürft mitmachen. Ihr müsst aber nichts sagen oder euch nicht melden. Ihr müsst es euch nochmal selbst überlegen. Und zwar, wie viel Geld gibt euer Arbeitgeber oder euer Lieblingskunde jedes Jahr aus für SAP-Lizenzen? Wisst ihr das zufällig? Ihr müsst es nicht laut sagen, aber denkt einfach mal euch eine hohe Zahl aus. SAP-Lizenzen ist bekannt. Ich weiß auch, dass da nicht offen drüber geredet wird. Das ist klar, aber das ist nicht billig. Kosten, die sowieso da sind, jedes Jahr unvermeidlich. Der nächste riesige Kostenblock sitzt vor mir. Das seid ihr. Ihr kriegt gut verdientes Geld, also mit verdient meine ich wirklich. Das ist gut angelegt, aber das sind einfach riesige fixe Kosten jedes Jahr, was eine IT-Organisation zu zahlen hat. Wie viel das ist, könnt ihr auch ungefähr, nehmt euer Gehalt mal die Anzahl der Kollegen, da kommt ihr sehr schnell auf Summen, wo ihr merkt, das ist nicht Pillepalle, das ist groß. Und jetzt überlegt euch mal, wie viele Schulungen gab es bei euch in den letzten 10 Jahren? Nicht dieses Jahr vielleicht mal so ein kleines Strohfeuer oder so, sondern mal so in den letzten 10 Jahren. Meistens, wenn ich frage, wenn ich Schulungen halte, fragt die Leute, wann habt ihr die letzte Schulung besucht? Da kannst du zum Teil froh sein, wenn es nicht im letzten Jahrtausend war. Also das ist wirklich erschütternd. Ich verstehe das nicht. Also wir reden nicht über Prozent, sondern wir reden da ganz oft über Promille. Das ist so lächerlich gering und schwierig. Und jetzt ist eben meine Intention, klar will ich was verkaufen, das ist schon klar, ich mache da kein Hehl draus, wir leben davon, aber unsere Schulungen sind nicht die einzige Art und Weise, wie man zu Wissen kommen kann. Es gibt noch andere gute Schulungsanbieter, es gibt die Möglichkeit, autodidaktisch zu lernen, man kann im Unternehmen etwas organisieren, das machen auch manche große Konzerne. Es gibt viele unterschiedliche Arten und Weisen, wie man sich dem Thema annähern kann. Und das ist meiner Meinung nach, muss man das dringend tun. Warum das so wenig ist, das will ich versuchen so ein bisschen zu erklären. Und warum Organisationen tendenziell nicht dazu neigen, die Leute fortzubilden. Vorher ein schöner Begriff. Ich will hier mal diesen Begriff der technischen Schulden schnappen. Ihr kennt den wahrscheinlich alle. Und technische Schulden erklären ein Problem, was ihr wahrscheinlich schon viel länger kennt als die technischen Schulden selber. Als Techniker weiß man, irgendwo wird gepfuscht oder etwas unsauber gelöst weil man es musste. Da gibt es dann großen Druck vom Zeitplan. Irgendwie muss man halt schnell fertig werden und dann geht man Kompromisse ein, die man nicht eingehen sollte. Ist normal. Und das zu kommunizieren an den Projektleiter ist brutal schwer. Zu sagen, ist vielleicht nicht so gut. Mit dem Begriff technische Schulden kann ich das aber jemandem erklären, der vielleicht von IT nicht so viel versteht. Das ist ein super Begriff, weil Zinseszins wollen wir alle nicht zahlen. Zinseszins, da merkt man, oh, das geht exponentiell. Die Kosten, die wir dadurch verursachen, die werden quasi immer größer. Das geht so weit, bis eine Entwicklungsgruppe von 5, 6 Leuten quasi nur noch mit Wartung beschäftigt ist und nichts Neues mehr schaffen kann. Also in der Produktentwicklung habe ich das erlebt, dass man wirklich bis zum Stillstand technische Schulden aufnehmen kann. Deshalb sind Begriffe so wichtig, um das zu kommunizieren. Und da gibt es, sorry für die Bilder, die sind teilweise ein bisschen dämlich. Da hat mir ChatGPT geholfen. Ich habe gesagt, mir geht es hier um gute Begriffe. Und der hat hier gleich die Bits und Bytes. Die brauche ich natürlich normalerweise nicht, um mit Informatikern zu reden. Trotzdem, jeder weiß, was man darunter versteht. Und das ist dann gut. Technische Schulden, wie gesagt, ist ein super Begriff, mit dem man arbeiten kann. Investment, das ist klar. Human Capital will ich gleich noch ein bisschen zu sagen. Das finde ich einen schönen Begriff, der nicht uns, der ein bisschen schwierig ist auch auf der anderen Seite. Ist das Unwort des Jahres mal gewesen, Human Capital. Aber ich will den mal positiv besetzen. Return on Investment, Wartungsrückstellung, Employer Branding finde ich total wichtig, dass wir einfach auch argumentieren können, hey, wir können uns als Arbeitgeber gut darstellen, wenn wir unsere Leute ausbilden. Manche unserer Kunden machen das, die werben damit. Bildungsschulden. Ich habe gedacht, zu den technischen Schulden muss man eigentlich mal ein adäquates Pendant machen. Technische Schulden, Bildungsschulden. Das ist eigentlich genau das Gleiche. Man spart an der einen Ecke und baut sich dann quasi einen Kredit auf. Wie der allerdings zurückgezahlt wird, dieser Kredit, beziehungsweise wo die Zinsen gezahlt werden, das ist ganz lustig. Das ist nämlich nicht direkt, sondern so ein bisschen indirekt. Komme ich später dazu. Human Capital, wie gesagt, der Begriff ist Unwort, das kommt auf der nächsten Folie. Tatsächlich glaube ich, dass Mitarbeiter in der IT oft nicht als Kapital empfunden werden, weil sie ja nichts produzieren, was man nach außen verkaufen kann. Wir haben das Problem, dass wir intern leisten, dass wir intern dienen und versuchen, alles ans Laufen zu bringen. Aber nach außen verkaufen wir uns nicht. Beratungshäuser sind jetzt eine andere Kiste, darüber rede ich gerade nicht. Wir werden nur als Kostenstelle verstanden und nicht eben das Human Capital, dass wir wirklich ein Kapital sind, eine Anlage, etwas Positives für mich als Betriebswirt, also als Halber. Kosten für Mitarbeiter. Ich habe das mal kurz bei Hayes aus dem Gehaltsreport recherchiert. ERP, da können wir uns alle so ein bisschen einsortieren. Das sind so ganz, ganz grobe Zahlen hier über alle Erfahrungsstufen, über alle Unternehmensgrößen. Das ist also total unpräzise hier. Aber wir sehen, wir haben hier ein hohes Gehalt für alle unsere Kollegen plus Nebenkosten und. Und wie groß ist der Nutzen jetzt vom einzelnen Mitarbeiter? Wie groß ein FTE, Fulltime Equivalent, ein FTE? Oft wird wirklich nur so gerechnet, wie viele Mitarbeiter hat man. Aber das ist, ich habe mal ChatGPT gefragt, was gab es denn so an Technologiesprüngen bei ABAP. Und jetzt überlegt mal, wo die einzelnen Kollegen stehen. Wir haben es vorhin gehört, in einem Konzern, in einem deutschen Konzern, sind da die Entwickler überwiegend ältere Generationen gewesen. Wo stehen die da? Ist egal, die kosten das Gleiche. Ja, nicht ganz, aber da gibt es natürlich auch eine gewisse Steigerung. Aber egal, wo die da stehen, die kosten das Gleiche. Roundabout. Das heißt, ich kann jemandem jährlich die 70.000 zahlen, der noch nicht mal ABAP Objects kann, oder ich kann jemandem das gleiche Geld zahlen, der gut ausgebildet ist. Bei anderen Investitionen wäre das total einfach, wie ich mich da entscheide. Technische Entwicklung geht, so rum muss ich es, geht so rum, exponentiell nach oben. Der Wissensstand der Mitarbeiter über des Berufslebens, ja, irgendwann ist man mal reingekommen, irgendwann war man mal jung und aufnahmefähig. Und was Paul vorhin auch gesagt hat, die jungen Kollegen, die tun sich da zum Teil total einfach damit. Und irgendwann kann man alles, man hat nicht mehr so viel zu lernen, glaubt man. Wenn man da nichts dagegen macht, dann bleiben die Leute da. Dann bleiben die Leute da, wo sie sind, weil es hat ja auch immer alles funktioniert. Hast ja auch gesagt, dass ABAP plus DEDIC plus DynPro war eine super Sache. Aber das hat sich verändert. Wir müssen jetzt den Wissensstand der Mitarbeiter nach oben bringen. Anders kriegen wir das nicht hin. Genau, Human Capital. Unwort des Jahres. Und ich finde es total verkehrt, weil als Betriebswirt, also ich will erstmal Menschen nicht als Zahlen degradieren, das ist wichtig, diese Perspektive hat es zum Unwort gemacht. Aber ich finde Kapital was total Positives, Aktiva, das ist der Teil der Bilanz, der gut ist, wo man sagt, da hat man was von. Human Capital, das ist sozusagen, positiv gesehen, wenn ich die Aktivas vergrößere, dann geht es meinem Unternehmen gut. Von daher finde ich und wenn ich die Aktivas erhöhen kann, mit wenig Aufwand, und meiner Meinung nach ist Fortbildung so ein Hebel, da tue ich ein bisschen rein und der Wert, sprich die Produktivität, die steigt. Da gibt es dieses schöne Comic hier, das habe ich bei LinkedIn wahrscheinlich schon 10-mal gesehen. Das zeigt das eigentlich ganz gut. Was ist, wenn wir die Leute ausbilden und sie verlassen uns dann? Schlimmer ist, wenn wir sie nicht ausbilden und sie bleiben. Dann hat man die an der Backe, die man eigentlich gar nicht haben will. Aber ich finde es total... Oh, sorry, ihr wart gerade noch am Fotografieren. Ich finde das total entlarvend. Es ist alternativlos. Nee, das Wort ist nicht gut. Das mag ich nicht. Ein ganz wichtiger Punkt dabei, warum es so schwer ist, sich für eine Investition zu entscheiden, ist, weil man nicht sieht, was man zurückbekommt. Ich kann Effizienz oder Produktivität von einem Mitarbeiter in der IT kaum messen. Das ist nicht möglich. Ich kann nicht sagen, Sören, wie produktiv bist du? Wo ist er? Unproduktiv, der ist am Rauchen. Aber ich kann eigentlich nicht sagen, wie produktiv ist. Ich kann meine Mitarbeiter kaum miteinander vergleichen oder sowas. Und ich kann vor allen Dingen, wenn ich Maßnahmen ergreife, nicht die Konsequenz irgendwie messen mit Zahlen. Das heißt, für ein Controlling ist das eine Katastrophe. Und auch das... Lass uns... Die Frage darfst du stellen. In einer Dreiviertelstunde machen wir Fragestunde dazu. Genau, weil vielleicht ist es Quatsch, was ich erzähle. Aber ich komme auch gerade auf den agilen Punkt drauf, der habe ich auch mit. Weil wie kann man es messen? Zum Beispiel Lines of Code. Hat man früher mal gesagt, es wurden wirklich Leute danach bezahlt, als es mit der IT neu war. Totaler Schwachsinn, wisst ihr alle. Und mit dem Agilen, ich finde es eine spannende Diskussion, ich habe es mir auch gefragt, Anzahl von Tickets, Transporten, Tätigkeiten pro Monat, dass man es irgendwie zählt, ist eine Möglichkeit. Jetzt kommen deine Storypoints wahrscheinlich. Die Storypoints finde ich total schwierig, weil in dem Moment, wo ich sage, danach bemesse ich irgendwen oder irgendwas, verlieren die ihren Wert. Der Wert von den Storypoints ist ja gerade, dass sie neutral sind. Dass sie ein neutraler Begriff sind für die Geschwindigkeit, Velocity. Und in dem Moment, wo ich sage, vielleicht daran irgendetwas zu messen, mache ich sie tot. Weil dann sagen die Entwickler, oh, wir schätzen mal anders. Weil immer wenn ich so ein System für irgendwas missbrauche, in dem Moment mache ich Ausweichstrategien. Das ist ein ganz dummes Ding. Storypoints, deshalb glaube ich es nicht, aber da können wir gerne gleich noch diskutieren. Haben wir noch ein bisschen Zeit dafür. Meiner Meinung nach, Bauchgefühl ist das einzig valide. Bauchgefühl. Wenn du Teamleiter bist, hast 10 Entwickler, du weißt irgendwann, was der Einzelne kann und was er nicht kann und wie lange, du hast eine Aufgabe, du weißt, gibst du dem, dann braucht der X Tage, gibst du dem anderen, braucht er die Hälfte, weißt du irgendwann, Bauchgefühl. Das ist total unbefriedigend für ein Controlling und für Maßnahmen ergreifen und Erfolg messen, untauglich. Und das ist schwierig. Ich habe keine Lösung, aber wir können nachher gerne diskutieren. Wenn wir am Fließband sind, ist das anders. Wie viele Schrauben kann ich in einer gewissen Zeit machen? Wie viele Autos kann ich produzieren oder sowas? Da kann ich genau sagen, jede Maßnahme, die die Produktivität um x% erhöht, kann ich ausrechnen, wie viel ist mir das wert? Und dann sehe ich das direkt. Es gibt auch einen Spruch, ich weiß nicht mehr, von wem der ist, aber das hat mal irgendein recht bekannter CTO gesagt, ein guter Entwickler schafft mehr als 30 nicht so gute Entwickler. Ob das wirklich so wahr ist, weiß ich nicht, aber es gibt auf jeden Fall brutal Riesenunterschiede und man kann es nicht messen. Das sind einfach Behauptungen, die stellt man in den Raum und das kann auch keiner widerlegen. So, jetzt merke ich gerade, dass ich von der Geschwindigkeit ein bisschen Gas geben muss. Fixe Kosten, variable Kosten. Da haben wir eben schon ein bisschen drüber geredet. Die Lizenzkosten können wir nicht vermeiden. Die sind da, die sind groß. Die normalen Personalkosten sind da, sind auch groß. Da kann ich nichts machen. Wo kann ich sparen? Kosten sollen immer gespart werden. Eigentlich, ich sag mal, das ist so ein bisschen saisonabhängig, aber eigentlich regelmäßig soll Kosten gespart werden bei dem, was variabel ist, was man nicht ausgeben muss heute. Und das sind natürlich Schulungen oder Fortbildungsmaßnahmen jeglicher Art. Man versucht immer da zu sparen, wo es noch möglich ist. Wenn wir jetzt dann unser Projekt machen, wir haben hier ein Problem im Projekt, das läuft vielleicht auch gar nicht so gut, gibt es natürlich so ein paar Optionen. Greenfield war geplant, dann machen wir halt Brownfield. Oder Tobias hatte mal einen schönen Artikel über das Thema Avocado Field geschrieben. Das ist auch gut. Ich migriere alles sozusagen, mache ganz viel neu, aber meine Prozesse denke ich nicht neu durch, weil ich es halt eilig habe. Oft werden Projekte lange geplant. Der Endtermin steht aber fest und irgendwann kriegt man dann die Panik. Irgendwann merkt man, oh, wir müssen mal ins Tun kommen und man kommt da nicht schnell genug ins Tun und dann merkt man, da müssen wir zusammenstreichen und sowas und der Termin 2027 steht eh schon fest. Also das ist schwierig. Genau, Termine schieben geht nur begrenzt und dann gibt es natürlich noch die Möglichkeit mehr. Viel hilft viel. Das Zitat, adding manpower to a late software project makes it later, finde ich total schön, weil in dem Moment, wo ich das feststelle, ist es wirklich so. Zumal man im Moment auch keine guten Leute bekommt. Intern wisst ihr alle, fast jedes Unternehmen, was ich kenne, ist auf der Suche nach qualifizierten Mitarbeitern in der SAP-Entwicklung. Fast unmöglich. Extern, da kommt jetzt der nächste Punkt, sind teuer, sind auch nicht wirklich gut zu bekommen und total wichtig, wenn ich einen Externen engagiere, dann möchte ich doch zumindest, dass der sich richtig gut auskennt. Da möchte ich den nicht bei mir auf dem Projekt ausbilden. Habe ich schon oft erlebt. Da kommen dann Kollegen, die dann sich erstmal einarbeiten müssen, sozusagen in der neuen Technologie. Und die werden vom Kunden dafür bezahlt, obwohl sie ja eigentlich als Berater bezahlt werden, die es eigentlich können. Die sollen den Kunden beraten und sich nicht selbst ausbilden. Da verschieben quasi die Beratungshäuser ihre Ausbildungsaufwände und Zeiten zum Kunden und lassen den dafür noch bezahlen, anstatt dass der Kunde seine eigenen Leute ausbildet. Total absurd. Oder der externe Berater spielt den Einäugigen unter den Blinden. Das ist auch ein Klassiker, den ich erlebt habe. Da werden jetzt noch im Jahr 2024 mit der SEGW irgendwelche Services entwickelt. Da wird mit UI5 Freestyle darauf eine Oberfläche gebaut, die du für einen Bruchteil des Aufwands mit CDS, mit RAP, mit Fiori Elements, sprich mit dem Stand der Technik, wirklich für einen Bruchteil der Zeit hättest machen können. Und das wird dem Kunden verkauft und der Kunde ist sogar stolz drauf. Wir haben schon Fiori, wir haben da was machen lassen, weil er es selbst nicht beurteilen kann. Das ist total absurd. Ich meine, wenn ich nicht beurteilen kann, was ich mir da einkaufe, dann kriege ich halt, ja, dann versuchen das halt manche. Ganz wichtig, ich meine damit nicht alle extern. Das ist nicht alle Beratungshäuser. Ich habe nichts gegen Beratungshäuser. Das ist ein valides Konzept, das machen wir auch. Nur man muss echt schauen, dass man, weil auch die Beratungshäuser haben natürlich die älteren Kollegen und die noch älteren und da gibt es eine große Bandbreite, wie überall. Und als Kunde muss man doch wissen, was man kauft. Also man sollte selbst als Kunde Stand der Technik kennen. Wer daran spart, der bekommt dann halt Dinge verkauft, die vielleicht wesentlich teurer sind, als sie sein müssten. Bloß weil man es halt nicht, also ich sag mal, weil man es nicht besser weiß. Wenn man am Ende darauf angewiesen ist zu sagen, okay, Berater, der wird das schon gut machen. So, das heißt, ihr oder die Mitarbeiter von SAP-Kunden müssen einfach auch wissen, was können sie von einem externen Dienstleister erwarten. Stand der Technik ist geschuldet, dass jemand sein Handwerk versteht, kann man bei den Preisen auch erwarten. Man muss es aber dann auch einfordern. Meiner Meinung nach viel zu selten, dass jemand sagt, der Kollege X taugt eigentlich nichts. Dafür habe ich ja externe. Bei internen kann ich das nicht machen. Egal. Positiver. Man kann mit Ausbildung aber auch werben. Wir haben Kunden, die haben dann auch mal einen Post geschrieben, hier Software zum Beispiel. Das ist für mich eine Riesenwerbung und aber auch für Software eine Werbung, weil die investieren in ihre Mitarbeiter. Die schauen, dass die auf dem Stand der Technik gehalten werden und dass die vorankommen. Teekanne zum Beispiel auch. Das ist großartig. Positiv die Sachen angehen und dann interessieren sich vielleicht auch mehr Leute für das Unternehmen. Das ist eigentlich eine Win-Win-Situation. Mehr Leute interessieren sich dafür dort zu arbeiten und die eigenen Leute lernen auch noch jede Menge dabei. Das heißt, man kann die Sachen auch Employer Branding. Das ist wieder was Betriebswirte verstehen sollten. Zu Deutsch Arbeitgebermarkenbildung. So, jetzt waren wir gerade beim Positiven. Jetzt komme ich wieder auf die dunkle Seite zurück. Die dunkle Seite, eigentlich hatte ich ein anderes Zitat gesucht. Price is what you pay, value is what you get. Ich habe eigentlich gesucht, you get what you pay for. Wenn ich einen Fiat Panda bezahle, brauche ich nicht einen Porsche erwarten. Das ist einfach so. Ich kriege nirgends was geschenkt. So ist das in der Welt. Und mit dem Einkauf, das ist auch so ein Bereich, mit denen werde ich nicht mehr, die werden nie meine Freunde. Weil Einkauf, da sind natürlich Trainings total teuer, die sehen gar nicht, dass wir dann auch ein Schulungsportal betreiben, dass wir dann auch Konferenzen sponsoren, die sehen nicht, dass man vielleicht Schulungsmaterialien erstellen muss. Jeder Trainertag, sage ich immer, hinten dran, um das einmal vorzubereiten, brauchst du ungefähr eine Woche. Und dann kommst du in Preisargumentation, das ist völlig absurd. Dann gibt es Ausschreibungen und dann hat natürlich der Freelancer, der sagt, ich mache euch das, der hat natürlich die Nase vorne. Oder Unternehmen, die einfach mal Schulungen teuer verkaufen und ihr Schulungsmaterial dann von einem Junior vorlesen lassen. Soll es geben. Das hören wir ja dann hinterher von den Leuten, weil mit den IT-Abteilungen sind wir normalerweise, mit den Entwicklungsabteilungen, da hat man normalerweise einen guten Draht und einen gemeinsamen Feind. Der Einkauf. Gab Situationen, da wurde ich schon gewarnt. Die haben mir, ich habe sogar einmal gesagt, schlag bitte ein bisschen was drauf, dann können die verhandeln hinterher. Dann sind die total froh, wenn sie dann nochmal 10%, weil die halt auch Erfahrungen gemacht haben mit ihrem Einkauf und vielleicht auch mal schlechte Erfahrungen, wenn man dann nicht denjenigen kriegt, den man kennt, wo man weiß, der kann was, sondern weil man dann halt die anderen bekommt. Auch total wichtig, wer ist der Trainer, dass ich wirklich weiß, wenn ich was buche, das macht der Sören jetzt und dann kann ich gucken, der hat viele Videos veröffentlicht, der kann was, den will ich auch haben und nicht so eine Katze im Sack, wo dann irgendwer hingeschickt wird. Wie sind die Schulungen aufgebaut? Hat sich der Content bewährt? Wurde das überhaupt schon öfters gehalten, die Schulung? Oder bin ich da jetzt gerade ein Versuchskaninchen? Werden die Schulungen angepasst auf den Kunden, was er wirklich braucht, wo die Teilnehmer stehen, wo der Kunde auch hin will? Das sind alles solche Argumente. Das ist für einen Einkauf total irrelevant, weil wie mit dem Thema Effizienz und Produktivität, man kann es nicht messen. Man kann das Ergebnis nicht messen. Ich möchte gerne eine Schulung, die meine Effizienz um 3,7% steigert. So geht die Ausschreibung halt nicht. Das geht nicht. Das heißt, das geht nur über solche total weichen Kriterien und da ist halt ein Einkauf nicht in der Lage, das zu bewerten. Das ist keine Schraube, wo ich sage, ich brauche 3000 Schrauben von DIN 4711, standardisiert in VA-Stahl, sondern das sind halt Dienstleistungen, die du null messen und bewerten kannst. Du kannst eigentlich, ja, total schwer. Ein anderes schönes Thema, das ist das gleiche Auto. Ich habe gesagt, ChatGPT, mal mir mal 2 Autos, also ein Auto, gleiches Modell, einmal mit Wartungsstau und einmal top gepflegt. Was passiert im Laufe der Zeit, wenn ich mich nicht um meine Dinge kümmere? Sie verrotten. Wissen ist so ähnlich. Wir haben die Kurve gesehen, exponentiell geht es nach oben und so geht es halt dann auch irgendwann bergab, weil der Stand der Technik geht weiter und weiter und weiter. Regelmäßige Wartung bei einem Auto, bei einer Produktionsanlage, selbstverständlich. Bei Mitarbeitern, nee, die kriegen doch Gehalt. Die sollen selber was lernen. Autodidaktisch, das ist schwierig. Oder man macht Wartungsrückstellung, dass man sagt, irgendwann für den S4 Go Live, da machen wir vorher mal wirklich einen Trainingsblock. Gut, anderer Punkt passt nicht ganz rein, aber das ist mir auch mal aufgefallen hier, Lizenzkosten. 20% zahlen wir jedes Jahr für Softwarewartung an die SAP. Nicht exakt, aber ist viel, ist auch okay. Will ich ja gar nichts dagegen sagen. Was mich nur stört, ist, für selbst erstellte Software macht man das meistens nicht, das zu berücksichtigen. Was die eigenen Mitarbeiter gemacht haben, dass man da vielleicht auch Rücklagen macht, wenn man die mal ersetzen muss nach ein paar Jahren. Und die Mitarbeiter, das eben auch sozusagen die Wartung. 20% müssen es nicht sein. 1% über die Jahre wäre schon weit überdurchschnittlich. Ja, was haben wir sonst noch so im Angebot? Bei uns ist doch alles okay. Wir haben doch den S4HANA Readiness Check durchgeführt, also müssen auch die Mitarbeiter auf dem Stand der Technik sein, oder? Ist doch alles grün. Ist doch alles gut gelaufen. Statische Codeprüfung, wisst ihr alle, ist ein sinnvolles Tool, macht sinnvolle Dinge, aber du kannst ja mit einer Qualitätssicherung nicht Qualität reinbringen, wo keine Qualität drin ist. Du kannst nur irgendwelche offensichtlichen Bugs finden, aber eine nachträgliche Qualitätssicherung mit statischen Regeln bringt effektiv nichts. Ausweichstrategien sind dann am Ende das Ergebnis, so ein bisschen wie mit den Story Points. Wenn ich Ausweichstrategie zum Beispiel, was ich total oft erlebt habe, es gibt so eine Prüfung, wenn die Super-RC-Prüfung nach dem FUBA-Aufruf leer ist, da gibt's eine Meldung, was für ein Scheiß ich da schon an Code drin gesehen habe, nur damit was drin steht, ohne zu verstehen, warum sollte ich das tun. Das ist deshalb auch nicht so, viel wert. Genau. Keine Zeit. Zeit ist am Ende total wichtig. Zeit ist das Allerwichtigste. Es gibt zum Beispiel bei Stork machen wir Trainings, darf ich glaube ich sagen, während eurer quasi Migrationsphase, wo die Entwickler eh nicht ausgelastet sind. Und das ist total gut, total clever. Habt ihr einfach mitgedacht, hey, da haben wir Zeit, wie können wir die sinnvoll nutzen? Weil Zeit braucht man, um neues Wissen sich anzueignen. Das ist unabdingbar. Die Zeit muss der Arbeitgeber investieren. Und am schnellsten geht es natürlich, etwas zu lernen und die Zeit gut zu nutzen, wenn man das proaktiv angeht und sich jemanden sucht, der es erklärt, im Gegensatz zu E-Learning, Learning Hub und sonstigen Billigheimern. Udemy, es gibt tolle Kurse, das Angebot mit dem Learning Hub finde ich auch super. Nur, es funktioniert halt nicht für alle Entwickler oder nicht für alle Mitarbeiter. Ohne die Zeit dazu guckt eh keiner rein. Es fehlt oft der Kontext. Ich sage immer, das ist so ein bisschen wie wenn ich an der Klippe stehe und dann werde ich gefragt, wie geht der nächste Schritt. Aber die Richtung stimmt überhaupt nicht. Ich bin oft bei solchen Themen, die ich mir selbst drauf schaffe, viel zu sehr in der Froschperspektive, anstatt so ein bisschen auch den Kontext zu sehen, wo ein Trainer vielleicht auch ein bisschen, jetzt drehen wir uns erstmal in die richtige Richtung und dann gehen wir los. Ist egal, wie schnell man läuft, solange man erstmal grundsätzlich in die richtige Richtung läuft. Die Motivation, wir hatten auch früher E-Learning-Kurse, hatten die Teilnehmer 3 Monate Zeit, sich das autodidaktisch drauf zu schaffen. Nach 3 Monaten hieß es dann, können wir nochmal eine Verlängerung haben. Wir haben jeden Tag haben wir irgendwie Wichtigeres zu tun. Ja klar, ohne die Zeit ist das alles nichts wert. Und es dauert halt auch einfach länger. Lange Rede, man muss halt einfach Zeit investieren als Arbeitgeber, das früher oder später. Oder man bleibt halt bis zur Rente bei SE80 und diese Liste, die wir vorhin gesehen hatten bei den alten Dingen. First things first, macht doch die ersten Dinge zuerst. Warum das Training hinterher erst? Es ist sowieso notwendig. Wir kommen da nicht drum rum. Wir müssen uns fortbilden. Wir müssen die Mitarbeiter fortbilden. Das wird jeder einsehen. Es macht überhaupt keinen Sinn, noch auf dem Stand der 90er Jahre zu bleiben oder Anfang der 2000er. Wir müssen einfach vorankommen und das muss man am Ende möglichst früh machen, dass man möglichst lang etwas davon hat. Weil es kostet am Ende das Gleiche, ob ich vor dem Projekt oder nach dem Projekt die Leute ausbilde. Nur während des Projekts können die mir vielleicht auch wirklich helfen und verstehen, wo wir hinwollen und vielleicht auch die richtigen Entscheidungen treffen, ob man jetzt Dinge anders macht. Return on Investment ist definitiv da. Und das Investment muss ich machen. Mache ich es hinterher oder vorher? Moment. Timing. Nicht so schlecht. Zu den technischen Schulden habe ich dann gedacht, braucht man eigentlich einen neuen Begriff. Den habe ich mir ausgedacht. Nicht zu verwechseln mit irgendeinem Bildungskredit, den man vielleicht kriegt, BAföG und Ähnlichem. Genau. Nee, es ist einfach eine Analogie zu den technischen Schulden, dass man sagt, notwendige Fortbildungsmaßnahmen macht man nicht, um Kosten zu sparen, und riskiert dann halt einfach, dass die falschen Dinge getan werden oder die Dinge falsch getan werden. Und das Hässliche bei den Fortbildungsschulden ist, dass wir den Effekt nicht direkt sehen. Wir sehen den Effekt nämlich immer indirekt, weil die Fortbildungsschulden werden eigentlich mit technischen Schulden bezahlt. Und die technischen Schulden sehen wir ja auch erst auf die lange Bank. Die sehen wir kurzfristig gar nicht. Und das ist das Tückische bei denen. Die technischen Schulden sind dann das, was wir bekommen. Und bis wir merken, dass wir da ein Problem haben, ist eigentlich total viel Zeit vergangen. Wir haben mit unserem großartigen S4-System noch 5 Jahre lang die besten GUI-Reports gebaut, die man sich vorstellen kann. Dünnpros rauf und runter, aber man ist eigentlich kein bisschen der Public Cloud näher gekommen. Man ist eigentlich, je nachdem, wo man dann auch langfristig hin will als Unternehmen, einfach auf der Stelle gegangen, wenn nicht sogar rückwärts. Können wir diskutieren. S4HANA Readiness Zertifizierung. Hatte ich dann auch überlegt, wäre das eine Lösung? Die SAP hat großartige Zertifizierungen, da kann man sich für alles zertifizieren lassen. Jetzt muss man die auch regelmäßig noch wiederholen und neu machen. Ich glaube nicht, dass das was bringt. Ich glaube nicht, dass das irgendwie sinnvoll ist, weil Zertifizierungen in meinen Augen nichts aussagen. Weil wenn man mit Leuten zusammenarbeitet, manche haben so viel Zertifizierung und keine Ahnung und bei anderen ist es genau andersrum. Meiner Meinung nach ist das, wie sagt man in der Statistik, da gibt es sind unkorreliert, diese Dinge. Das ist, Fragenkataloge kann man übrigens komplett im Internet runterladen. Habe ich mal probiert. Ich sollte mal eine Vorbereitungsschulung machen für eine Zertifizierung. Habe ich gesagt, gut, dann lasse ich mich auch erst zertifizieren für das Thema und habe dann auch geschaut, was gibt es denn da so im Angebot. Also für 20 € kriege ich Fragenkataloge für alle Zertifizierungen, die man sich wünschen kann. Das ist nicht legal, das ist nicht gut, will ich jetzt nicht empfehlen. Ich will nur sagen, das ist am Ende der Wert dahinter, ist nicht da. Wenn dann jemand sagt, muss aber Level, was weiß ich was haben, glaube ich nicht dran. Erfahrung kriegst du nicht mit einer Zertifizierung raus und ein Verständnis von Dingen. Das ist, meine Meinung. Vorletzte Folie, ihr habt es gleich geschafft. Training, eine Schulung ist wirklich immer nur der Anfang. Ausbildung ist ein Projekt. Ihr kennt Projekte. Projekte gehen lang. Die haben wirklich, die umfassen mehrere Phasen. Ausbildung durch eine Schulung ist eine Option. Sich unter Kollegen austauschen, total wichtig. Das ist, wenn man was gemeinsam neu gelernt hat, oder Sprechstunden. Bei der Deutschen Bahn gibt es Sprechstunden, wo sich dann die Entwickler zusammensetzen können und die Kollegen fragen können. Wir bieten das übrigens auch an. Das ist eine super Sache. Pair Programming, eins meiner Favoriten, kostet gar nichts. Kostenlos. Erhöht die Produktivität des Einzelnen aber erheblich. Glaubt man nicht, wenn man zu zweit normal wird man sagen, 2 Leute arbeiten an einem Problem, danach ist man halb so schnell. Effektiv ist man erheblich schneller, weil man ist fokussiert, man lernt total viel man vermeidet Fehler, die Qualität, also kann ich nur empfehlen und gerade eben, wenn man in einer Phase ist von neuem Wissen, da sich mit unterschiedlichen Kollegen zusammenzusetzen, großartig. Coaching, dass vielleicht ein Erfahrener sich zusammentut mit einem weniger Erfahrenen, total wichtig, dass man wirklich vorankommt. Code-Reviews, dass man sich gegenseitig in den Code reinguckt, dass man vielleicht auch schaut, dass die Kollegen auch die neu gelernten Dinge anwenden und dass das nicht im Sande verläuft und dass dann vielleicht auch jeder die Motivation hat, das gut zu machen, dass man vor den Kollegen da vielleicht nicht dämlich dasteht. Ich habe schon Code-Reviews gemacht von Code, also schlimm. Aber wenn man gerade aus einer Schulung kommt und Sachen dann neu macht, total wichtig. Nochmal ein Beispiel von euch, von Stork. Ihr habt gesagt, zwischen den Schulungen habt ihr jetzt gesagt, die ersten Schulungen sind 3 Wochen her, die nächsten kommen erst in 3 Wochen dazwischen. Dazwischen üben wir einfach selber und geben uns selbst Übungsaufgaben aus den Themen. Richtig gut, wenn man die Zeit hat, autodidaktisch beziehungsweise auch selbst was organisieren. Das muss nicht immer irgendein Trainingsanbieter sein. Das ist Quatsch. Das kann man auch selbst machen. Und die Kombination ist, glaube ich, großartig, weil man verliert natürlich das Wissen auch aus einer Schulung, was man nicht anwendet. Deshalb muss man auch dranbleiben und auch das kostet wieder Zeit und das ist, wie gesagt, mit das Wichtigste, was man da noch investieren muss als Arbeitgeber. Und last but not least, ABAPConf und ähnliche Veranstaltungen. ABAPConf kostet nichts, DSAG kostet wirklich wenig für die Qualität, die da geliefert wird. Eigene Events, es gibt auch Unternehmen, die machen dann eine eigene Entwicklerkonferenz einmal im Jahr, größere Konzerne. Bei Rewe war das, glaube ich, so. Ihr macht das einfach so, sagt, da treffen wir uns mal alle und da tauschen wir uns aus. Da gibt es bestimmt auch großartige Vorträge, dass man auch dran bleibt, dass es kein Strohfeuer ist, was einmal abfackelt, weil ansonsten eine Schulung, so einen guten Trainer gibt es nicht, dass sich die Sachen alle einbrennen und dann wirklich jahrzehntelang halten, wenn man es nicht anwendet. Wenn man es hinterher nicht anwendet, wenn man nicht mit unterschiedlichen Tools irgendwie versucht, die Leute bei der Laune zu halten, dabei sozusagen auf dem Stand zu bleiben, dann funktioniert das nicht. So, ihr habt es geschafft. Fazit, zu sparen ist eine schlechte Idee an der Stelle. Es werden aus vielen falschen Gründen werden da Entscheidungen gegen Ausbildung getroffen. Da kämpfe ich natürlich immer gegen an. Mitarbeiter werden nicht als Kapital gesehen, wo man investieren muss, wo man sein Kapital mehren soll. Die Effizienz ist nicht sichtbar. Das ist fürs Controlling die Katastrophe. Und die variablen Kosten, die versucht man halt in Phasen, wo es gerade nicht so gut läuft. Ich weiß gar nicht, sind wir offiziell in der Rezession? Ich glaube irgendwie so ganz am Rande davon. Natürlich muss da überall gespart werden. Das ist mir auch total klar. Man kann das Geld nicht mit beiden Händen zum Fenster rauswerfen, aber man muss sich mal überlegen, wie sind die Relationen? Ist es nicht wert, ein bisschen mehr zu investieren und dafür wahrscheinlich einen wesentlich besseren Output zu bekommen? Aber die Gründe für Ausbildung sind meiner Meinung nach absolut überzeugend. Von daher verstehe ich nicht, wie man da sparen kann. Vielen Dank für die Aufmerksamkeit. Ja. Und jetzt können wir natürlich auch noch gleich diskutieren. Ich gucke auf die Uhr. Genau. Fast Punktlandung.
Genau, wir haben jetzt ja dann in 3 Minuten den Ask the Experts. Das heißt, jeder, der schon Fragen im Hinterkopf hat und Co., darf sie dann nachher nicht nur an Jörg, sondern auch noch an seine entsprechenden Supporter weiterleiten.
Der ist auf Englisch, der Ask the Expert.
Gut, der Ask the Experts ist auf Englisch.
Und das Thema vom Ask
könnt
the
ja
Experts ist?
Upskilling.
Upskilling, genau. Aber natürlich auch andere Dinge, alles, was ich hier gesagt habe, kann man natürlich bezweifeln bzw. darüber diskutieren. Das finde ich total gut, weil ich verstehe auch, wenn ich manche Sachen hier vielleicht ein bisschen plakativ gesagt habe, ich verstehe natürlich auch, dass das nicht für jeden 100% passt. Gerade ob man zum Beispiel, wie weit man da in die Fiori-Welt will und ähnliche Dinge, da kann man unterschiedlicher Meinung sein. Okay, 3 Minuten.
Dann stellen wir noch kurz uns in die Warteschleife, sammeln uns vorne und nicht mehr. Genau. Sind wir gleich wieder da.
Gut. Dann bin ich nicht mehr live, oder? Ich glaube, die wollen keine Fotos, dass man uns sieht, dass man jetzt auch mit der Kamera das gescheit.
Oh, hey, das funktioniert. We are live? Okay, we are live. Next session now about upskilling the Ask the Expert. We also have 3 experts here that you can ask. You should know them. First, we have here Jörg Brandeis. He gives us a presentation in German. We also have here Frank Engert. You should know him if you have something to do with output management. And of course, we have here the Mr. Software Heroes. If you are on the internet, I'm pretty sure you know the blog posts and the blog site from Björn. And those are now our experts regarding the topic about upskilling. And if you're wondering, is this important for me, upskilling, just a small survey to break the ice. Who of you is still using SE80 on a daily or weekly basis? Yeah? No, don't be shy. And who is still developing or working with transaction, dinpos, and form subroutines? We have demand. And with this, I give over to you for the upskilling Ask the Expert, and I think you have enough information to share. Start talking.
Starts talking. So, it's Ask the Expert, so it's your time. Do you have any questions or point to discuss? We discussed earlier about the story point topic. What do you think about it? Sorry? The story point topic.
I kind of agree with you. I don't really see a big value in story points, to be honest, because the manager asks you when will this be done, and you say 8. And he asks 8 what, and you say story points. It's maybe confused. And in my mind, at least, I always calculate back to days, working days. So that's why I don't think story points are available. And this, I think, comes close to what you said, that as soon as you start to measure complexity and connect it to a real value like time or money, it becomes obsolete. And as a developer, at a certain point you try to fix the system, I guess, because if you get measured by how much complexity can you do in one sprint, you start to cheat the system. So we don't really have a dissonance.
Just repeat the question to the audience in the internet in a 2 or 3 sentences, because it's impossible to understand it live.
Okay, but we can hand over the microphone for the next question. That's a good point. Okay, the topic was about story points. Is it a valid measurement for productivity? I said no, it is not, because in the moment you start measuring people by story points, they lose their value because they are abstract. And this is their big benefit, that they are not concrete one-to-one for time and something else, but you are free to measure complexity. When you give it a time and you best thing you pay for story points, then the estimations will change per story point. And the benefit of story point is that there is not such a negative influence in the estimate. It's objective as possible. That's the benefit. And in software development, for standard software development, in the product development, it's something that works very, very good. I have good experiences with story points, but not to measure the productivity. That's more the overall process, and it's not meant for one single user story, but to have the an idea about the velocity of a big team on the long run. That's working.
Good. Mach wieder kaputt. So, some more questions or?
Thanks for your recent presentation about the training. I think it's obvious that we all need training, but the question is, which trainings should we take? And as we've seen on the presentation of Paul, nowadays there are so many possibilities you can learn and technologies you can use. So this is more or less of a hen and egg problem. You cannot take all the trainings, or you can say, okay, I take a training and then you never use it, and maybe it's used a year later and you have to go back and do the training again because you've forgotten all about it. So this is actually the main problem, that people are on one hand overwhelmed, saying, okay, there's so many things. It's not just a little step. There are so many things I have to learn. And then there is no real guideline when to learn what and where to use it. I think that's a major problem. And so people stay where they are because they are afraid to learn things. And later it's too complex or they will forget about it. So do you have any guidelines on that, how people can find out which technology are really necessary and which are just tryouts by SAP saying, okay, 2 years later we're doing something else because it wasn't good enough?
Yeah, maybe I can answer from the point of view of a partner, because we had the question also, and what we did was to go to Brandeis Consulting, for example, and to clarify the question, what is our aim, what we want to do. And in the end, we had 2 trainings, one for all developers. The first step was Eclipse, of course, ADT, to get to know, and CDS, of course, because I guess every developer will get in touch with CDS in a S4HANA system. And we had a second training for the guys or for the people who want to or have to develop Fiori Elements apps, for example. And the second part was a training with RAP, of course, and Fiori Elements, yeah. And this was a thing we did. And I guess it depends on the goal you have. What I would recommend is make small steps and prove it, use it, and then make the other steps. Because make a training with all technologies and you don't need it, yeah, it makes no sense, yeah.
One important thing is first you need an overview. What's available? What's the technology looks like? Fiori services, which possibilities are existing. So I think it's a good idea to come from the overview to the details as often. Sorry, I'm confused. Sören is doing funny movements.
Sprich ins Mikrofon und das Mikrofon da hält es doof.
Okay. So try to start with an overview session that everyone is informed how applications are developed on an S4 systems, and then later go to the details. The main important thing is that you have the right direction. Do the right things, not the things right. This quote is really important. So try to first come from the high level and later go to the details, what Frank just mentioned.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, because when you have the direction, that's the first step to go, then you should do the trainings regularly. So it doesn't help when you do it one time a year or so you have to do it regularly, because there are so many things to learn. We see it in our own developers. For example, when you say we are doing ABAP Cloud. ABAP Cloud is our way, but we have also developers, they miss in the basics, for example. They don't know ADT, they don't know clean OO, for example. That's the basics you can learn without an S4 release. But these are the basics you need for the next steps. And so you need, after this, coordinator services, you need the RAP development and so on. And then you can start doing ABAP Cloud. And so that was a story from our company, for example. A colleague came to me and said, we need a job on the S4 system. And he wanted to build it with a report, a classic way. And I said, sorry, we are in ABAP Cloud now. And so you have to learn a little bit more. You need the application job, you need the core data service, and so on. And these was all new things for him. And that's why we say you have to learn every week a little bit to get to the goal. That's the main part. You have to start. You have to have a goal where you want to go. And then you can build or learn the technology step by step. So that's a point I would give to you.
Was this answer good? What more details you wanted to know about the technology itself or the learning train?
It's really this answer was more or less obvious too. The question is, as we saw in the presentation from Paul, there is a bunch of things, and how to figure out these things, especially if you're not, I mean, a lot of industries are busy with their processes. They don't have time to invest in a weekly training. We have to keep the system running. So a lot of companies are still on old releases, and so maybe you switch to a database, then you have some CDS, but people are stuck with the old reports and forms and whatnot. So it's not, if you're in a IT-driven company, then you're always up to date, and that's no problem. But if you're behind, and then there are so many things, you don't know where to start with, so you get maybe the S4 system, and then you're there. And then suddenly, all of a sudden, there's not just one new technology. Let's use, I don't know, in former times, let's do workflow or something. So somebody goes to a workflow training, afterwards we use this technology. Now we have a bunch of it, and the question is, what are the really important ones, and how can we get there? If I don't know which ones I need to use, I just stay with the old stuff.
Okay, a short answer to this. And when you try to get as close as possible to Paul's first slide, ABAP, Data Dictionary, DynPro, that everyone can create an application as easy as possible. This is the corresponding topics in our days on S4 is learn, okay, Eclipse is important. Obviously, otherwise you cannot do the next step, which is CDS. CDS is the basis of everything. You have to learn it, no matter which technology you choose. And this is definitely something that will never fade away. CDS is extremely important. With RAP on top, it's really easy to get services live. And the next step is Fiori elements. With these 3-4 steps, you can create applications within 1 hour. An application from the database to Fiori front end, that you have a running Fiori application when you do it manually. And with the generators built in ABAP development tools, you can do the same things within minutes. So this is the technology, but the generators without the understanding of the background are worthless. But this is the easy way. As long as the standard floor plans of SAP are fitting, that's really, really great and extremely effective. Sören, you have some experiences, customer side with this.
Yeah, but I think the question is also, there are a lot of new technologies SAP introduced, and the people out there doesn't even know what technology now is the actual one. Because if you look for a CDS-based Fiori application, then you click on the wrong page, then you see BOPF. Okay, then you need to know that BOP is a little bit outdated. And I think this is also one of your topics that it's not the main technologies like, okay, CDS and RAP you heard about, or you heard about ADT, but all the side technologies or the, whoa. Good morning. Ich fühle mich sabotiert. Das bin ich. Sieht man uns noch?
Ich versuch's mal da drüben.
Das ist der Zentralschalter. Ja, okay. Hey. Technical Consultant.
Facility Manager.
At least Manager. So, where was I after this attack? So, yeah, the problem is how can the user get or the developer get an overview of the bouquet on SAP technologies, and I focus on SAP technologies because if you say should I learn Python or ABAP, then yeah, Python is in the other room. And which one of these SAP-based technologies is the actual one for your actual task? And so this is normally one question that should be answered by a qualified architect, internal or external consultant who has the experience and puts you on the right track. And this is normally the one that should have an overview of the technologies out there and then give you a hint, okay, you have to go to this or this direction. If you want to learn it all by yourself, then you have, as you said, invest a lot of time. And I don't think that you want to invest all this time for learning everything. You need some guardian angel who puts you on the right track and gives the right information, and then you can start your learning.
I understood you that what can I do if I'm not on the latest ABAP stack? Maybe I'm on ECC 740, for example, and I guess a little bit in that direction what Björn said. Before you can learn the new technologies and understand what is the benefit, you have to open your mind. And one example, I guess, is the chapter of unit tests in SAP. I'm not sure if everyone in the room has written ever a unit test. Can you please raise your hand? Who wrote a unit test? Okay.
And a real unit test, not for learning reasons. A unit test that you really use. Okay.
Okay, some people. Good. And I guess this is one is a mindset shift, I would say. If you write unit tests, you have another view on your code than before, maybe. And a lot of you ABAP developers don't have this view to the code. They look from the inside, but not from the outside to the code. And I guess unit test is a very good example how to learn or to open your mind and be open for new technologies like CDS and so on. And there, in the latest ABAP stack, you have a lot of possibilities to fake CDS views, for example, or database tables to make it better unit testable. And I guess 3 years ago, I had a presentation at ABAPConf about unit tests, and it was on release 731. So you can make experience with unit tests on a very old release as well. Yeah, maybe this is also a good step to start. Sven, there's a question.
Yes, so I have another question. So my name is Run Dong. I'm from SAP, and I want to talk a little bit about Clean Core. Because I'm working as a Clean Core consultant from SAP, and I'm currently delivering Clean Core services and also consulting for different customers, from Clean Core awareness, Clean Core implementation, enablement to Clean Core governance, etc., etc. And I'm also still struggling about this Clean Core thing because Clean Core is a little bit comprehensive. We know it, and also from SAP side, the Clean Core methodology is still evolving, and we are delivering more and more new things. And also on the other side, I'm facing the customer questions, very concrete questions, and also so something that is my responsibility and my tasks, daily tasks. Today I'm interested in maybe also questions for all you experts. So like from you, Jörg, from the perspective of the training and Schulung. So are you going to try to position Clean Core in your dedicated, maybe some dedicated trainings, or we are going to embed this part in some general trainings? And also Frank, I think, so you are from partner or consultancy, so I didn't catch your background. Yeah. So maybe, also question, so how do you handle this Clean Core topic? So is it difficult to align with SAP side, or how do you explain it for your customers? And also Björn, it's already quite famous for me because I'm learning your blogs like every day. And maybe you can share a little bit the current Clean Core status in your organization, also challenges. So a little bit, direction into Clean. And I think we also have a dedicated session for Clean Core maybe today or tomorrow. So I don't know, but but anyway, so that's my question. I just throw it so we can have quick. Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so I start to answer the topic Clean Core. Nearly all my customers have migrated somehow from have a brownfield migration from their old ECC systems to S4. And so they have tons of Z code. And Clean Core is quite far away for them. So at the moment, they mainly are not really thinking about ABAP Cloud. Of course, I am telling them what is the standard, what is SAP recommending, how should be developed and how should new developments should be done. But reality is that the big mass of old, you call it tier 3, is really huge. So Clean Core is, for these brownfield migration customers, is not an important topic at the moment.
Yeah, as a short adaptation from my side, extension from my side, we explain the clean core idea from the RAP and CDS side. We say this is tier 1, this is tier 2, and these are the rules. They are upcoming in your next year's development, and perhaps today you can already take an eye on it and look how you develop and scale your architecture. But for most of the customers, the problem is, as Jörg said, with the complete brownfield and old user exits, old implemented bodies, missing released APIs, and so on from SAP. SAP has a lot to do for the on-prem customers that they can really move to Clean Core. So we just don't have dedicated training. We just say it in a RAP, in the CDS, in the modern ABAP training. These are the rules. They will hit you in the next 1 to 5 to 10 years. So that 2040, perhaps S/4HANA on-prem will die, and everybody will have to migrate to S/4HANA public cloud. But just for the information of the customers.
Okay.
Yeah, from my partner perspective, I can say give you 2 examples. One example is our a new solution from us. I will tell you tomorrow more if you are here 10:30. I have a presentation, and there our core principle is that we don't want to send transports to our customers. No implementation on the S/4HANA system, but on Steampunk, BTP ABAP. That's the first case. Yeah, but of course we have let's say older add-ons. We have one for customizable forms. It's developed. We began 2030. Nobody cares about Clean Core there. Yeah, so it means Dymbros, ALV, function module calls, which are not released. And here, of course, it's a big challenge for us as a partner to make it Clean Core ready. And when I look to our customers, I'm not sure how much percentage, but some of them use the ABAP Cloud packages, where you have a restricted code, ABAP code commands and so on. But most of them, don't really care about it. They know the term clean core, and that is important. But it depends,
I think you're now in the third place from the customer side, because I'm working at the customer. So we have a restricted clean core strategy. We want to go clean core. We have ABAP Cloud enabled, but it's the hardest part, I think, to enable all the colleagues to ABAP Cloud, because I don't know if you don't know the learning roadmap I've created. The learning roadmap is a very long set of technologies you need for ABAP Cloud. So it's a long way to learn for the colleagues to get into ABAP Cloud. So when you have the strategy in your company, you have to educate your people very strict. So there is much to do for us. I'm working normally in a team where we educate and train our colleagues to enable them. And I think we've started in 2023 with the first ABAP Cloud prototype on the system, in the treasury system. And we have worked since 2020 or 2021 with ABAP environment. So the ABAP environment is the first step to learn the new ABAP Cloud, to learn Tier 1, to learn to develop with public APIs. That's the first case. And that we saw also that when you're working then on the premise system, the colleagues that worked before in the ABAP environment have no problems to adapt it on premise. So we have also set it up like the ABAP environment on premise with more software components and so on. But the colleagues that haven't worked before with it, they have much more to learn. Much like the basics, for example, an application job. What is an application job? Why do I need them, for example? Or how can I develop a UI? And the UI is the hardest part at the beginning, because the annotations, the coordinator service, you need many things to build your first UI in ABAP Cloud. So that's the time where you have to invest the most time in it. But it's not, as I said, it's not possible from one day on the next one. You have to invest time. We are doing this for 5 years now, scheduling, learning and training our people. So it's a long, long way to get there. That's the point.
Okay, I think I'm next. I have a rather bold question, and there's this urban legend that the banking sector in Frankfurt once called COBOL developers out of retirement. Maybe one or the other has heard about that story, because nobody knows COBOL nowadays, or COBOL. And are we running into the same problem on the SAP side? Because a lot of migrations are brownfield, with a lot of legacy code, sometimes ancient from S2 copied to S3 and then or R2 to R3, sorry, and then to S4. So are we moving too fast? And also regarding what the other question askers said, like the SAP at the moment has the strategy to throw everything into the wall and looks what sticks. Like yeah, I mean there was BOP and everybody was like, you have to do BOP, and now there's RAP and now everyone has to do RAP, and this is rather confusing. So this basically it's a two-part question. One, are we running out of classic developers because also of age schemes? And secondly, is it so wise to follow each trend directly with upskilling and doing the development when there's so much stuff left over from all the brownfield conversions? Thank you.
Okay, I start with the second question. Is it a good idea to follow everything? I think RAP is something that is where the SAP is heavily investing internally.
No, BOP was introduced with 750 and they invested for 1 or 2 years. They just recycled the old framework that was developed for TRM. This was just an upcycling of old code line.
Yes, definitely here to stay. And when you ever have worked with it, yeah.
SAP is investing in RAP since 13 or 14 years, about. 2012 or something like this they started.
And it's still developed, and it's still improving, and there are big investments of SAP. I think from a customer or external perspective, this is something there's still investment inside. So I think it will stay, and the SAP is also creating business objects, many business objects with RAP. So I believe it, but I cannot tell you what AI will bring in 10 years. Maybe I'm wrong, but I believe, yes.
And if I can add something regarding what is new, ABAP Cloud is an evolution. The ABAP development tools in Eclipse, for example, out there since 2012. CDS is also in ACC, so in the classic business suite, there we started. And over the past decades, we have heavily invested and enhanced the scope. So it's not something like a new trend that we are following. And like you mentioned, RAP, we are investing in it since 2018. This is our central development model everywhere, on-premise, in the cloud, whether on SAP S/4HANA, on SAP BTP, so you can see the impact, and also our new applications in the business suites, the S/4HANA editions are built with it. So just to say that we have really a lot of a time that has been where these technologies has been out there, and we are still investing and still innovating in those technologies.
We have it recorded, so just look at the YouTube video, save the time mark, and bookmark it. Thank you. The first question was about the retirement of the ABAP developers, or if we are the COBOL developers from tomorrow.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think this is more common sense. I don't have special knowledge about this, but my thoughts about it, because ABAP is still downward compatible. Even the latest, the newest, the youngest ABAP developers have to learn the old shit. Sooner or later, they have to learn it. Even if it's not the best start, the old school ABAP, they will learn it. So I think this will be a different situation than with COBOL. I hear the same thing from insurances. Insurances are also running COBOL systems, productive, and this is their main system where all these contracts are managed with.
One point from the output management expert here. I learned COBOL 35 years ago, I guess.
Oh, nice! But we can recycle you in some banking.
No. But I can compare it with what we have at our customers with a topic subscript. Yeah, subscript, very old technology, but it's still in use heavily, also in S4 systems. But the guys who created the forms are retired 20 years ago, maybe. The guys who have knowledge are maybe there, maybe they are retired, yeah. And that's a big problem, of course, in this area. And I guess for classical ABAP stuff, yeah, it's the same, yeah.
I created a new subscript form 1 week ago.
It works.
One of the questions was about the retirement in Germany. I think the common problem, a lot of the boomers are going to retire in the next 5 to 10 years. So if I look around, about 20–30% will not come at ABAPConf 2035. And we have a lot of different companies here. Which company is searching for young, talented ABAP developers? And who finds them? So, some part of your question. So AI will be probably our rescue someday, but yeah, not the manpower for the maintenance of the old ABAP codings is not on the street. And
so,
they will die.
And with this, we are closing now the Ask the Expert. So here on site, first, thanks to our 3 upskilling experts for taking your time and answering questions. And for everybody on the live stream, hi. We are now going here on outside to get our lunch. Again, with RefCheck, thank you for being a sponsor.
Without you, we would all starve.
And for everybody online, we will be back in 90 minutes, more or less, at 1:30 with a talk about, I forgot it, optimize something as an SAP talk. And
perhaps about ABAP or something like this.
On-site here, we have now lunch outside. And if you want to talk about RAP, about steampunk, about SAP topics, we have here the two nicely looking ladies that are paying attention. You can approach these two ladies talking about anything related to ABAP or steampunk or ATC. And we have, if you're talking about IDEs, we have Thomas Fiedler here. And especially you can talk with him about the all-in-one ETT downloader with all the tooling that it also works. I only did the Microsoft part, not the part for Mac users. That's up to you. And if you have general questions about AI or steampunk and so on, there's also Volker, which is currently like, don't know, I'm not here. So approach these guys, you can talk to them, and yeah, lunchtime. Pünktlich?
Ja, jetzt schauen wir mal, ob wir wieder da sind, aber bei mir schlagen die Balken aus.
Test. Livestream läuft.
Ja. Ja.
Dann können wir anfangen, oder?
Ja.
So, welcome back to the afternoon sessions. I hope everybody had a nice lunch. You found enough time to talk to each other. And also the online stream. Hi, we are back. So now the next session is from SAP about optimized tools for building and adapting SAP Fiori Elements apps. Next time, please take a shorter title. Our speaker is Christoph Gormick. If you maybe remember last year at the ABAPConf 2024, also here in Mannheim, he always gave a nice presentation, which I think wasn't even a presentation, it was a nice ride
demo.
Through a live system,
Yeah.
and the expectations are high that we once again are going to see a nice live demo without PowerPoint slides, because this is also really nice from SAP people, not going to PowerPoints, but really showing on the system, which also means the stuff is working. Yeah, or going to be released soon. Yeah. And I don't know, Sebastian, are you going on also part of the presentation or just on the speaker? Okay.
He will take all the questions. Then.
Okay, perfect. So in that regard, that's from my side. I hand over to Christoph and have fun.
Thank you, Tobias. Hello. Yeah, like last year, I will try to have less PowerPoint slides and will give you an update about what is in from SAP, what we evolved in the last half a year and what is new towards you as a developer for Fiori applications. And yeah, this is in short what it's about. And I have brought 3 topics for you today. So the first one is an update about generative AI and further things, what we are currently having in development. Last time I showed it as a very rough prototype and POC, what we wanted to do with generative AI for RAP services. Now it's actually in development. So there's a labs preview, and hope I can soon announce that we have it for you to try out. But at the moment, it's still a labs preview for RAP. And the second big topic is we always want to support all kinds of developers. So, and the full stack developer is somebody, or is a person or persona, which we want to support with bridging the gaps between different tools and making things easier so that you directly can do things with a few clicks and not having to back and forth and enter the same data again and again. So there's also an update in regards of what I showed last year. Last year I showed you a version of creating apps out of ADT in your development environment. Now it's even quicker and even faster where you can get an app from. And the last topic is for all of you who have SAP apps or other apps and want to create variants out of it with adaptation projects. And for this, we have, I'm not sure whether you all know it already, we have a totally new offering, the adaptation editor, and we enhanced it significantly in the last half a year or more, and I will like to show you the features for it. Okay, let's go into the demos. This is the one you are waiting for. Okay, AI demos. All what you see now is still labs preview, and let's go to my business application studio. So I will start with the question is, how do you quickly get an application out of a sketch or a document description? And for this, we are offering the Project Accelerator. The Project Accelerator is currently already delivered for CAP. And as said, we are working currently on making it also available for RAP. So it is a greenfield approach for you as UX developer or consultant to quickly get a running app out of some sketch or some rough description on what you want to do. So, and I will show it to you. So I have prepared here an image. This is actually a real one, which was used in one of our workshops, and we painted it here to the wall. So we want to have a travel management app, and yeah, one page should show the travels with some information, and then additional details should be in bookings page for each travel. And yeah, and there's also some written information about what we would like to have to show on the different pages. And now the question is, with our AI project accelerator, what can it do with it? So for this, I'm going to the project accelerator tool, and this is the interface. It describes a bit what it does for you, and you can just start typing here, but as we have already our image ready, we can upload it here, and I choose the image. You can also upload PDF, docs, and JPEGs, and things like that. So, yep, okay, it recognized it. Good. So, and then click generate. That's all. And the first thing we need to wait whether it have accepted it as a valid application. So, of course, you cannot put any picture successfully in it. So it needs to be some kind of app. Yeah, otherwise it would be different. Okay, step 1 is good, so everything is fine. It will take a while. That's why I will switch back to the slides for a second. Yeah, and I would like to give a bit of a background on what is actually happening now. So it takes a input, whatever it is, be it a text or an image, and tries to map it to one of the existing floor plans within our Fiori Elements development framework. List report object page and a combination, all of that. And with that information, it goes further. So it didn't ask me back anything, so it means it already recognized everything. If there would be ambiguity or it's unclear what to do, then it would ask questions and for clarification. So, and now the LLM does the work. So we have a nice prompt then engineered for the LLM, and it with all the input, and it is processed. So what we need is, we need a data model, of course. We need sample data. We need the information on how many pages, what pages, so list report, object page, how many object pages, how are they connected, what data is to be displayed on each of those. And all this now determined and put into an internal format, JSON format. And with this format, then we procedurally create the artifacts. So, and what we create is, we create the service in the ABAP backend. CDS views, expose it, everything. Then creates the annotations locally for the project, generates a project at all the manifest settings which are potentially needed. And finally, you have a totally running app, like any other Fiori Elements application based on a RAP service. So just to repeat what I said, the whole functionality is already available for CAP scenarios. So together with sub-build code, it is available for you if you want to prototype with CAP, then everything is already live and can be used. And the difference is now that we also have a RAP service as the outcome. Good. Okay, I talked a lot, so I hope this was enough time for the, yes, it was enough time. So we have a nice data successful message. This is always what I like, that you see it here. And yeah, we can click it away. And what you end up with is, you end up with our kind of fact sheet of the app, the application info page. This is a one-stop shop for all the SAP Fiori applications in the development environment, Visual Studio Code or BUS, coming from our SAP Fiori tools. You see a couple of details about technical details. You can access certain important files directly from here. And you see also the service. Yeah, you see here the main service is this name 001. So, okay, I will not go into detail in the ABAP model, but I will prove to you that it actually created the service. So let me quickly check. I have, so here, of course, I prepared this upfront and did some dry runs. So there are already some services available. So I need to refresh now. Yeah. And when I'm doing that, yes, I get a new one. So I have here a new travel service. So it's real, so it's nothing faked. So, and you see here the data model. You can also drill into that and see that there was actually created something in the ABAP backend. Good. Okay, let's go back to the app info page. Okay, so this was all theory, but you want to see the app, right? That's why let's go to preview and start this mock data. The mock data, this was the one which the AI invented based on the context. And then let's compare it with a picture and hope that we got what we painted. So, okay, list report looks already quite good. So we have here a trip name and status price. In the filter bar, it's also interesting because we didn't specify what to put in the filter bar, just choose something on its own. And then here we have the table with the trip name, employee status, trip start, trip end date, which is actually quite good if I remember correctly. So we have travel, trip name, employee status, trip start, trip end date. And price is not visible because of the size, but it's also there. You saw it in the filter bar. So, and the detail page was not specified in great detail. So it also invented things here to put in the header and put in general information, but it's all reasonable. And we also said we want to have associated bookings. So it created a second object page and also put a table on the first object page showing some sample or dummy bookings. And let's see what it invented for the last page. Yes, it's also kind of reasonable to put the price here in the header. Yes, and so. Yes, good. Okay, it was a good result. So the results vary a bit. So because all the things you do not specify then are open for interpretation by the language model. So you end up with some fields maybe a bit different positioned or some decisions made a bit differently each time. But this is how AI works. Okay, good. Let's go back to the list report. So, and I can also assure you this is a fully functional app with all the capabilities of the Fiori tools. You can now take it, show it around, let people play with it, get feedback and do changes. So, and how do you do classic, how do you changes on a Fiori or Fiori Elements application? You use the Fiori tools. So, and let's go to the page map. Okay, app info page, I think we can close now. Okay. In the app info page, you are, okay, let's maybe adjust the zoom level a bit. Yeah, okay. So in the info page, from the info page, you can go to the page map. The page map is a tool which shows you the structure of the application where you can modify central things like adding flexible column layout or do other settings which are affecting the whole app or change the title or add I18N properties, things like that. And if you click on one of those pencil icons for individual pages, you reach, okay, let me make this a bit smaller here. Good, so that we have enough space to show it. Then you see a schematic view of the structure of the page and can see the properties you can modify. Yeah, so we have no actions here in the filter bar. You see here the different filters. You can change properties here with the page editor, or do things like move the columns around. So if you don't like the order, then you can just drag and drop and move it around. And we have an auto reload. So that means when you are doing that, let's go back here, then you see the change was just done. Good. Okay, so you can also add new columns, new basic columns, if there would be more in the service. So let's see, do we have any further columns not yet used by the model? It doesn't look like there's only technical ones. So I think most of the things were used actually. Okay, so this is nice, fast, and you do not need to know in detail how the things are done. Is this annotation, manifest, or whatever, or XML settings. But there's an even easier way how you can do that. If you just want to talk to the thing, and this is the new thing which we are currently working on to enhance the input capabilities with conversational AI. So, okay, for this. Let's close our page editor and go back here. And now we have to open, oops, our RAP project. Yeah, this is also labs preview, so we are working on it, and hope that we can have this productized as soon as possible. So, and in this prototype version, you have here the Joule interface, and in the Joule interface, you have a new command, Fiori chat, and then we can talk to the chat and give tasks. So, the first task is it should start the preview. Preview. Let's see. Okay, it starts a preview. It does not yet know that it has to start with the mock data. Okay, good. This is something we have to improve to teach it also this piece. But it knew which command to start when I requested the preview. Okay, first thing. Good. Okay, what don't we? What is not good here? So I think one thing which I already mentioned, we don't see the price in the table. That's not good. We would like to have the price always visible, and yeah, I have no idea how to do that. That's why I just say that, or ask that task here. Please make the price always visible. Okay. I think you can afford typos. Price visible on the list report. Good. Okay, let's see. Okay. Yes, it has done it. But what technically actually happened is it set the importance to high. This is totally technical, but it understood that what the intention, yeah? It understood the intent and realized it with the technical means. Okay, good. What else? Okay, the next one, what I don't like is that we can only filter for trip name and price. I would also like to filter for trip start date and trip end date. So that's why. I'm always say please, sorry, this you don't need to do that, but the start and date to the filter bar. Okay. So this was two actions basically, yeah. So two fields in one, yeah. So it has to execute two particular actions, and yes, it did it. So we have the start date here, and we have the end date here. Perfect. Of course, you could imagine if you would have here a voice connection, you would also be just talking to it. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, so then let's go maybe to the object page to create some new stuff. So, okay, object page. Okay, we need a new section here. Okay, good. Create a new section on the object page. So we have two object pages. Let's see what happens. Yes, because I didn't specify on which object page, it now asks me which one I would like to have the new section on. That's why. Okay, I can be brief here. I put it on the travel object page. Okay, let's see. Not yet. So, no. Okay, let me quickly read what it said. Please provide it. Okay, good. My bad. I forgot to specify a label because sections have to have a label. So, okay. But it's all reasonable, yeah. So it's nothing kind of where. The question is totally reasonable because you have to have a label for each section. That's fine. Okay, good. New section dates has been successfully created in the travel object page. Okay, good. Yes, but it's empty. So, and I like now to move the two dates in this new section. Okay, this is probably easy. Move the start and end date to the new section. Remember, I said new section, so it remembers the context. Yeah, it remembers the context. This was the last section which was created, so it didn't. Hopefully, it didn't ask me again. Doesn't ask me again about which section. So it should remember that this was the section which was created. The trip date have been successfully. Okay. Yes, it works. Good. And the last one. So this was mostly annotation-based changes, but you can also ask for manifest changes like flexible column layout. So this last one, but you can basically do everything what you can do, more or less everything what you can do with the tool, with the page map and page editor itself is clicking. Not everything yet, because we have to enhance it carefully to not destabilize the language model, but in principle, yes. So please enable flexible column layout. So it should switch now the context and remember or know that it is a setting for the whole application. Let's see whether this, yes, it worked. Yeah. So throw away the context and do a global setting. And we have flexible column layout enabled. Yeah, it gets better and better. And I cannot promise the date yet, but I hope we have something soon. And this is working for all kinds of applications. So this is not restricted to CAP or RAP. This works with all the Fiori Elements applications. Everything which is supported by the page editor and page map can then use this functionality. Good. Okay. So, and let me go back to the slides shortly. Good. Why does? Okay. So, to give you a summary about what is available from the ones we have seen and what is in development and what is the prototype. So the product accelerator for that rapid prototyping, greenfield approach, putting in a picture, get a running app out of it, is released already for CAP, as I said. Currently, we are developing it also with RAP. This was the demo you have seen. The next thing, which I didn't show, because it's something only available for CAP right now, is advanced editing capabilities in the application modeler, page map, page editor. When we have a CAP model, then we can also, on the fly, invent new elements. So usually the tool is restricted to the things which are already in the service. It doesn't modify the service, but for CAP, we have also the capability to write through into the service. If the certain service has a certain structure, then you can add new fields, and the fields are then added also to the service, and AI is used to create mock data for it. But this is currently only available for CAP. And the last one, what you see, where we are prototyping and also developing, is that AI assistant for conversational changes. Good. Okay, so this was the first piece of the story, of my 3 stories. So next one. Okay, let's go to the quick Fiori app demo. Okay, and now we are switching to the classic full stack developer, and we are going in ADT. Okay, so no, I don't want to save it. So I think let's take the question afterwards to the end here. Good. Last year I showed you how to create a Fiori app directly from a service binding in ADT. And now we have enhanced that functionality even more. So let's do the same. And now you get 2 options. The one option is a quick Fiori application deploy. So I forgot one step, sorry, because this is basically doing the following. It takes what you see when you click on preview and deploys it as an app. But I didn't show you the preview, so that's why I'm cheating a bit. That's why I'm showing you the preview. So if you have a service binding, there is a default preview in ADT, which just takes a totally plain Fiori Elements list report object page and fills it with the annotation and the data and the meta model of the service. Nothing else. No manifest change, nothing special. It's just the pure ABAP annotations and everything else. So this is the benefit of Fiori Elements, that if you have defined and declared everything in ABAP, you can just add a Fiori Elements application and you're done. So, and this is basically the service. The service has backend annotations in CDS, and it already looks quite good. So, and why should I now start a development process somewhere? And I just want this app to deploy and distribute. I'm just ready. And if I want to take this one-to-one, then I can now use that first option, the quick Fiori app. Great. And answer a couple of questions. Okay, I would like to have it for temp, and then, okay, services, okay, main entity, this was travel, module name is basically the name of the application, ABAP, okay, no capitals, ABAPConf, 1, and demo app, and I need a repository, set demo 05 something. Okay, good. Okay, and finish. So it takes those as app, bundles it as a normal distribution package, and deploys it to the system. So it asked me to open the service binding. As I had the service binding already open, I canceled it. I don't need it twice. And now you see a new link appearing here, the Fiori app URL. And this is now not going to the transient preview, it goes to the deployed app. And this is basically what you saw before in the preview. Here we go. If you're happy with it, then you can take it. But you will say, okay, but I need some changes. I need to modify some manifest change. I want flexible column layout. I would like to have some tweaks. Don't worry, you are not cut off. You can take this and import in your IDE. And this goes with the same button, and now it's pre-configured and knows you have already something deployed for the service binding, and you can right away take it to the IDE. So, okay, let me check. Check connection. I'm using the business application studio in this example. Okay, apply, close. And okay, maybe I clicked wrong. Sorry, this was probably my fault. Let's see, create. Yeah, okay, I clicked the wrong button. Okay, now it's starting up my business application studio, and we're waiting for the special generator, which gets all the information from the ADT. It knows the package, it knows the system, it knows the application, it proposes a folder, all fine. I do not need to enter anything. Everything is already clear because it is a deployed app, and then finish. Now the dependencies for our development tools need to be installed, and in short time, you have our one-stop shop application info page for this application. So, and from here, you can take it as a normal development project, modify it, redeploy it, and do whatever changes are needed for the lifecycle of the application. Okay. And stay tuned, there will more to come, so we will further invest into make it easier for full stack developers to develop it smoothly between ABAP and Fiori Elements. Good, this was the second part. Now we come to the third part. Okay, let me close some tabs here. Okay, we have to go to our main folder again. Okay, we also don't need the picture anymore. Okay. Now we are switching persona So we are not in the application developer domain anymore, but we are in the domain of the adaptation developer, or somebody who is taking an existing application and wants to create a variant out of it. So we have already a deployed application, import it, create an adaptation project, and want now to modify it, because that's the purpose of the app variant. So I have prepared it already. I have imported an application here. It's also a travel application. And this is an adaptation project. So, and here I have all the features available in a context-sensitive way for the adaptation project. Also, we have our info page. Info page is always the one-stop shop you can use here in this environment if you have Fiori tools installed. If you are lost, yeah, then right-click, application info page, and then you find everything there. Yeah, so you don't need to memorize commands. You can start with commands or from the right-click menu. But if you get lost, start the info page, and everything is fine. And then you see what is possible for the respective project type. Good, adaptation project. So here the most important thing is the adaptation editor, not the preview, because the adaptation editor includes the preview. That's why I am starting the adaptation editor. Good. Maybe quick question in the round. Who have already worked with a new adaptation editor? Okay. okay, I have to raise my hand to. Okay, this was two, right? Yeah. Okay. So, so what we see now here, maybe we can do something to make it a bit easier. I hope this is still fine for the stream. Let me reduce the resolution or increase it a bit so that we can see more from the elements. Okay. People who remember the visual editor, it's the same principle. You have an outline on the left, you have the preview in the middle, and you have all the properties and all the additional action on the right side in the property panel. So, but now the tricky part begins. So I would like to change something. The first thing what I don't like, I do not like that header here. I want to get rid of it. So how do I do it now? Okay, maybe right click. No, this was the whole page. Okay, the light blue. Not so good to see. Okay, here not. Okay, filter bar. No, and I don't want to mess with the filter bar. Everybody who has worked with it and with it WYSIWYG view, it's nice if you actually can pinpoint the thing you have to manipulate. But if you are not able to do that, then you would like to have a different way to do that, and that's why you can do it with our outline. So if you know the element you want to manipulate, then you can go here to the outline. You see also the highlights is the one with properties. So dynamic title, page title is the one. And if I click on it, you see it's then automatically highlight, and I can see it. And I would like to remove it, and then just context menu and gone. I don't need to pixel perfect select things on the screen anymore. This is very helpful. So we have now a new change. So it goes into the unsaved changes. You can always revert from this with undo until you save, but you would like to persist it, and then it's saved in the project as a change file. Good. Next thing, I would like to modify something here on the columns. Okay, the next problem. Okay, columns. Okay, add fragment. No, I don't want to add a fragment. How do I do that actually? That's tricky. No, it's not tricky. We have a new quick actions list. So if you are lost and don't know how to do your task, then look whether there's a quick action. And we selected it based on feedback of users, what to choose here. And I would like to change the tables counters. Oh, nice. Here, just click on it. And then the respective dialog opens. And I don't need to know where I have to click it in the canvas. Just click here and it comes up. So, and I can do simple changes like I would like to have the supplier not displayed, and the last processing date is for me quite important. I put it here, and yeah, it's done. Last processing date is here, status is gone, and we have a new change, and then let's save it. Okay, good. This was ease of use for all the general functionality. So we put the most important or most prominent things here on this quick action list, and you can access all the functions. You can right click here on the canvas also with the outline. That is basically a general improvement. So there are more improvements. So if you have an v4 application or data v4 based application, then you know that the changes are not done with your flex changes anymore, but with manifest changes. Yeah, and how do I do manifest changes now? In previous times, you had to go to the project, open the manifest app descriptor, and change things in a special format. But now you can do it right here. So what I would like to change is I would like to have the table auto loaded when I'm going into it. So, and that's why I'm going here. I have to go here to the page and then look for the property. Yeah, initial load is the property. You can always also use search if you are not sure which the name of the property, or if you only know partial name and if the list is long. Okay, initial load is auto. Auto means basically it only activates when you have a filter defined, but we have no filter defined. That's why it's not auto load, but we would like to have it enabled, always enabled. And you see this little note here, the change will be valid, visible after save and reload. And also the icon here above is changed to save and reload, because this time is not something like in your flex change which you patch after rendering the app on the final your 5 views, but this is something which has to be going through the bootstraps. That means you have to reload the app to make manifest changes applied, and that's why and we know that. That's why we offer this alternative functionality. Okay, good. Yeah, that's some warnings. Okay, table is auto-filled like we wanted, and you have no header, and everything is like so. Okay, but there is more. Let's go to the object page. Oh, this object page is empty. That's not good. What do? Yeah. So we have no access to the original app because we are not the owner of the app. So what can I do now? I can add a facet, but facet means I have to provide an annotation. How do I do that? Easily. You go here to the quick actions, and okay, we need to, okay, oh, sorry, I need to go to adaptation again. Yeah, we are in navigation mode. And then I have a new option here, add local annotation file. And it does exactly this. So we have no annotation editor here in this canvas. It doesn't make sense because it's so rich and offers LSP and all this functionality. That's why for this further editing, you have to go to the IDE. Let's go back. We have our project here, web app changes, and sorry, my bad, I didn't save. Okay, always save. Yeah, now we have the annotation file here. Yeah, it's just the template basically with the namespace and all this thing, and you can now start typing and editing your annotations. Of course, I have prepared that so to speed up this process a bit. So I have my facet annotation here. Okay, see, and then go back here. Sorry, no, this one wrong change. So okay, good. To prove that the full capability of the annotation LSP for the port is available, you see, for example, here that this is complained about because you shouldn't use plain strings. Yeah, you should always have a key for your I18N file so that the translation can happen. And you get the quick fix here and just, okay, well, I'm probably, okay, quick fix. Yeah, okay, good. It's done. I think I have autosave on, so everything should be there. So then one small detail, saving, yeah, and reloading. it now detected that there was a change outside the tool. So it knows that in order to see that again, because annotations are part of the, we have to go to the bootstrap, we need to reload. So I am clicking on reload here. And he should know. Yes, we see our facet, which was added to the imported app in the adaptation project. Okay, with that, thank you very much for your attention. And we have a last slide for you. Okay, just a second. Yeah, thank you very much. And questions? Do we have a microphone or?
Oh. Ach Gott, da steht ja noch einer.
So, questions? All right. I will start from the front and go up to the end.
Thank you. I have two questions. The first is, could I also use the AI? Oh, damn. Okay. Could I also use the AI chat mode to work in the adaptation project? So could you have asked Joule to create those facets?
Not yet, but we know that this also is a demand, and this will come hopefully in a process. So we know that, yes. At the moment not. We are focusing on the developing of the app at this point to get this stable and out. And this is definitely one of the next steps then to take it as well.
Great, thank you.
Just behind you.
I have also one question. The first topic that you showed, will it be first only available on ABAP environment in BTP, or will it also later then come to OnStack?
So, cloud first, that means it will be available for cloud first, and all later we have to see. Yeah. At the moment, the first is planned for cloud. Yeah.
I have a question for developing the app. What would happen if you ask the app to display a sales document, to make it changeable, and to, let's say, display parts of the business partner from the official interfaces SAP is providing?
Yeah, that's a good point. At the moment, the AI feature works for Greenfield, so it is not yet capable to digest existing models, existing services, and takes this into account for decisions regarding the application. But this is something also we have on our radar. Does it answer your question? So it's a bit harder problem to solve to make the LLM understand the existing models, which could be arbitrarily complex, and take those into account for the application decision. But it's known.
Does this mean your documentation for the RP is not good enough?
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say so because I would assume that the metadata and the annotations from an existing service should be sufficient at the end to give the AI a glimpse on what the semantic is. So the field names and all these things, I would assume that the AI can guess out of it. Let's see.
I have a question about the pricing for the AI queries. Because can we just use this an unlimited amount of times to keep tweaking our app, or will this result in increasing costs?
So at the moment, there are some discussions about the pricing model. Currently, the AI features which are already released and the ones which will come are part of sub-build code license. And if I remember correctly, I think there's a trial period currently. I think it was extended for some time. November, was it? September extended, where you can freely use it when you have that license. What comes afterwards is not yet communicated, and we frankly also don't know yet what will be the decision, how this will work in the future. Yeah, we have to see.
Okay. My question is, how maintainable is this code? I mean, if I now create this Fiori app via the AI, am I always forced to use the AI, especially for bugs? Is the code behind it some AI gibberish no human can understand, or can I go into it and debug, etc.?
Very good question. The code would basically be the same as when you would use the classic tools, or when you would probably have done it your own, because we are not actually generating classic procedural code. So there is no JavaScript or anything generated. The only thing what we are generating is CDS and annotations, and in a nice format way. You have seen it quickly in the ADT glimpse, so it should be fully readable. So we are not generating any procedural code where you later have to check, okay, what does the code actually do? No. And this is a benefit also from on the UI side from the Fiori Elements framework, that in many cases where you do not need very special things, you do not need code at all. So it's fully okay. Like we have seen in the second demo when I had this ABAP service with a preview, this was basically zero code. It was just CDS models, annotations, and the front end was generated at runtime based on this information. So for those applications, the code is actually in the runtime and not something you have to program. And the AI currently, in these scenarios, does not create any JavaScript or things which you may have to worry about. Yeah.
Thank you. So what we have seen, just only maybe customizing AI can do it. For example, hide or display columns or filters. My question is, could we be also use AI maybe in the future to detect the errors, or he just help us by coding, for example? Could be.
So we have something like that for the runtime as well. So I'm not sure whether my colleague Markus will talk about it tomorrow. Yes, I got a nodding. So there will be a talk tomorrow afternoon. I think it's the last session about the runtime part. I was covering the tools part for the design time. In the runtime part, we have functionality like that in all applications where you get help on error resolution. So if you see a problem and don't know what to do, then you can ask the AI, roughly, can ask the AI to tell me what I should do, what's wrong. Yeah.
So in the first demo which you showed, you generated an RAP OData service from the BAS.
Yes.
So in the ideal scenario, we have multiple backend systems connected to the BAS. And I need to give my package, transport everything, but I don't see anything in this demo. Is this something configurable?
Yes, it will be configurable in the final version. This was just abbreviating things were hard-coded, but in the final version, you can select in which package and which transport and all these things.
And in the conversational AI, you added some annotations, like adding a section. So does this annotations be added on the BAS level in the UI, or will it be transferred back to the OData annotations of RAP?
Yeah, all the UI annotations, which I did during the demo, were created locally in the project. They were not pushed down to the ABAP system. It's a compromise to be having a speed solution, but there is nothing wrong in mixing that and saying the data model is in the backend and UI annotations, which also can override backend annotations on the front end. So this is a total valid mix. And this is for speed of development, this tooling, we did that route. Yeah. Here was a question at the front.
Was this correct that it's necessary to use the hospitalized?
I'm not sure whether I got sub-build code. You need sub-build code license.
Here, question?
For the AI features. I think this is true for all the AI features, right? Bastian? Okay, good.
That you can do right now for the cup version of this. But then I don't know how many queries you get out of it from the AI, but this is free and you can set it up.
But the live version doesn't have the RAP tile, just disclaimer to be sure. So the live version is cup only at the moment.
In the demo, you showed us adding fields or adding sections, right? But they are just, if the fields are available on the metadata, then you will be able to add it. But in my case, I would like to add a new section along with the new fields, which are not available on the OData service. Or maybe it could be a new table that has to be created as part of my changes. Is it capable enough?
The principal AI interface is capable of it, but at the moment, only for CAP. So we have a version of the AI interface, conversational AI, which you can use also to create new elements, like I do want a completely new field invented by the AI or with sample data, you can do that. But this is currently working in our prototype only for CAP. I cannot say when it will be for RAP, because for RAP it's more challenging, because then you come into the scenario of modifying existing things, and then we are again in this complex situation where we have to teach the model to understand what is existing, to know where to insert, not mess things up. Yeah. So the CAP models, which we generate with our project accelerator, we know the limited scope. We know the scope of those, and for those we will have it initially.
Yep. How do I know what are all the capabilities possible in the AI? Is it what I see in the Fiori, let's say, guided development? Is AI doing everything in a textual format, or is there a separate way how the AI is working?
You're asking how to develop Fiori applications?
No, my question is like in BAS, there is already a guided development. If I want to create something, which I do it on mouse clicks, is AI doing exactly the same action in a textual format, or is there something completely different?
Basically, yes.
Okay, all right.
I have one question regarding the quick Fiori app functionality. When is it available, or for which, which releases is it available?
Then let me quickly go back. You can also pause the video. The quick Fiori application feature is available as of SAP BTP ABAP 2.5.05 and together with the latest SAP Fiori tools.
Pues. You, right?
Yeah.
Question or no one? No one? So then, no further questions. I would say Christoph is not running away.
No.
So if you still have questions, just capture him at the exit. One more question. Last question also.
In the quick Fiori app, there were like buttons automatically added, like create, like reject, approve, and those stuff. So
this was because there were annotations. There were annotations in the ABAP defined. This function imports were declared. So this was all in the ABAP. This was all in the service.
From the annotations.
The app, which all annotations in the ABAP. So there was no modifications done in the application.
It's not automatically came in.
It came automatically, but you have to declare it.
In the annotation.
That's the beauty of your elements. You get everything automatically rendered, but you have to declare what you want. So whether you want an action and the filter bar, you have to declare with annotation, and then Fiori Elements renders it.
And we know what we want now. That is, give him a big applause. Very nice demo. Very impressive, and I just can repeat myself. Most of the stuff was, beside the PowerPoint slides, was live. So it's working. Unfortunately, sometimes it's on the labs preview. It's not released for us, but as you can see, it's already working, and soon enough we will also get access to this incredible stuff. So thank you very much for showing this to us. And we now have roughly about a 5 minutes break, and then we have the second talk of today from Arish Rupa. Are you here? Here it is, from SBB, and the title of his session, just let me take a deep breath because it's really impressively long. Navigating the Clean Core journey at SBB, the Schweizer Bundesbahn, if I'm informed correctly. Building modern Fiori Elements applications with RAP and ABAP Cloud Model for SAP S/4HANA on-premise. And as I've seen good enough here, most people are on-premise, so this is your talk. So.
45 minutes, sir.
Ist it live, oder?
Ja, sind wir.
Okay.
So 45 minutes, right?
45 minutes,
Starting
plus
now?
minus
Okay.
10,
Okay.
15. So we are not so strict. You had your talk already?
Yeah.
So, welcome back. Next session of the day before the lunch break. We have a coffee break. This time with Archie Rupper from SBB, so Schweizer Bundesbahn from Switzerland, and he will share his journey on navigating the clean core with RESTful application programming model, web, and Fiori applications. I'm really excited because if you have read the abstract, he is where most of us are trying to get to. S4 2023, Fiori Elements, Web Development Program, and ABAP Cloud. So, stage is yours, Ashish.
Thanks for this. So, good afternoon, everyone, and let's start. Louder, okay. Okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I'll give a very short intro about myself, about SBB, and then we jump in to the details. So myself, Ashish, I am working as a software architect at SBB. I represent, we call it as agile teams in our company. I represent the team which is part of the rolling stock, basically the trains which move on the tracks, basically the maintenance, the development. So we deal with the process, basically in the asset management area. So that's from the process side. And today we'll be talking about the journey, how we are going with the clean code journey, what problems we see, what doesn't work. So this is just the agenda for that. I'll start with about SBB, Schweizer Bundesbahn. It's the railways in Switzerland. So we are the only railways we operate. They're operating in Switzerland, and we have both passenger and cargo division. We operate both passenger and cargo. About 1.3 million people travel every day using our railways, and we also have large network of trains, tracks, stations, cargos. We produce our own electricity and also consume a lot of electricity for running those trains. So we have different divisions, as you can imagine: infrastructure, real estate, finance. So as in terms of SAP, it's not the end user facing product, but it's a B2B scenario. So we manage SAP, using SAP to manage our infrastructure and the rolling stock. About punctuality, this is something which I'm always amazed by and also proud of at SBB is the percentage, 93.2%. This is last updated in April. What does it mean in terms of punctuality is the train reaches the destination not more than 3 minutes late. So if it's more than 3 minutes late, it's not punctual. And this is the punctuality overall Switzerland. So it's quite reliable. You can always trust to take the next interchange connection. Within 6 minutes, you can always make it. So it's always a remarkable number. It works. And yeah, it's something I'm very proud of as well. So let's jump into the S4 side. Like many of the other companies using SAP, we have been using ECC. We are transitioning to S4. And we have a lot of processes which over the years have accumulated into mini processes, so it's not harmonized. And one of the goals is to harmonize our process. This is what this picture represents, where we have different individual processes. And with S4, we are harmonizing into a one single process. So the S4 building represents our harmonized system. That's the goal. And for that is the reason why we went with the greenfield approach, not brownfield or lift and shift, but we really start from new process. We redo our process, we recheck and rebuild. So that's the reason. And one of the, from the user side, what we want to accomplish is we have Fiori first approach. It's not Fiori only, but Fiori first. Wherever feasible, we choose to go ahead with Fiori. There might be some scenarios where Fiori is not realistic, so it's a Fiori first approach. And also from the architecture side, we have this API first principle, use always APIs where available. So that's the other aspect. So I'll just go back into what I have two applications which I want to showcase as a use case, what we did, what are the problems, what we learned, what maybe you can also learn from this. And this is a maintenance plan manager, as I would like to call it. And this is a typical GUI application. Like in many scenarios you would have seen, you have a selection screen, you have an output, this is an editable ALV, you can change the values, you have lots of actions, you can jump into another screen. It does a lot of things. It's like a cockpit with a lot of functions. And this is our core application which we are using for the maintenance planning of a rolling stock. And it's a high volume based, so we are processing like 1,000, 1,500 records at one go. It's high volume transaction, and it's been used for last 15 years. So for an ERP software, that's a very good lifetime, 15 years. And this is one application which is based on the GUI. Another is this, I call it as task list manager, which, so the name also kind of gives you the underlying business object with which we are working with. In terms of task list manager, this is working with the task list SAP business object, as you call it. And this is a bit more modern. This is based on the WebDyn Pro ABAP. This is also in use for 10 years. And it also has a lot of functionalities. High density layout in terms of what information you can see. And yeah, it has a lot of functions as well. So this is the two applications for which I'm kind of going to go into a bit details in terms of clean core. So this is the existing ECC application, and the first thing we have to decide is how do we want to approach this. So there are two, I try to split into two aspects. One is the change management aspect, another is technical aspect. Change management is a bit tricky one because it's more about perception, more about convincing the users. Like we have a lot of users who have been using R3 and they are now going to start using Fiori. And maybe they had one bad experience, or maybe it doesn't look same. So a lot of them are still comfortable with a GUI-based application. So there is a lot of resistance in general. This is a common problem which we have when we are migrating to Fiori. So one is we need to get the Fiori UX acceptance from the users that they are ready to accept the new solution. And other is the technical aspect. For technical aspect, it's more as this is kind of we are building our own product, and we want to have certain principles when we are building this. So one is this low-code approach, and other is we want to have stability across releases. We have every 2 years the upgrade cycle, and we don't want to invest every 2 years fixing something because it broke. So we want to have a stable platform here. And of course, the usual governance, how do we govern this code? We don't want to create also something which becomes like a monster or a spaghetti because of various invalidations. So you also want to have good technical build, no technical depth. We want to avoid that. So those are the kind of the goals we have when we are thinking about it. And I think this is my personal opinion. I think the low-code approach, maybe the term changes over time. Maybe vibe coding is the new thing which SAP starts marketing more as well. So regarding the first change management approach, here we have mockups. The reason why I say mockup is this is not a real application. What we did is we built a mockup in Figma using there are templates for Fiori elements, templates which we are using. And we use that to build mockups of how the application will look like in Fiori. This serves multiple purposes. One is when you have such a large application with multiple functionalities, for the user, it gives them a feel how the application might look like, what are they going to get before we actually build. So you get an early, you could also go with a clickable prototype here. But it also gives a kind of a confidence for them what could be possible, what is feasible. So this is what we did. This helped us to get the acceptance part from the users. And this has other advantages as well, like to do this mockup, it's not just that you put a layout and put some data in. In this case, we had to also decide on the data model. So this is a typical Fiori Elements application where you see you have on the left side the list report, you have the object page. From the data model, you have like a parent-child relationship. So we had to decide, is this data what we are going to build for the application, does it fit this data model? And if yes, then you can already fine-tune it. So you already have a rough idea how the application is going to be in terms of data model also. So it also helps us to finalize this. This is one advantage. And also for the developers who finally do the build, they have a kind of rough guidance which direction to go. So this is the mockup which is for the maintenance plan manager. Similarly, we also created a mockup for the task list manager. Again, this is a Fiori Elements template based floor plan. You have a list report, you have an object page with multiple tabs for different things. So this was the mockup. And next decision was more from the architecture side. How do we want to go? So as I said, we have this low code approach we want to go with. We want to have stability across releases. And with that in mind, from the low code approach, we decided to go with Fiori Elements because it makes sense. We reduce our development effort time. We don't reinvent a framework to get something similar. It's already there. Metadata driven, it's very clean, very nice. So that is the reason why we went with Fiori Elements. And of course, the requirement is not always satisfied with the complete metadata driven approach. There are some requirements for which it doesn't fit in the standard pattern. And for that, we have extensions, of course. And for these extensions, then the idea is how do we go ahead with, again, a low-code approach. And here the building blocks is quite nice. If it fits your use case, this, in our case at least, helps us to reduce, again, the front-end development. I'll go in a bit what we have done here. But it also helps. And building blocks is v4 exclusive. So that is one reason why we also went with Fiori Elements v4. And also, this is, as I said, it's a mass transaction application. We are working with large amount of data. And v4 is also supposed to handle, it's more lightweight in terms of protocol. So from performance, this is a better option. So that is the reason why we went with Fiori Elements v4. Of course, we are doing Fiori. We want to use a stack which works with it. RAP is obviously the right fit for this. And this is for the technology stack, what we did. And of course, when I talk about stability, governance, for us, the 3-tier extensibility, we'll go in a moment also, makes more sense. It fits for our use case. And ABAP cloud model, yeah, we come into this a bit in a moment. And let's go into the Fiori low code, what we did. So this is the actual build. What we saw earlier was a prototype. This is the actual final application. You have the list report, you have the object page, and you drill down, you go in, you select the entries, what you need, and then you click one of the action buttons, and you have this view. So this view doesn't fit in the standard, or you cannot jump directly for multiple selections. So here, what we have is, this is again a metadata-driven design here. It's completely built from the backend. And on the front end side, what you see here is you just have this macros. It's just a few lines of, could call it as a code. It's not technically code, but yeah, it's a code which you draw the XML macros table and you bind it to your data model, and your entire application is done in terms of extension. You don't need to do any other development. You don't need to create do the binding manually or load the data. All is taken care. The same as your Fiori Elements, you get all the advantages here. It's quite nice, quite flexible. But we are on S4 2023 release, which is already 2 years old. In terms of technology stack, we are lagging a lot. 2 years old UI5, it's 1.120 release. Today we are on 1.133, I think. So there are a lot of features which are not available in the current version. So this is a common problem with any UI version. You want to do something, there is some functionality missing. It's available only on a new release. You can't upgrade to a new release yet. This is the other example of the problem what we have. So before we display the table, we want to pre-filter it with some data. So there is a standard event available which allows you to pass what you want to do as a filter, and you can get it. But this is not available in the release which we are using. So of course, when you don't have something from the library, then you need to look for a creative solution. In this case, we use a filter bar. So filter bar is then similar to your list report. You have a filter bar, you have an output. So we also use a filter bar using macros. But once we pass the filters, we just dynamically hide it. So it's still within not using or using only public APIs, but we are still able to do it. So you have to sometimes look for creative solutions when you can't fit using the standard public methods. But yeah, this is one aspect how Fiori Elements is nice. It's not reinventing the wheel. You don't have to care about where to place the button, alignment, routing, everything comes out of the box from the app side. So this is probably the nicest aspect of Fiori Elements. Let's go into on the cloud model, 3-tier extensibility. Maybe a question for the audience here. How many of you have heard of 3-tier model? Okay, and how many have a decent knowledge what it means, 3-tier model? Okay, that's good. Makes it easier to understand what I present next. Otherwise, yeah, it gets crazy. And personally, I see this ABAP cloud model. This is a very twist of words. You have BTP on ABAP. You have ABAP on cloud model. For me, it's always quite difficult to explain somebody what is this. For example, I had a discussion with one of the senior management guys. They're not too much into the technicalities of what is, they're looking at the tickets, they're looking at the slides from SAP, ABAP cloud model. When I talk about this ABAP cloud model, they think, you're doing something on BTP on ABAP. No, it's not BTP on ABAP, but it's cloud model. So I hope the naming could be better. It always throws off. I'm not doing something in the cloud, but yeah, it's similar to the design pattern there. On the 3 extensibility side, yeah, this is just a recap. I will not go too much into the details here. You have tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. For me, this is the representation as good, bad, ugly, maybe at high level. Tier 1 is all good. Tier 2 is maybe cheating a bit, not so good. And tier 3 is ugly, but maybe it's not that ugly. You still use released objects and it's not that bad. So I will not be going into details about tier 3 here. A simple scenario here is more like you have a body which is not released, but you could still write the selections logic using a released API. So it's not that bad, but yeah, sometimes if you have reports, you cannot do report in tier 1. You can only do reports in tier 3. So tier 1 basically supports only the cloud specific objects which are supported. So there is a link at the end of the slide which kind of is from SAP, of course, which gives you what kind of objects is possible in which tier, or it's kind of a recommendation, which objects fit where. That kind of gives you an idea here. And this is just another representation of how this is consumed. This is also from SAP, of course. So you have your tier 1 objects consuming directly the released objects. You have your tier 2. Tier 2 is something which is consuming your unreleased objects, but tier 2 object itself is then released. So this is why I call it kind of bit of cheating, because it's not a released object, but we make it like a released object. And you have tier 3, which are like reports or bodies which are not released. You cannot even release them, so they directly work in the unreleased objects, or maybe they can also consume released objects as a good practice. So this is about 3-tier, but there are a lot of good videos, guides. Some of them I've already linked in the slides as well, which you can go through if you're not aware. So that's on 3-tier. So I spoke about the 2 applications. This is the first one, Maintenance Plan Manager. This is just a high-level statistics, what you see as a result of the build using this clean code. So we have a lot of objects, lot of object counts. What does it represent here is tables, CDS, wrap BOs or wrap interfaces to consume something on the standard side. And I've tried to split the tier 2. Tier 2 are basically your wrappers. I go in a moment what is each. But 7% basically percentage wise it's 7%. It looks quite good. And generated is something like you have a wrap BO which does not support. In our case it was like a notification. We need to close the notification. So we need to do something on the notification business object, but it does not support yet. So we had to use a classical BAPI, classical API, what they call it. And for that, we built a wrapper, which is released and then consumed in our application. So that is the generated aspect. And manual is all the wrapper CDS, which we have created. Those are the two categories. It kind of also says a bit about the underlying data model and also the business object. For maintenance plan business object from SAP, it's quite mature. I would not say it's perfect, but it's quite mature in terms of released objects. There are a lot of release CDS, a lot of release business objects. I would say this is the best case scenario where around 90% of your development works within released objects. So it's quite mature, it's quite good. For us also, it was a bit of surprise because when we started, our goal was at least 50% of the objects should be released. Then it makes sense to have this, but it was much better than that. So this was a good scenario. This is the other application, which is the task list manager. This uses the task list business object in SAP. This is on paper also, it looks good. It's only 19%. But again, the core aspect of this application is the CRUD operation on a task list object. So you're creating, changing, and there is a wrap BO available there, but it's feature incomplete. And we could not use that for our development. We had to switch back to unreleased object. It's not even a classic API yet. It's an unreleased object. And that represents the core of your build. So for me, even though it looks 19%, it's still, we are kind of, the core part, you have to plug it out and put it with the new one whenever we get released. So it also represents the reality of this task list business object. It's not so mature, I would say, in terms of CDS, in terms of the business object. Still, it's kind of work in progress, which might also relate to you, like when you start your development, if you do your analysis, you get an overview. How is my released object state for the area which I want to build something? Do I have something, or maybe there is nothing? So it could be both. And that gives you an idea, like if you can go into this with a good aspect, or maybe it's 50-50. So for me, for us, it was, if we get 50%, it's good enough. It's still good here. It's not too bad. But yeah, in future, if we decide to replace this, and the question is when, whenever we get it, of course, but then the effort is quite high because you need to test and do all this. So that's on the statistics part. Just want to then go into what kind of, how do you go ahead with finding a released object, or what kind of problems we encountered when finding a released object. So I call it a dilemma because today's morning session, if you saw, you had, in the past, you had this nice DINPRO table data element you had done. And today you have different technologies. It's like a spaghetti already. And when you take one block, inside that block, this is another spaghetti. And it's quite complex in terms of how to find the released object. There is no single strategy. You can search using the view browser. You can search in the accelerator hub. You can search in the ADT release tree. You can search in the cloud repository. So they are different, and none of them are perfect. Each provides something which other doesn't provide. For me, for example, the ADT tree is quite nice. But if you look at use in cloud development, there are 38,000 objects. And if you expand the CDS subtree, there are more than 15,000 or 25,000 something. And when you expand, you cannot just browse everything. ADT will limit you to 5,000. So that's the limit. So you cannot just directly do it. For me personally, what is best works here is values list. I start with the table. If I cannot find anything, go one level up, find the next CDS. But today what the ADT lacks is there is no filter to filter the values with the released object. There is a feature request. I hope that comes soon, but none of them are perfect, but you have to use a mix of all to find your right object. So I want to just showcase some of the problems where even if you find the right released objects, what kind of issues you face. So what I have here is a class classification business object, which is a release CDS. And we are using this classes in our application for transactions. So basically the user can change the characteristics and so on. So this is part of the transaction. So from the CDS side, you would do the data modeling. It's a released, all good. And I just want to highlight on this description, which is the field. And this description field, when you generate as a transactional application, there is a draft table which is generated. And this draft table picks up, I have highlighted here, the data type which is assigned to the CDS model. So the CDS consumes eventually from some table, and whatever the data type of that object is automatically then picked up by the framework. This is the corrected scenario, as in this is the scenario where it works, but it was actually characteristic description was the field which was picked up by the framework, which I have put it on the right side. And this is for some reason unreleased. So it's a very nice or very specific scenario, but we had a couple of issues where the whole object is released, but somehow at low down it's not released. Something got missed, I guess, in terms of the release check. But you will find a lot of such cases where for the read part alone, it all works good. As soon as you want to do something transactional, you would start encountering. So the fix is quite simple. You can do a typecasting and cast it to a released object. It's done. But yeah, these are small quirks which you would find. The next is on the association. This is also a very, I would say, yeah, this is more. This is for the task list object, which I said, which I feel, or from my perspective, it's not so mature, the business object. This is a released business object, which is all good. But normally, any business object, you would have something like a header, you would have something like an item. So it's a kind of a relationship. And for you to consume in your scenario, you might use something from header. You also need to use something from the item, for example. And this is similar where the main CDS is released. I have highlighted here, and here operation is kind of the item which is represented, and this is not released at all. I have no clue why it's not released. Maybe it's not ready yet. Could be different reasons. But at least for maintenance plan, we had a lot of CDS which were, yeah, looks like it's released. You are happy, you can start development, but when you actually start using, you realize, okay, I need to use this particular association, and that's not released. Yeah, fix is simple. You could create a wrapper for this. But yeah, this is another common, quite common use case where you find problems. And maybe this is a bit not so problematic. This is maybe the version 1 of released API. So earlier we had this key user apps where it was released for key user, but it's not yet released for cloud. And in this case, of course, if it's released for key user, you know that it is stable enough. It cannot be that the whole data model changes. And usually what happens, or what I have seen so far, is SAP is releasing them also for cloud development. But it happens when somebody requests it through feature influence, or maybe through Note also you can get it. But yeah, these are also quite common, which are low risk. You can create a wrapper and you are done. And last, another scenario is the lock objects. This is a bit specific to 3-tier because you need to work with this released objects. So normally when you're building a wrap application and you're trying to work on another business object, in our case maintenance plan or task list, we want to lock the other business object. And you have the lock method available, which allows you to implement your logic for locking. SAP provides a nice API or a factory method to implement the locking. You just need to pass the lock object and it works. In traditional terms, this would work fine if you're not using 3-tier model, because you're not working with release objects, you can just pass the lock object and it takes care of locking and unlocking the business object. So all good. But with 3-tier, you have to have released, and what I understand is there is no release state for lock objects. So basically it means there is no plan to release them also, at least as of today. And there is no way to also create a wrapper exactly for only the lock object. So you create the wrapper either for the whole method or for the function module enqueue, dequeue. You have to do whichever fits for your use case. So this is also, depending on your requirement, you might inquire or see. So that was the kind of problems we saw, common problems which you might also face depending on your scenario. And the wrapper, yeah, I call it the chosen ones because these eventually fill the missing gaps, and they are really the chosen ones because you need to find the right one. So I talked about this key user earlier. It's a simple case where it's released for key user, you can create a simple wrapper with what you need, all done, all good. This is a simple case how you can manage for a CDS which you need. Let's say you have another scenario for where you don't have any CDS, and when you don't find an object for your requirement which is fulfilling, there are different ways to approach it. So if you have a key user, that would be one approach. If you have always, the option is always there that you could use a table and build a wrapper on that, create your own custom CDS on top of a table. But with that approach, I find it's not so nice that then you have to take care of all your field names, which I've highlighted here. At least with this approach, your field names are consistent, because eventually when you get a release object, I would expect there's more of a expectation that the field names would be similar, not that it's completely different. So this is more cleaner. You get this out of the box. And other thing is, in this case, I don't have a key user. I found this which meets our requirement, but this is marked also as SAP internal API. And if you do a where used on this, you will see this is used in multiple places for different scenarios. So it's kind of not released object, but semi-officially, it's less likely to break. So it kind of a way to manage when you have nothing. It's better than still doing directly on the table. And something which, again, I want to kind of specify is when you create a wrapper, try to think of as a use case specific wrapper. Don't try to create a reusable wrapper which can be used 100 times. The risk is you kind of create a octopus or a spider with multiple legs, and eventually when you want to replace it, it gets very difficult. So try to keep it simple, encapsulated, use case specific, as modular as possible. Then whenever you want to replace, it's easier job. So that's what I try to explain here, where you have something specific, so use that. So the other way to do it is I could use the entire select and the association as a wrapper. That would be not so modular. It could also be an approach. But by just using the object which I need for the unreleased, so kind of de-risk it a bit. So this is just theoretical, because eventually when you get, you will realize what you get. But this is a kind of way we are trying to mitigate the unknown things for now, unreleased ones. Next, I want to talk about the BO wrapper. So if you don't find any business object which is wrap based, your best fallback is then go with the classical BAPIs. You have the cloudification repository. If you find something which fits your use case, it's the next best option. There's a nice blog by Andrew Fisher, how you can generate a wrapper. This is probably the nicest approach, because you get the release tier 2 object using this program. It should be RFC enabled, that's the only catch. But if it is RFC enabled, then you can use this. You get the released object, you get the interface where you can access all the parameters of that BAPI. So it's the entire object then you get as a release. So it's quite a nice utility. And this is the example where for this one function or BAPI, this is a generated object. It generates 3 objects, one interface where you can access all the type definitions, which are also released then, and you have a factory method and this. So it's a nice approach which helps you to do this. And in case you have a business or you don't find any BAPI, or you find a function module which is unreleased, which you need to use, and yeah, in that case you need to do it manually. But then if you do it manually, then you have to take care of certain things. One example is here I have an interface, and here I have 2 data types. One data type is a release, other is not released. So for the unreleased, there is a local definition. And what here I'm trying to say is, when you are creating the wrapper object, it has to follow certain best practices. As in, the wrapper object should contain all released objects as well. It cannot be that your wrapper object is then always consuming everything non-released. So you try to make it bit clean by, so if you look at the generated object from the generator, that would be the simplest example how you can do it. Okay. This is a bit more general, not so specific to 3-tier or clean core. This is maybe more for the wrap. When you have a requirement, you analyze, you find something, okay, we have a wrap BO with which you can build application, all good. This would be the perfect scenario. But if you have something which does not or is not yet available with the wrap BO, sometimes you find a BAPI. Then you have to decide which one to go, this one, or maybe a mix sometimes. So the more different types of object you use, the more complex it gets normally in wrap, because you need to take care of the LUW. You cannot just rely on the framework. For example, in our case, for the maintenance plan manager, we are mostly using the wrap BOs. Everything is taken care by the framework. It's quite good. But for task list manager, as I said, we didn't have the right APIs, so we had to use the classic. It's not even classic, it's kind of unreleased in our case. And then if you have something like a single API which takes care most of the things, it's good still. But there might be sometimes like FM which does something, but you cannot call it together in sequence. You have to commit once and then call this. So it gets kind of tricky and complex. So one general feedback is have a thorough understanding of how SAP LUW works in the wrap context. This will help you to navigate how to do in the wrap side when you don't have the right objects to work with. Otherwise, it gets quite tricky to do the right approach. Yeah, so wrapping up, the pun intended, and you can ask, why did we decide to go with this 3-tier cloud model? Why? What was the motivation to do this Fiori? So why did we do it? So as you know, every project, when you start implementing, you have a definite timeline. It's not that you have infinite time. You have to finish it within certain timelines. And for us, we want to use the right tools to leverage the time. So using Fiori elements, building blocks wrap, for us, it's kind of shortening the development time. With the right experience, then it's very easy to do it. So that's one reason why we went with those. And of course, we want to, at least I expect this application to be in use for next 15 years. With that in mind, then we want to have stability. With cloud model, you are going more using the approach which is more ready for the right Fiori and wrap. They are more cloud first approach. So that fits with this. And with released and 3-tier, you kind of know which is the part of the code. It's more from the governance side also, which part of the code is clean, which you know potentially you need to keep looking at in future when problem comes. These are the problem makers. So that gives you a clear segregation from the governance. This is cleaner, this is easier, and yeah, depending on your scenario, it might be even better. So that's from the why we did it. And I just want to close with 2 wish lists which I have for SAP. This is one is the influence request. There is a nice process. If you don't find something which is released, you can request for releasing of a specific object. Maybe you find a CDS which is key user enabled but not cloud enabled. You can request using influence request. The process is nice, but the time it takes to get the release is, in our case, it varies from 6 months to 1 year. So it's quite slow. You cannot rely on that. So I hope something could be done better. That's will help customers to be more confident to adapt this approach 3-tier more faster. And other is we create all these wrappers. These are use case specific. It's all understood. There are ATC variants to kind of manage this. This is also all good. But at the moment, there is no real way to manage this. Like when you do an upgrade, there is no indicator that, hey, something can be done. You could have a released object. So there is no real kind of management from the upgrade side. Once you, like how you had in the past with SPAU, when you do upgrade, you know these are the things which could be adjusted. So there is nothing here to manage this, because eventually, if you are doing everything with 3-tier, you could have a lot of objects which are in the wrapper, and managing this becomes a headache. So something could be done better, I feel. So that's the wish list from my side. And yeah, if my final thought is, when you start with your clean core approach, give it a thought. Don't put it on the backside saying, no, it's not feasible. Give it an analysis. You might be surprised. Sometimes it's quite possible with a lot of release objects, or maybe there is nothing. Then you have to rethink how you do it. But it's quite a good approach from managing your application lifecycle. It really organizes into nice little chunks, and that helps. So that's for now. And yeah, I wish you all a good journey with your clean core journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this interesting talk. Any questions from the audience? Oh, some. I think you were fastest one.
Thank you very much. I have following question. CDS views. Do you have any performance issue with it in relation with previous, for example, WebDune Pro, etc.?
I didn't understand the question in terms of WebDune Pro. So performance, I understand.
Performance in comparison with previous application. Do you have some issues with CDS view relating to?
At the moment, I don't. It's yeah. So to be fair, the WebDune Pro was quite slow. Over time, it became slow because of all the enhancements. Compared to that, it's actually quite fast. This is what we have observed so far. It's not slower, at least.
Thank you.
Maybe first a comment. Cool presentation, and we can relate to a lot of the topics that you mentioned. Especially at the end, also the influence requests topic and what is released, and we sometimes looked on the roadmap and saw, okay, in cloud there's a new body or whatsoever, and then we expected, okay, maybe it will be in 2023 FPS 2 or 3, or in earlier releases before we updated to 2023 FPS 1. And then at some point we were disappointed because this was not coming. So maybe from the roadmap perspective, it can be highlighted better if it's already clear, or that something will make it eventually to the next release, or for sure not make it to the next release, that this is indicated. And for the wrapper topic, I don't know if maybe the readiness check combined with ATC can help in the upgrade process and show kind of like, okay, you have some developments here, and maybe look into these objects, because it might be possible to transfer some of your not clean core developments to clean core now.
I see you've created some tier 2 objects. So how about the maintainability of tier 2 during the upgrades? do you have some count of all the tier 2 objects and you look for the released APIs during the upgrades, or how are you maintaining it currently?
So at the moment, we have not defined any strategy how to manage tier 2 objects, I would say. So we use it till it breaks. That is the default strategy. But this is where I would like to, So it's also about a bit about cost. Who opens the purse to sponsor the refit or retrofit of a new object? So it's a bit not purely technical object or technical decision. You want to use a release object, but it's also if doesn't break, why fix it? So it's a complex topic of money and also when to adapt it. So at the moment we don't have, because we are just completing the build, and so there is no real that we strictly do upgrade and start replacing it.
Okay.
It's not realistic, I would say, because we have costs like testing and other things. So in short term, that's the reality.
Hi, my name is Radhakrishna from Johnson & Johnson. Your presentation was very good, and then you achieved 93% of clean core, right? That's what I see from. Is that only maintenance module, or you had something like finance, deliver, make?
So I am primarily working, as I said, in this agile team, which is for rolling stock. This is our core process, and this is where we have, let's say, we are the only ones who have first approached or embraced 3-tier. At the moment, we have not, other departments have not fully. So we are kind of first movers in this with these two applications.
Yeah. Now we are in the journey of greenfield implementation from our pharma. Now it is called as innovative medicine. But even though we have very strict ATC configuration, also well-defined 3-tier packages, and also doing proper clean core assessment whenever there are business requirements and RISEPs, we still not able to achieve more than 60% as of now. But I'm really surprised to see 93% of achievement. Maybe it could be because we have certain things like we have an integrated EWM, MDZ, as well as a few crazy requirements in the sales and distribution area. So maybe those things are, we had number of influence requests to SAP. Even there is a max attention team involvement, etc. So we still couldn't achieve more than 60%. So you had any SAP team continuously work with you throughout the implementation, or you only reached out to them ad hoc?
So we don't have a full-time support as such, but I reached out to SAP contacts and asked them if this is not more about released objects, but more in the RAP area where we have unreleased, how do we mitigate maybe potential? So of course I connected with SAP colleagues, but we did not have SAP like guiding us. This is use this object or that. That is up to you, or as a developer, you analyze it, you decide, you take a call what to do, because there are a lot of resources available, a lot of tutorials available. It's more about implementing, and it depends also on the particular module you are working on, because I was speaking to one of my colleagues and he said there is no released object for his module. So that's also, so it depends really on the specific business unit or process area, how mature it is. In case of the maintenance plan manager, it's quite mature because SAP is also already brought out Fiori application. So I guess that is the reason why it's mature. And on the task list, there is no real Fiori application yet. And that might be an indicator that, they are still doing something, not yet ready.
From the list of all the developments, you had any integration objects with your satellite systems or something?
So this is purely standalone Fiori application, but there is some integration aspect with MDG, but this is eventually interface or data interface. So that's kind of thing we have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Hi. So how do you take your feedback immediately to your S4 system based on your influence request?
Sorry, I didn't get your question.
So, based on every influence request for, let's say, SAP has released a CDS object, how do you take that feedback immediately to your S4 on-premise?
So if I understand correctly, as soon as I know there is a released object available, how do I consume it?
Yeah. Immediately.
So during build phase, we had quite a few. So we started, just to background, we started with 2023 S4 feature pack 1, which had very few released objects. We had to import a lot of nodes which were released part of feature pack 2. So then once we imported these nodes, we got all these data elements, more than 20,000 data elements, CDS views. Still as we do the build, we realize we don't have this. We look for it. Maybe I find a key user object. I create a parallel influence request. So kind of a process we are following where we find what is the best possible object for now, and then go ahead with the build. We cannot block it, of course. And in parallel, we do this influence. Maybe sometimes it's a simple SAP node in case that helps. But those run in parallel, and as soon as we get feedback or we get the objects, sometimes it's released fast, then we can implement it as a node, because it depends on the object itself.
Yep.
Thank you.
So one short annotation from my side. I think it would be a cool idea if the SAP would ship some possibility to the customers to develop released APIs by themselves and then push it to SAP. SAP should supervise it and then say, okay, that's fine. We move this coding to the SAP standard. Less work for SAP, and everyone here would like it, huh? You would like to work for SAP in that way, right? So, huh? The customer just develops the code, upload it to SAP, and then their AI checks, is everything fine?
So first we make the whole business the S4 as an open source project.
Yeah. Finally, thank you. Sadly not on record, but damn it.
Hi, I want to ask, did you have trouble with, from the perspective of RAP, illegal statements in the BAPIs, like commit or usability checks?
Yeah. When you work with the ABAP cloud model as a syntax, then you have restrictions, of course. One of the restrictions is you cannot use commit, and you cannot even have RFC call in background tasks. So these are the restrictions which come with the cloud model. But yeah, in our case, for example, we had to use a BAPI. The business scenario was like, we need the object to be created, and then based on this, there is another business object which is using that. And there is no wrap object. We cannot wait for the wrap commit. So this was a wrapper, the BAPI. And in the wrapper, this calls the BAPI and also does a commit. And then we do with wrap.do whatever we need to do. But this is where I mentioned with the wrap.do, you have to be careful. Then you are responsible that for some reason this fails, dumps. There is no rollback. Then when it resumes or user tries again, then you somehow have a logic which checks if you need to do this or not. So you need to take care of yourself when you introduce. So there is a ways around this using wrapper. Then you increase your headache of managing the process.
It gets very, yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question about a Fiori first approach.
Yeah.
Did you build a board like change advisory board who decided if a request will be implemented with the Fiori first, or who decided this and who attended this change advisory board if there was someone? And the second question is, you had more than 15 years ECC, so you had ABAP developers, I assume, internal, and you started with your first approach. How did you upskill your developers? How did this work? Wasn't it a challenge for the ABAP developers to implement suddenly Fiori apps, or how did they do this?
Yeah, so I think, so for your first question, we have a change advisory board. And I think it's not specific to our company. I have seen this template across all the SAP customers. There is also SAP representing in this presentation from SAP also in this change where they also provide feedback from the process side. But it is also a decision from the change advisory board. It's also from the architecture side. It's a joint decision. But as we said, it's not that we do only Fiori. We are also having programs where we have legacy requirements which does not fit. EWM is an area where we know we have no Fiori apps. It does not make sense to now build everything in Fiori because there is nothing. So we still use GUI on that. So it's a more a balanced solution where we know we can, we build it, we do it, and that. And so this is for the change advisory board. Sorry, I forgot your second.
Upskilling, how did you upskill?
Yeah, upskilling, yeah, that's a difficult topic. To be frank, yeah.
Only external consultants.
Yeah, there are a couple of challenges. So we have a mix of internal plus external. And the reality today is there is a shortage of RAP developers in the market at least. And on top of, so for me, 3-tier is not a big challenge. It's just how you organize things. It's just a way of navigating things. It's the easiest thing to do in this whole thing. RAP is the more knowledge you have in RAP, the better you can design your solution with all those things. And there is, yeah, it's a slow process. Reality is this is a slow process. So for these two applications, the developers, some cases they are new to ABAP itself. So they are learning from scratch. Some cases they are ABAP with a lot of experience and they are. So it was a slow process of growth. It's not like in day one. So it took, I would say, months for them to reach a level where you can say, okay, they are getting better with time. But yeah, there is no shortcut here. It takes time.
So very last question.
Yes. So thanks, Akish. Beautiful use case, I would say. I learned a lot. And could we expect if Deutsche Bahn also starts their Clinker journey, the punctuality rate can be improved?
I think you have to push.
Yeah, just kidding. So my question was... Yes, never too late to get started with Clinker. So maybe one step back from before before starting with the development, and how was the fit to standard actually? So that fits specific for our maintenance plan manager application. So was there some investigation conducted? So if SAP already something from standard can be used? Or
yeah.
So how was it conducted?
Yeah. So maintenance, there is a standard Fiori application for maintenance plan manager. This is
actually I know there's two apps there.
This
Yes.
is available.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It works fine for the individual maintenance plan. It all works good. In our case, we are like managing a fleet of trains and we want to do same action like restart the notification or restart the scheduling of the maintenance plan for 1,000 plans at one go. And there is no standard transaction for this today. This is the gap, and this is why then there is no standard. SAP also, they see this as a very specific use case for our scenario, how we organize our rolling material stock internally, and this is why there is no standard exact fit, and this is the gap, and then we try to fulfill it.
And how was this documented? So from the government's perspective? So there are
there
some...
is, of course, this change management process
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
where the business has set of requirements. We do fit to standard, we check what is feasible.
Yes.
We document why it's not feasible.
Yeah.
And then go for this design authority approval, change authority board. And we also have a SAP representation who kind of says yes, no, you are in the right direction or not. They also check internally if something is planned. And then finally they said, okay, we go ahead with the custom build.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot.
So, thank you very much once again from my side. So now we have.
Thank you.
Woo! So now we have, I think, 55 minutes coffee break. Do we still have coffee? Yeah, 55 minutes. I didn't work as long as for the Deutsche Bahn as long like you. Thank you.
Deswegen würde ich sagen, wir warten noch 3 Minuten.
Nee, du bist jetzt live.
Oh.
Zieh die Hose wieder an.
So, welcome back. Welcome to the live stream at Channel 1 Mannheim. And also here, everybody, welcome back from the short coffee break. I hope you enjoyed your coffee, your little bit lunch. And now we are back with a man that I think doesn't need any introduction, but here he is. It's Björn Schulze. You may know him from his website or web blog, Software Heroes. So I think maybe one of the persons that did the upskilling for most of you, right? Yeah, perfect. So stage is yours. Enjoy it. And yeah, behind XCO.
Exactly. So I will start. My name is Björn. I'm normally a SAP developer, sometimes an ABAP architect in our company. But today I'm here as a community member, as an SAP mentor, and as blogger. So that's normally the I'm doing in my free time. I'm blogging a lot of things about ABAP, because ABAP is I think a very beautiful language, has got some features in the past that are very good. And I think one of the good features is the Xcode library. The Xcode library is a little bit a challenge for most of the people, because when they first see the library, they have problems with it. And so it could be the hardest topic today for you to understand, but I think we will start easy before we dive deeper into the libraries. So what do we want to do? I have a little introduction into the topic, then we go in the overview. What is the library? How can you use them? How is the library built? And how can you find it? And at the end, this is the most flexible part. We have some examples, or I have some examples for you today. And at the finish, we get in the conclusion today. So let's start with an introduction. I think that's the easiest part for everyone should know. I've got also the questions, what means Xcode or Xcode? In this case, Xcode is the extension components library. So that was the idea behind this is to have functions for normal tasks that you typically search in function modules. So for example, when you search for function modules that convert string to X string, that's a typical use case. You find, I think, 5, 7 function modules that do nearly the same. Some of them have very ugly interfaces or tables, where, for example, you convert a string into a table. And so the idea is to have more the core functions into different libraries. And SAP did a good job in modernizing the APIs, but they are not so easy to read and not so easy to understand, and also not easy to find in the system. So where we are, here we have a typical architecture of today. We have a side-by-side extensibility and here in a cloud system, but could also be an on-premise system. So it's not only a cloud feature, it's also an on-premise feature. And we have 2 spots here. It's a local public API on the system. So that's the first where we'll find it. And we have the BTP ABAP environment as the second part where we could find the libraries. So that was the easy part. And now let's go into the deep dive. The overview, first thing is how to find the libraries. So there are different versions from the libraries. When you search for Xcode, you will find, I think, 200 or more items for the library. So where to start? That's the point. Where can I get my overview on this topic? So normally, there are 3 parts. So you have, for example, this is the biggest class, have the most functions, is the Xcode itself. You see right, there are only 3 letters, Xcode, and you have different public attributes and methods below. And these different methods and public attributes are functions that you can use for different things. So the Xcode is the standard library, so it's available for standard ABAP, so tier 3 when you are in ABAP Cloud. So there have to be also a released API. The released API is the Xcode CP. So when you decide to change your name for your cloud platform, don't hard code it in your classes. Then you have some problems to rename all the classes. So that's XCOCP. That's a released class. So you have a release contract. You can use it in ABAP Cloud. You see there is a little difference between both classes. For example, the integer object is missing, and the T100 dyn message is also missing. So there are also differences between these both classes. And so we have a third part here is the KU for the key user apps. So this is the third part. You see the object is much smaller than the other twos, so you haven't all the functionality in there. And so that's the core difference between all the libraries. You have the namespace, so you can see in the class for which purpose it is. And so you have XCOCP and KU for the key user extensibility. So that's the first thing where you can decide where you find these objects are in the system. And where do you find them? You find it via your RDTs, the ABAP development tools. You can create an entry for them. In this case, you can create an ABAP repository. In the Project Explorer, you can create an ABAP repository tree. And then you can select on the XCO asterisk in this case. In this case, I have all the released APIs on the system. And you can also filter on class, on the type class, because all XCO libraries are classes, or nearly all classes. And so these are the entry points to the framework. And at the end, we get a list. At the end, we get a list divided by API state, so we could see what's relevant for ABAP Cloud and what's relevant for key user. And for example, when we don't filter by API state, we could also see the standard APIs. So that's our entry point for this. But there are also classes in the list we don't need primarily. They are only needed for formatting or some other things. That's also the case. So go in the next step, we want how to use it. When we use the classes, we have normally a factory for instancing. So these were static attributes and static methods in the class that are normally not good object-oriented style, but they are factories in this case. So they create us an object or give us back an object. So in this case, with XCOCP, we create a string object. We give a string, so we get back a string object, an ABAP object in this case. That's a factory. So in the next step, we can concatenate different functions. So it's a fluent interface pattern. It's normally meant that you get back an object. You can work directly with this object without saving it in a variable. That is what you can do with the framework. So in this case, I call the next method to uppercase in this class. I have written the statement, the modern statement under it. The best thing in this class is because when you use inline functions or normal function from ABAP, the to upper function, for example, or a value statement, you know that you can end up in I call it bracket salad, because you have so many open and closing brackets that you have to check if there is an error in your code. So here in this case, you can you close the bracket at the end and call the next method on it. So we can call the next method and append, for example, another string to our string object. And at the end, we can split it, and add the space in this case. So how do we get to the value? Because the split method, as we said, gives us an object back. In this case, we use split, so we get a string table, so we get a strings object back. And then we have the value. Normally, in the most classes, you have a value. It's a public attribute you can access, and via this value object, you can access then the value. And that is the splitted string in this case. I've written down the native statement when you do it in different statements. There's a test string. We add with addition, and then we split it. And in the split, there's our result in this case. So that's you normally write it when you don't use the XCO libraries. Next step, I think it's the most painful step, is how to find the correct class in this case. For example, here I use a system object. It's a little bit small. Here's a system object and a date. I create a date object, and I want to output it. So what I need is a format in this case. Here I see the format. I see it's an interface. So I need the possibility, what's the right interface or what's the right object I have to handle over. So here I think the search or the pain begins, because in the ABAP docs I can find anything about the successor item I need in this case. So I'm starting with the type hierarchy, for example, for the interface. I see 4 implementations. Looks fine. It looks like 4 different formats I can use. So I check the first class, for example, for the ABAP format, and I see, okay, it's create private, so I can't use the object. That's a different pattern you have to learn, because it's create private. I can't create an instance of the object, but I see it has a global friend. So I check the global friend. What can the global friend do for me? And I see same pattern, create private, but it has another friend. So I go up the hierarchy to find a special object, and maybe with some attributes. I find a set XCO CP time in this case. And here I find a public attribute, the format attribute I need. It's a factory format, but it's a public attribute, so I should check the constructor in this case if the instance is created. And that's also the case. In this case, the class constructor is called when I first use the object. So at the end, when I check the statement before, I use the setCO CP time, format, and ABAP to get the ABAP format for the date. So that's a little bit of pain you have to learn when using the libraries, to find the right class with the right formatting options, for example, to get to use the methods at the end. So there's this, I call it catch nothing, because I think you all know it when you use, for example, create a UID X13, 16 in this case. You normally have to catch the exception, else you have a warning in your code. With the library, the exceptions is catched automatically, and they wrap it into a no check exception. So normally when you use it in your code, you can use it freely. You haven't a warning. But if there will be an error, you get the exception. The exception will be raised in this case. So it's a little bit easier to handle. For example, I don't know any case when a UUID isn't created in the system. Maybe a fatal error or something other. So that's normally an exception you don't want to catch. It's a boilerplate code. And so when you use the library, you get much easier access to create your UIDs, for example. So when checking the libraries at the end, most people know there is something for object generation, for example, when you want to generate ABAP repository objects. This was the main introduction or use case for the XCO libraries. Then you have the object info systems, the second part. So you can also get information when you have a class, for example. You can put in the class name and can get information about what methods have the class, for example. So there's also an info system, should be for every modern ABAP type, but it's actually not the case. So for example, I think for behavior definitions, there is nothing to analyze behavior definitions. So there are still some white spots in between the libraries. So next is the class runner. I think most people know the class runner that are working with ADT. So that's an easy way to start an application without the GUI. It's necessary for the cloud also. And there's also a special runner from the XCO libraries. So, next part is the Excel. You can pass Excels from Excel or to Excel in this case. And in the modern system like the ABAP environment, you have also the possibility to format now. I think in the 2025 release, there will also be the formatting for on-premise now. But there is also the open source project when you want to use this, in this case, to create faster, bigger Excel files. Then we have the JSON That's a typical use case to convert JSON from JSON to JSON. We have the system info, so these are informations to switch some of the system fields that are in the sys structure to get the information from a class. There are some good points to use the class. We will see later in the examples. UUID we had already discussed. Then string and X string, because a string conversion is also a thing. Concatenation, when you want to do more operations on the same string, for example. Message is more a niche topic. Sorry. And much more. I think I've also not seen all the libraries. There are much more you can find in the system, so you can take a look and find them. And I think now we go on over to the examples. So we will look a little bit in the code. And we can check it. So we are in the system. That's an ABAP environment system in this case. First, I want to show you the repository tree in this case. So we can create a new ABAP repository tree. Want to have, for example, a released object in this case. We want to say the xco asterisk. In this case, we set the type only. And while we're searching after classes, we don't need necessarily the object type groups and object types. We know that there are only classes under it. We can finish it. So we have a new folder here. When we open the folder, we get a list of XCO classes. We see that we have, for example, 145 not released. The not released are the standard ABAP APIs. The cloud developments are for tier 1 and here the key user apps. So I can also open it. And I see different libraries. So that's the case where I said that are not all relevant to access or to start, because some of them are helper classes for the others. For example, like the formatting, there was the time object for formatting a date time. And this is also released, but is a helper class in this case. For example, this cannot create us a date time or a date. It creates us a format option. So there are many classes to determine in this case. And so we go in the first example. First example is the class runner. We can check the difference between the normal class runner is that we inherit from a class in this case. From the normal runner, you implement an interface. Here you can inherit from. And you have to redefine the main method in this case. And I think the best part is that the main method is protected, so I can't use it from outside. The normal case with the interfaces, I have it's public, but normally the object should not be used in this case. It's only to run a class. And the XCO library offers some differences to the classic development. So we can check, for example, the write method. So we have also an out interface. Maybe let's check the main method here. So we have also classic out. The out is to print something in the console at the end. But when we check the interface, we will see that we have more write methods. We have a write news, write text, write, and the plain object. So that are the differences between the other object. And when we go in the examples, for example, we can use the classic write. The classic writes output anything we give them. A special case is arrays and structures. In the normal class, when you output a structure, you get the fields formatted in this case. The XCO library formats it in JSON. It converts the object in JSON and then outputs it to the console. So that's a little bit the difference. And when we see the other methods, for example, so we can also use the write object. and here we have an XCO string object. So we have a normal string object in this case, type ref to string. We can also put the string object into the write method because the object has an interface for the output. So when we check this here, we will see there is, for example, a news interface. Here's also a text interface. These interfaces are used to print it out in the console or to use it to get a text, for example, from the object. So there are, in the XCO classes, are interfaces for outputting, and so you can use it with the class runner. Very good. So you can put the object directly in the write method. What else do we have? We have also the news. The news object means normally a message object. So when, for example, here we create a message with a dummy message. So this is possible in ABAP Cloud. And normally when we don't use the int2, we can't use it in ABAP Cloud because then we will output it normally in the SAP GUI. But the SAP GUI is not available, so this is this statement that's working. It processes the message, and then after the message, the fields are in the system fields. And we can use the library, for example, to create a message object. The message object then contains, for example, where is it? A value structure here, and then the value structure we will find all the values. So that's the positive point for this, because you haven't to evaluate all the fields. All the fields are mapped into the object in this case. But there's also a little bit of backwards compatibility. It's like the plain object. You can use the plain object to have access to the original out object. So you can, for example, in this case, I output the persons table there, and then it's formatted like the classic class runner in this case. So let me run the application. So I see the result, all the things that are happening in the class. We see that our structure, this is a string table in this case, this is a structure, and here is the table is formatted to JSON in this case. We see that we have some things like the messages. These are where objects, for example. Here we see there is no output and here's the classic. This is the classic output for the console where the table is formatted for us, and that's different. But there is also the possibility to do this. And maybe one good thing from the class is, for example, here's a method crash me. You know, when you divide something through 0, you get an exception in this case. So I call also the application, and I got no dump in this case. I get the error outputted to the console. So that is the case, so I can having to handle all the exceptions in the class, and the class will take care of it in this case. So I see my application crashed in the method, but it's not crashing with a dump. It's outputting all the statements to the console again. So that's the first point. So let us dive into the UUIDs, for example. Next example. So I have some examples how we used it in the past. So we have, I think, the most know the function module to create UUIDs. The better or the modern way was to use the classes, but you have to catch the exception. This was the point I mentioned before. You have also always to catch the exception, else you will have a warning, and it's also not the best style for programming. And in this case, we could use the library. It's very small. As you see, it's smaller than the original call, and you have to care about the exception. So this is, I think, a good case where the library saves some time for you in development. A little bit more complicated when we want to use or want to have more the other formats. Normally you have a chart 22 format, or you have a chart 32, or you have the output format with chart 36 lines. And for this you have always a format option. So in this case, I have to format the output before, and it's the same case. You have to search first for the class. Then you can use the format object, and then you can use which format you want to use. In this case, a char22 character. So basically, the x16 is the default, and for all other objects, you need a format option if you want to have longer UUIDs. And then the same, here are all the formatters that are included. But there's also a way around, a way back. And when we, for example, have a long UUID, this is a UUID char36 in this case. It's the output format, and we can also create the internal format again. This time over the class. We call the format the format method in this case, and call then the toUUID, so we can enter the string and get back a UUID object. We can use then in our code. This is for formatting options, but also when you get external UUIDs, you can convert them into internal objects. So let's run the console, and then we see the different objects, the chart22 in this case, the 32, the 36, output format, and the red value that we formatted. So that's how the UUID, for example, works. I think one of the interesting points is more the system fields. There are no new sub-RC. That's not the case, but there are some more informations that you can get using the Xcode libraries. I have some examples here. For example, when you want to get the username, normally you have the CU name field. The CU name field is also not deprecated at the moment. You see it that it's not yellow. So you can normally use it in ABAP Cloud, but there is also the possibility to use the XCO library. The XCO library normally gives you some more options. When we check not in this case, so we only get the name in this case. But in the language, for example, so Sulangu, or language everyone knows, we have the same like to get the language in this case. It's the same like the classic. But the language object has some more options. So you can also get the name, a long text, for example, or the ISO format. So you have more options available in the object that you normally read from tables. And you can access them via the object. So you haven't to search what's the text table, for example, for the language. So you can get the language directly from the object in this case. So there is the first one. Here we see a warning in this case. So it should not be used in ABAP Cloud. It's available, it's deprecated at the moment. So when you want to use a date object, for example, you can use then also the Xcode library. There's also a context info class that's also delivering the information. And you have also the options. You have the standard option for outputting the date. For example, you have ISO formats, different formats. But when we check also the object that we get from a date, we have also more possibilities to use the object. Oh, sorry, not this one. Oh, where is it? Oh, that's a S. I want to have this object. So I want to have this object. So typically, you get more options with the date. So in the past, you have to, for example, calculate your date for your own. Now you have some options like an add method where you can add something. When we check here, we can also add years, months, or days, for example, or a different calculation. So it's included that we can calculate with the dates. We can also convert it to a moment object. A moment object is a new object with a mixture of the date and the time in this case. We have also override, where we can override different parts, where we say we want to override the month. I mean, in the past, we have take a part of the date and override this part. And that is not necessary with this method. But also when you want to access day, month, or year, there's always an attribute in the class, so you haven't to take parts of the date. You can access the day, the month, the year via the attributes. So that's the case. So here are some examples. You will find the examples at the end also in the GitHub repository. You can check it on your own system if you want.
Can this also be used without context?
Sure. This was at the beginning where I said there are 3 classes in this case. There is also a standard ABAP version from this, so you can also use it on-premise without ABAP Cloud. Exactly, there are some calculations in there, subtractions, override, and so on. And let me check if there is something interesting. Here we have the message part. In the past, we have to pass all the single fields from the syst. For example, now we can call the method to create a message object, and in the message object, we will find all the variables. So some simple shortcuts when you work with messages, for example, to get the information. And here's the moment object. The moment object is, as I said, it's a combination of the time and the date. So when you want to handle both, you can handle this with one object in this case. And for the people who ask, how can I create a datlo or a datum, for example, then you have a different constructor here. So you can insert, if you want to have the user date, what the user sees as date, or the UTC, what the system sees. So that's a possibility to create an object, also the date, the time object, in the way you want to use it. If it's a date for the user, or is it a date from the system in this case. So, but also I think the moment object has some special things, like if, for example, some checks. You can also say, is the one moment before the other moment? That's a part you can use. So in this case, we create a moment object. We add 1 day in this case. And then we check if the actual moment is before that future date. That's always the case. And so we get an output message in this. Where we want to get executed. And so we have some examples. Here, these are the different examples from what we've used, the message context. For example, the moment object in this case. In different formats, with a T or without a T, that we can use. And also the complex format for, I think it's for OData output. So I think we can switch to maybe a little bit more complex thing is the repository API to create objects in the system. But there's also, I think, we'll start with the read context. So we want to read an object that is still existing in the system. I have here a broken class. Actually, it's not broken. It's activated. And syntax is correct. We can call the method, so we can access the ABAP object with the class. We set the class name. We get the class object. So we can, for example, check if the syntax from the class is correct or if there is an error in it. We can also have access to the implementation. In this case, I have access to the implementation, to the method. The method is called private stuff. And just make smaller. And I can also see the content and, for example, get the source code of the method. So I can check really what's inside the method. So let me call this one. We see the syntax is correct. And that's actually in the method. So we can check the class also if it's true. So here's the content from the private stuff method. So we have access to check all the objects. We could also read the content of for the methods, for example, from definitions, from types that are included. So when you want to have an information about a class, what types are defined in this class or so on, you can use this object. In this case, we could also create an arrow. Oops, it's the wrong key. So that's the one. So I create an arrow actually in the class. So I see method is unknown. It's an arrow. I've saved the class, so the class is saved on the system. And when I now execute the class, I get also the information. The field is not true anymore. The syntax is not true. So the class is broken. And I also get the message from the editor in this case. So I also see what's wrong with the class. But also I see the second method is still working. So I get still my content from the method. So it's not saying, OK, the class is broken. I can't do it for you. So I can still use the method in this case. So that's for the read part. So I can read easily things from the system. As I said, there are some object types that are not supported at the moment. Maybe the interesting parts, for example, the behavior definition. But we could also create objects with it. I think you all know or the most know the RAP generator, for example, from Andre Fischer, or the public RAP generator. They typically use also the library to generate the artifacts. Here we have to go a little bit deeper because that is a very complex statement we use here. So when you want to generate artifacts, what you typically need is a transport request. In this case, we have the generation object. We set the environment to dev system, so we are on a development system in this case. We have a transport number, so that the object knows where to write on which transport. And then we create a put operation to create new objects in the system. Then we have an operation. Over the operation, we can call then to get a new object. That's could be a little bit confusing because here we call a method, then we have a dash because that's a structure, and then we call a next method. Here that's a thing where you have to look, is it an object, is it a structure part, or maybe is it something others? So that could be very confusing using it the first time. And in this case, we add a new object to our request. In this case, this is the new class name. We set the package so that the package is assigned to the object. This is what we need for this. And we create a form specification. That's normally a specification where we can define different parts of the class. Then we can Then we use the specification in this case to create, for example, a short text. This is what you see, or what's a typical input you need to set a short text for the class. Then we, for example, want to have an interface. So we go in the definition, we add the interface. And in this case, we add the normal class runner interface, in this case here. And then we have to implement this interface. So next step is call implementation, add the method. For example, in this case, we have to do the interface and the main method. So I don't know that this is from the interface, so we have to define it. And then we can set the source. So for the source, it is a normal string table, so that we have something in the method that is working at the end. Then, for example, I want to have a private type. So there is a little bit different. I have a definition. I have to go in the section. The section is always a structure again. So in the section, there is the different sections of the class you will find. Section, the public, the protected, the private, when you're working with classes. And then you get, for example, I want to add a type that's called name, and it should have a type like C length 60, so a character-like type I want to add. That's a type I want to use later. Then I create a custom method in this case. I have the importing parameter. So for every step, I have a method that I have to call. That's the thing you should know. Here, for example, I can also set a default value. I think Søren knows it. And then we can also set the type. So the type, we set our custom type we have defined in the class. And at the end, we also set a definition or implementation of the class, and so we call a method and give it a name. Before we can then generate the artifact, is only for one class and one small class to do these steps, all these steps. And we can then decide if we want to generate the artifact activated or not activated in the system. So in this case, I can also set a skip activation, so the artifact is created, but it's inactive. In this case, I want to create it and that it's also activated in the system. So let's run it. Takes a bit until the artifact is generated. So it's generated now. Oops. And I refresh here to get a generated artifact. So we have the new generated artifact. So the system is not pretty printed for you. It looks a little bit ugly. But you have the ABAP cleaner, so it's finally a class that's also working. And it's formatted now. We activate it, and we start it. And it's working. But it's not Herbert. So that's the object generation. It's very tough. I think the object generation is the toughest part using XCO libraries. So you have to work very hard into the topic, to learn the differences, also to use and generate artifacts. And also when you want to analyze artifacts, it could be a tough part for you. So I think that's enough. The rest I will skip at the moment. So to get to the conclusion, what's the difference between? So one thing you should mention is it's very hard. It could be very hard to learn the classes, especially if you're coming from classic ABAP development, because the factory pattern, the fluent interface pattern, and so on, there are different patterns in it. You should know to use them, and also where could you find the objects, the formatters, and so on. So that's the part to work within the classes. You have to know the differences. You have to know which type can you use. Where do you find the classes? That's the differences. So it's hard to learn. The good point is it's available on every system. So it's also available on premise in a different version. It's available in cloud. It's for ABAP Cloud and so on. So you can use the libraries nearly everywhere with slightly differences in the function. And I think one gap from my side is, one wish or two wishes is to close the gaps that are open at the moment. There are some functions missing, for example, when the JSON converter, for example, have problems with a Boolean flag, for example. This week I've tested something with the current object. This is something with the call stack in this case, and there is also a bug, because when I said I want to have the call stack up to 2 items, I get no item because it's internally deleting 5 items from the stack. And so these are small bugs in the framework, but I think that's only bugs that no one has found until now. Yeah, I have to open a message for this. And so I would say thank you in this case, and you will find the download on the left side. This is the download for the GitHub repository, also for the presentation. It's live now. And the right side is the LinkedIn if you want to connect or if you have any questions for anything else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh Gott, ganz hinten.
Thank you. So I'm Kais. I'm working for Vinci Energies, and I saw in your presentations that you have some method to create object class code. In our company, we are certified ISO 27000, and we are taking care a lot of the OWASP vulnerabilities. Sorry. So my question is, how do you manage the security, like injection of code in your classes or method?
And normally the XCO class is not working in quality or production systems, so you can only use it in development system because you need to transport. So that's the case. That's a typically included security. Is it a question? Is it a little bit not so loud? I haven't understood it fully, the question. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe after the talk we can also talk.
What for the last the use case? Why should I create classes on the fly?
Class on the fly could be a part of a generic framework, for example, to create mapping classes, for example. I think in the standard you also have the RAP generator to generate artifacts. You can also use it, I think, for educational purpose. When you're preparing hands-on sessions, you can generate the whole module for you. So there are some cases, but also if you want to automate things. I have also an IDE action included. The IDE action has also a generating part in it, so you can generate artifacts like the interface, the class, the factory, and the injector in one case. So there's also things you can automate your life a little bit more.
You will see also tomorrow also another real world use case with the RAP generator, who also uses the XO library.
Yeah, thanks, Björn, for the presentation. Maybe I can also shortly share one use case from my side. So using the repository generation, and I use it to modify some structures in the runtime. Do you think this is a useful use case? So actually, I did some practice with Xcode libraries. So
during runtime.
Yeah, during the runtime, I modified the structure, so really the columns of some structures.
Okay.
And also the tables, so the fields.
Yeah. Okay. This is.
Yeah, that was my practice actually with the Xcode.
Sounds interesting, but
XAO libraries. Yeah. The requirement was to modify the columns, the data fields in a table. And then and I tried it with XAO libraries. Yeah, but never mind. Maybe we can also catch up offline.
Yeah.
And my question is, so when it comes to reading system fields, can you compare a little bit more the classic way and the XAO way? So which one is recommended by you or by SAP?
It's a good question. I think there's no recommendation at the moment. There are some, you have seen it, some deprecated fields, system fields you shouldn't use. So the nearest use case is to use XCO library for this. But there is also a context class at the moment, so there are different objects. It's a topic also on my side to evaluate which option is available on which field. So there are still also fields missing. I think one part could also be testability, because normally system fields are not really testable. So that could also be a part to use XCO for testability.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Just a quick question. I mean, the XCO library is not feature complete. It could always be extended. How do we do this? Is someone from SAP here that can share some information how we get new features into the library? Yeah, but we can also ask, hey, how about adding feature X? How do we do this? Is this the only way to do this? The booth and alcohol. So it's via influence request also, right? Sure. Unfortunately.
But I also like the option that
So we do have two options.
So for the ones at home who didn't get Thomas' response, alcohol, other stuffs, and influence requests are the good opportunities to get some extensions into the XCO framework. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It was really interesting. My question is, or not maybe question, the point is about this really extensibility, this dynamically components, right? And it's for me, is it possible the security issue? Because it for me like okay, we can encapsulate in code, and pack it, and how it can be avoided then in the system that someone to implement something dynamically.
It's like coding manually. So you need a transport request and you need activation.
But it would not be catched up with some... It would not be then catched up with some check software or from SAP. It could be really wrapped. That's what I mean.
Sure.
Many times.
I think there's actually no check. There's no ATC check, no security check. That will check if there are XCO libraries used. I think you have to check it manually.
Yeah, but you build a local class that is not transported. This local class generates views and classes and so on. And then you want to release this transport, and the transport will then be checked. So you don't have the possibility to... Yeah, there is also some very old function modules to create reports directly in production, but there are some. SAP uses them. But XCO is more controlled and not that for criminal and ugly stuff. Some more questions?
There's one.
Thank you. Good talk.
Just on that aspect of dependency injection,
How would you do that with? Would you have to create your
own constructor class with the factories in it and then pass those objects in? Is that?
Yes, it's not so good for mocking or injection.
Okay.
Actually, the framework.
Okay.
So you have to encapsulate it, also.
Okay.
Maybe that's the part from the design part where there are some lags.
Yep. Some more questions?
So I have a question between the usage of CL, ABAP, context info, and XCO classes for the system variables. So which one is preferred? Because XCO is basically used for generation of the code, for like generation of wrap code. So isn't it easier to use the CL ABAP context for the system variables instead of going with the XCO classes?
At the moment, it's easier, sure, but because it's a static method you can call, you get your value. I think it have to be checked if the XCO is better or not. If in the context, if what do you want to have with, or what do you want to make with the date, for example, or with the text and so on. When you have a date and want to calculate something, maybe you go with the XCO libraries. When you only want to have the date, you can also use the context info. Because it's always also released, you can also use it.
Okay.
Answer, it depends. So, I think we have then some minutes to switch the laptop. Sascha? Du bist der Nächste. Thank you. So just please a short bio break.
Wien und Hamburg gehen jetzt ebenfalls raus.
Wir sagen jetzt um 17:30 Uhr.
Machen wir noch ganz kurz. Ja, das ist und dann
Das wird das sowieso scheiße.
Aber die haben halt nicht mal irgendwie so ein bisschen Bier oder so für hier halt, gell? Das ist halt
Ja, aber das muss man halt dann schauen. Weil wenn er ein bisschen frisch und ein bisschen 18 oder jung ist, dass es dann besser wird. Man kann zumindest gar nicht mit hinlaufen. Das ist halt jetzt gerade, das ist halt richtig.
Genau, das
Wo ist denn die Kamera jetzt? Alter. Okay. Last session of the day. Welcome back in Mannheim. The next session will be in German. Sorry for that. But also we are using this now as saying goodbye and thank you to Vienna, to First and Domi. But we weren't able to get you on the live stream, but what we've seen on LinkedIn, on our internal chat groups, seems like we had a great time and it worked perfectly. Full house in Vienna. And also a big thank you to Peter Langer and Timo and Adventas and the whole team, Judith and so on. What we've seen also from the pictures on LinkedIn, great work, full house, a lot of people, a lot of engagement, great sessions. Thank you very much from the bottom of our heart. And also, last but not least, of course, Master of Disaster, Søren. I can't show you his setup, but we will still post it somewhere. We have to imagine that we started with, hey, let's just capture the HDMI stream video and put it somehow on YouTube. And incredible how many cables can fit into one computer. And what a setup and what a chaos we created. No, thank you also a lot, Søren. So if you're searching for someone that knows ABAP and can develop web applications and can pull off a whole streaming setup, get Søren on your playlist. And we also now are calling the speakers of today's sessions. Where are you? Ashish, who else? Christoph, Björn. Christoph already left from the SAP?
Kann gut sein.
Okay, come to the front. We have some speaker gifts for you. You too? Exactly, Sascha?
Ja, Mensch, danke.
So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, stay there. Die USB-Sticks auch? Ja, oder? Ja. Okay, dann hilf mal mit. Ja. No, this is for you. This is the thank you. This is our speaker gift. We can show it with proud on your home office table. And Christoph. Just show it, unpack it, it's a cup. You can show it to the world. It's a very nice cup for your coffee. So it's not just like for espresso, it's really for coffee or tea or what else. And thank you very much for your time, for your dedication, for pulling this off. And just a reminder for everybody also on the internet, be a speaker. It's really, I think, a great challenge. You learn a lot. Yeah, preparing such sessions as we have seen today is also very nice to reflect what you were doing, how great you are in your work environment. And I think sometimes it also can be used to go to your manager and say, I need a promotion. So it's only a win-win situation. Yeah, so just do it. Everybody's like this, nicking. So perfect. So thank you very much. And we are now switching over to the last session here in Mannheim. And this is a German session. So everybody that is not speaking German, I'm sorry. And after this session, we will try to find some place somewhere here nearby for a beer, for something to eat. Our original plan was to go to the Weinterrassen, but we have seen the weather looks really bad. So maybe we are trying to go to the Hans im Glück. There seems to be also a beer garden from, what was it, Paulaner, Franziskaner? Paulaner. But it stopped raining now. It was just like raining cats and dogs like 5 minutes ago. David is like, no, it's still raining. So it's still. So, raining, man, but it's raining. Yeah. Sasha told us at least that maybe in half an hour, 1 hour, the weather should be better. So he may take a little bit longer for his session. Yeah. I trust him. So, and yeah, from now on it's in German. So thank you very much. And
Grüße von Hamburg, Grüße aus Wien und
although, Vienna, Hamburg are also saying, hey, great work, but we have to say thank you a lot. And last step, last notice is on a personal note from my side. My dad has today his 80th birthday, and I just want to say, alles Gute zum Geburtstag, Papa, ich liebe dich. So, now the stage is for you, Sascha. So, Sascha hat jetzt hier noch einen schönen Rausschmeißer-Vortrag.
Genau.
Bin mal gespannt. Wollen wir das nur oder müssen wir das auch? Oder umgekehrt?
Genau. Setz dich einfach hin. Genau, also den Plan, den wir hatten, es ist ja so, wenn man nachts in der Disco lang unterwegs war, 5 Uhr morgens, dann kam ja irgendwann so Robbie Williams, Angels, so der Rausschmeißer. Hey, es waren jetzt schöne Vorträge, interessant den ganzen Tag, die Augen sind müde, hat man jetzt vorhin gesehen, als es dunkel war. Und bevor es jetzt nachher Essen gibt, wir irgendwie noch ein Bier trinken gehen, war so die Idee, noch ein bisschen so einen lockeren Ausklang, so ein bisschen Realität, ein bisschen polarisieren, vielleicht ein bisschen Diskussionsgrundlage schaffen für den Abend mit so ein paar Themen. Was bedeutet das Down the Rabbit Hole? Alice im Wunderland kennen die meisten, eine verwirrende, spannende Welt, in die man abtaucht. Eigentlich unser Tagesgeschäft. Genau, das ist so ein bisschen der Aufhänger des Ganzen, aber warum jetzt das Ganze? Der Plan war, mal so ein bisschen auf das zu gucken, was auch immer gerne untergeht bei all dem ganzen Hype und AI und all den tollen Cloud-Themen. Was übersieht man da eigentlich? Was ist komplett aus dem Fokus gefallen, beschäftigt uns aber jeden Tag, um einfach auch so ein bisschen den Mut zu machen, mal wieder da auch ein bisschen drüber zu reden. Ich habe jetzt die letzten 2 ABAPConfs Vorträge gehalten über Steampunk-Erfahrung, über das Thema Unit-Testing und RAP. Aber doch beschäftigt man sich im Alltag eigentlich oft mit ganz anderen Themen. Und da sollte man auch mal wieder so ein bisschen drüber reden. Ich weiß, will die SAP nicht hören, sind jetzt wenige von der SAP da. Von dem her, ach, der Thomas. Genau. Das Thema, die Rolle des Entwicklers mal wieder in den Fokus zu rücken. Was machen wir denn eigentlich? Mit was beschäftigen wir uns? Was sind so die Kompetenzen? Das Thema Full-Stack-Entwickler, das ist so ein Begriff, der mich tierisch nervt, weil der jetzt irgendwie so die letzten Monate hochkam, Jahre. Und auch so ein bisschen die Frage, liefert die SAP eigentlich die richtigen Werkzeuge oder liefert sie einfach irgendwas und guckt halt mal, was passiert? Genau, und was ich gesagt habe, so ein bisschen ist das der letzte Vortrag. Die Aufmerksamkeit ist jetzt auch nicht mehr ganz so da. Es geht einfach darum, ein bisschen zu reflektieren, reizen und vielleicht auch ich kann es aushalten, vielleicht den einen oder anderen losen Gedanken mal in den Raum zu schmeißen, dass man vielleicht nachher noch so ein paar Aufhänger hat, um ins Networking, ins Bier und Essen einzutauchen. Genau, mehr soll es gar nicht mehr sein. Genau, über mich. ABAP-Entwickler, obwohl ja der Begriff ABAP-Entwickler eigentlich, wie ich finde, immer zu klein gefasst ist, da komme ich später noch dazu. Komme aus dem Raum Karlsruhe, eigentlich aus der Pfälzer Seite, muss man jetzt nicht so im Detail sagen. Beschäftige mich so mit all den klassischen Themen, wie die meisten hier auch. Mehrfach SAP-zertifiziert habe ich reingeschrieben, weil ich da später nämlich drauf komme. Der Jörg hat das heute Morgen nämlich auch mal angesprochen, was das eigentlich auszusagen hat, nämlich eigentlich nicht viel. Habe auch einen Blog, wo ich früher aktiver war, jetzt wieder mehr aktiv sein werde, aber einfach so ein bisschen für eigene Doku, Spaß, wie auch immer. Ich hab da Twitter draufstehen, aber einfach, weil ich die Punkte kopiert habe. Interessiert eigentlich kein Mensch mehr. LinkedIn ist ganz interessant, wenn jemand mal sich vernetzen will, immer gerne. Genau. Mal kurz, was die Konitas, wo ich jetzt seit 3 Monaten sehr glücklich unterwegs bin, in Karlsruhe eigentlich macht. Genau, der Taster funktioniert nicht ganz genau. Öffentlicher Dienst, Dienstleistung es wurde gegründet als IT-Tochter der VBL, quasi die Versorgungskasse für Bund und Länder, Zusatzversorgungskasse, genau. Und da haben wir natürlich auch eine ganze Menge SAP verschiedene Module quer durch von HCM, FI, CO, CRM. Alles ist da irgendwie drin, die Renten werden ausgezahlt und so weiter und so fort. Also eine ganze Menge. Ich will da jetzt auch nicht überall ins Detail reingehen. Wir entwickeln, wir machen natürlich den Betrieb on-premise, nix Cloud, öffentlicher Dienst, hat aber seine Berechtigung, so geht es vielen. Natürlich auch die Beratung. Genau, da steht SAP-Applikation, den IT-Betrieb und so weiter und so fort. Gehe ich jetzt auch mal drüber. Kommen wir jetzt mal zur Rolle des SAP-Entwicklers. Der Tobias hat es gestern Abend so ein bisschen schon erzählt, der hat da mehr so diese Projektsicht, die Einmann-Softwarefabrik, so hat er es ja immer so schön genannt. Man macht irgendwie 5 Rollen in einer Person, man macht Tester, Dokumentar, wie auch immer. Man hat aber eigentlich eine ganz wichtige Rolle, die immer wieder vergessen wird. Man ist verantwortlich für das reibungslose Funktionieren der Geschäftsprozesse. Da laufen wichtige Prozesse drüber, das darf man nicht vergessen. Und was man immer wieder hier auch so bei den Fragen, beim Reden mit den Leuten und so weiter hört, ist halt, es sind alle eingespannt. Den lieben langen Tag sind alle eingespannt, es hat hier keiner Langeweile. Das darf man nicht vergessen, weil die Nachfrage ist groß, Genau, Thema Fachkräftemangel, wir wissen es, Thema Zeit, immer wieder ein großer Faktor, weil genau das, was hier draufsteht, Prozessunterstützung, Sicherstellung der Systemqualität, das ist das, was wir machen, Anforderungen prüfen, dokumentieren, wartbaren Code probieren zu produzieren, Lösungen, die halt in 20 Jahren noch irgendwie funktionieren müssen. Und mit was macht man das? Man redet ja immer von ABAP. Aber wenn jetzt sich jeder mal hinterfragt, mit was beschäftigt man sich oder hat man sich die letzten Jahre so beschäftigt? Ich habe das mal für mich so ein bisschen gemacht und habe einfach mal nur so ein paar Technologien und Frameworks mal aufgeführt. Und das sind alles Sachen, die produktiv verwendet wurden. Nicht irgendwie, ich mache da mal schnell ein POC damit oder sowas zum Spaß. Und wenn das jeder hier im Raum mal macht, da kommt überall so ein Herzchen raus. Das sieht bei jedem ein bisschen anders aus. Viele Sachen werden sich überschneiden, aber man muss sich immer wieder klar werden, wir beschäftigen uns ja nicht nur mit ABAP. Wir beschäftigen uns jetzt immer mehr oder sollten uns, könnten, wollten, wie auch immer, Fiori, so Sachen wie Workflow, ein Riesenthema. Wer mal Workflows angelegt hat, hey, das ist eine eigene Welt, eine eigene Wissenschaft und die Dinger laufen wirklich komplex in Systemen. Mir hat es zum Beispiel immer Spaß gemacht, gern Workflows entwickelt, aber da muss man sich dahinter knien, das lernst du nicht in einem halben Tag. Thema Adobe Forms, Hassthema, aber habe ich halt machen müssen, weil man es halt hat machen müssen, irgendwie ein Thema mit Formular mit irgendwie dem 8. Subformular und fügt da mal eine Spalte ein. Da hockst du als ABAP-Entwickler da und denkst dir, und dann kommt der Fehler und dann, ja, jetzt debuggt das Ding mal. Ja, wie? Das sind halt, was ich hier damit mache. Genau. Die Lösung, die haben wir heute gelernt, die Lösung für alles. Aber hey, das ist eins, weil dann haben wir aber auch noch Smartforms und wir haben noch Subscript. Ah, da haben wir noch einen Report, da hat mal jemand BF Plus verwendet. So geht es ja immer weiter und dann, hey, jetzt kommt der CDS, jetzt kommt RAP. Wie CAP? Was kommt da jetzt? Es ist einfach viel. Es ist immer wieder das Thema, auch die Frage, mit was soll ich mich denn jetzt beschäftigen? Mit was fange ich denn an? Wie gesagt, und das hier sind auch nur Teile. Das sind jetzt zum Beispiel, jedes Modul hat nochmal Spezialtechnologien und Frameworks. In der HCM-Welt kenne ich, da gibt es dann für Formulare eine eigene Workbench. Es gibt für Workflows nochmal eine eigene Workbench, Process and Forms und so weiter und so fort. Es gibt dann für andere Module wie CRM, es gibt eine eigene GUI, die Web-GUI und so weiter und so fort. Das Ding kann man unendlich weit spinnen. Und wenn sich jeder auch mal hinterfragt, mit was beschäftigt man sich produktiv, das ist ja nicht nur ABAP. Das sind genauso die ganzen Tools drumherum, Performance-Analysen und so weiter und so fort. Wir sind halt nicht nur die Coder. Da steckt immer so viel mehr dahinter und das sollte man sich auch immer mal wieder klar machen. Und dann ist ja immer so die Frage, all das oder das meiste, was jetzt hier stand, habe ich immer irgendwie on the fly im Job gelernt. Für das Wenigste bekommt man irgendwie eine Schulung, sind wir doch mal ehrlich. Und die Schulung, da komme ich später drauf, die Schulung, die man dann bekommt, die kannst du dann komplett nicht verwenden. Dann haben wir auch damals HANA-Schulung, wie lege ich SQL-Skripte an und so weiter und so fort. Wäre nur nicht mal eine HANA-Datenbank. Das ist dann immer das Ding. Und dann gehst du wieder in den Job und kriegst dann genau sowas, dass du dich plötzlich konfrontiert siehst mit irgendwie BF Plus, Workflow, 3 Formulartechnologien, irgendwie ein bisschen altem Legacy-Coding und so weiter und so fort und musst dich dann noch irgendwie on the fly in die Legacy-Technologien immer wieder reinfuchsen. Hast dann hier immer noch einen Webservice, da hast dann aber wieder ein iDoc und so weiter und so fort. Muss man sich immer wieder klar machen. Jetzt ist aber auch so die Frage, das ist jetzt die heutige Realität, wie kommt man jetzt eigentlich dieser schöne rote Pfad, den der Paul da heute Morgen gezeigt hat, relativ einfach und sinnvoll in die neue Welt. Auch ein bisschen die klaren Ziele setzen, was will ich denn eigentlich erreichen und was ist denn überhaupt relevant für unsere Kunden und Projekte. Ich habe das später auch mal konkret, ich habe mal gedacht, wie war so meine Lernreise, deswegen auch um ein bisschen konkret von Erfahrungen zu berichten, aber das Thema Hype, das ist ja wirklich, heute Morgen hat es einer wirklich schön formuliert mit dem Thema, man schmeißt halt echt viel an die Wand und guckt halt mal, was hängen bleibt. Es trifft es halt genau, weil halt auch bei den ganzen Dingern die Frage ist, für was brauche ich jetzt was, wie auch immer, was ist jetzt Hype, was kann weg. Auch das Thema BOF, Programmiermodell für Fiori, da habe ich nämlich nachher auch noch ein schönes Beispiel, ist ja schön, dass das Commitment für RAP, dass das jetzt die Technologie ist. Sagt das mal sagt das mal Google. Genau, und was wichtig ist, ist halt das Thema Praxisbezug. Da habe ich später auch mal ein Beispiel. Wie kann ich denn das Gelernte überhaupt jetzt in meinen Arbeitsalltag integrieren? Das ist ja wichtig und nicht immer nur, wir gehen jetzt in 3 Jahren auf S4, wir machen jetzt mal eine RAP-Schulung, weil dann brauchen wir es, sondern was kann ich jetzt auch machen und wie kann ich das Ganze vorbereiten? Das ist ja die Frage. Und was ich jetzt bei vielen Unternehmen, wo ich es mitbekommen habe oder auch wo ich selber war, hat man immer denselben Fehler gemacht. Hey, wir wollen jetzt mal Fiori einführen und wir nehmen uns dann genau den größten Prozess, den wir haben, weil das wollen die Kunden und führen da Fiori ein. Und dann wundert man sich 3 Jahre später, warum es nicht geklappt hat. Fangt mal klein an, nehmt mal irgendwie einen kleinen Report, baut mal eine Fiori-Oberfläche, wie auch immer, legt mal eine kleine CTS für an. Hauptsache, man fängt halt mal an. Aber den Fehler nicht machen. Und das Thema Eigenverantwortung ist auch so ein Diskussionspunkt, wo es echt 2 Sichten drauf gibt. Nämlich die eine, die sagt, ja, das Unternehmen ist dafür verantwortlich, dass ich mich weiterbilde. Und die andere ist nämlich die sagt, ja, ich bin doch selber verantwortlich für meinen Skill. Ich habe doch selber ein Interesse dran, dass ich irgendwie up-to-date bleibe, wie auch immer. Und da ist auch immer die Frage, ja, das sieht jeder anders. Ich bin der Meinung, Eigenverantwortung ist ja wie im Leben auch. Ein bisschen muss man sich schon selber auch mal kümmern, ist immer leichter gesagt als getan. Hofft nicht aufs Unternehmen, hofft nicht auf die Rettung, dass ihr irgendwann aufwacht und hey, es löst sich schon alles selber oder hey, es gibt jetzt da plötzlich den goldenen Knopf, wie auch immer. Quick Wins. Und hier habe ich ja noch was Schönes. Die ABAP Feature Matrix und die ABAP Learning Matrix von Björn, der sitzt ja sogar hier, musste ich erwähnen, weil das sind genau Dinger, die so simpel klingen, aber genau die helfen euch ja, wenn ihr da hockt und was will ich denn jetzt lernen? Und genau die Frage, ich bin jetzt auf einem Release, das nicht immer das Allerneueste ist, was kann ich denn jetzt eigentlich verwenden? Und da muss ich halt sagen, ist es super, dass es das gibt, aber dass sowas halt nicht von der SAP kommt, muss man halt echt, ist halt traurig. Aber es ist gut, dass es das gibt, was ich nur damit sagen will. Genau sowas braucht man. Einfache Wege, ich kann mir das angucken, ich habe einen Link zur Doku, wie komme ich dahin, was für Pfade muss ich befolgen, deswegen kann ich nur empfehlen, hilft weiter. Und ich komme jetzt so ein bisschen zu meinem Weg. Und das, ich sage es jetzt gleich, bevor da irgendeine Folie abfotografiert wird aus dem Kontext, und heißt, hey, der hat jetzt nämlich gesagt, oh, Cup. Weil das war zum Beispiel, das ist nämlich das Beispiel, ich bin zertifiziert für Cup. Habe ich mal irgendwie gemacht aus Interesse, ich wollte es mal lernen und so weiter und so fort. Habe die Zertifizierung auch easy geschafft. Und jetzt muss ich auch sagen, jetzt könnte man natürlich sagen, man könnte mich jetzt zum Kunden verkaufen und sagen, guck mal, der ist zertifiziert. Ich habe keine Ahnung von Cup. Was ich damit sagen will, weil ich hatte nie auch nur ansatzweise irgendeinen Use Case für das Thema Cup. Die Architektur, wo man da hätte hinten dran klatschen müssen, war komplett utopisch. Und deswegen war da halt für mich die Feststellung, hey, Cup ist sinnvoll. Das ist das, was ich brauche. Und deswegen kann ich an alle, die irgendwie in diesem ABAP wertschöpfenden On-Premise oder auch schon Cloud Steampunk, wenn ihr ABAP könnt, macht RAP, hört auf mit Cup. Brauchen wir nicht. So. Das nächste, das wird noch spannender. HANA Native, oh, der Jörg ist noch da. HANA Native, so Thema Calculation Views, SQL Script und so weiter und so fort, ist wichtig und es gibt sicher Use Cases. Aber wenn es die gibt, die muss nicht jeder hier drin kennen, die Technologien. Dafür gibt es ja Experten, dann holt man sich die Hilfe. Aber das in die Breite zu bringen, war dann meine Meinung, die Welt ist so komplex, das da noch in das Herzchen, was ich am Anfang hatte, da mit reinzufriemeln. Nee, dafür brauche ich es nicht, habe ich es nicht gebraucht und war in den Unternehmen, wo ich unterwegs war, halt nicht relevant. Kann für jeden wieder anders aussehen, aber da auch das immer hinterfragen und es gibt CDS. Das ist das Ding, wo man anfangen sollte, wenn man sich mit hier den neuen Themen beschäftigen will. Davon startet alles. Das kann ich theoretisch schon irgendwie auf einem 47, 57er System machen. Das machen wir aktuell auch auf dem 57er System. Es macht keinen Spaß mit CDS, aber es funktioniert. Und man kriegt aber schon einfach mal diese Gedanken rein, sich damit zu beschäftigen, Datenmodellierung und es ist ein Schritt und das ist oft schon viel wert. Oh, das ist auch spannend. Fiori 5. Ja, wir sind alle ABAP-Entwickler hier, hey, da kriege ich nichts Böses, habe ich nichts zu befürchten, wenn ich zur UI5Con gehe, uiuiui. Und ich habe wirklich Projekt gehabt, das ist schon länger her, wirklich eine komplexe Fiori 5-Anwendung zu erstellen. Und ich habe mich auch länger schon wirklich früh seit dem Studium mit Fiori 5 beschäftigt. Zwar nie so wie natürlich mit ABAP, weil ich bin halt ABAP-Entwickler. Und kam halt dann zu der Erkenntnis, ich habe dann wirklich eine größere App gebaut. Hey, das Fiori 5, es gibt nicht umsonst Frontend-Entwickler, das ist ein Brett, wenn du da eine richtige Geschäftsanwendung bauen willst damit. Das machst du nicht mal eben so und den Skill kriegst du auch nicht so schnell. Und ich behaupte auch immer, wenn Leute irgendwo sind und auch wenn die hier im Raum sind, die Leute, die kommen und sagen, hey, ich mache dir irgendwie eine Fiori 5 Freestyle-Anwendung, dein Backend noch irgendwie mit allem drum und dran, aber schieß mich tot End-to-End. Boah, ob das so gut wird, weiß ich nicht. Ja, aber das sage ich jetzt nur, weil ich habe selber gemerkt, ich habe mich auch länger mit Fiori 5 beschäftigt. Die Anwendung hat funktioniert. Im Fachbereich hat sie gefangen, das war wirklich hier transaktional, Planungskalender, Rufbereitschaften, war ein größeres Ding. Aber als ich mir das Coding angeguckt habe, habe ich mir selber gedacht, boah, es ist eine Herausforderung. Deswegen kam ich halt zu der Erkenntnis, hey, sich mit Fiori 5 zu beschäftigen, in meiner ABAP Full-Stack-Welt, schwierig, würde ich nicht machen, aber wir haben ja Fiori Elements und das Flexible Programming Model. Das ist das, wo ich meine, wenn ich jetzt einen Wissensaufbau machen wüsste, nochmal, da würde ich es reinstecken, weil das ist relativ easy. Und da kommen wir jetzt, das, was genau der Jörg heute Morgen gesagt hat, da schließt sich so ein bisschen der Kreis. Wenn ich die Dinger hier habe, die 3 rechts, dann habe ich End-to-End von Frontend über Datenmodellierung bis hin zu der Zwischenschicht mit RAP, habe ich alles, um moderne Anwendungen sowohl on-premise wie auch in der Cloud bauen zu können, wenn wir langfristig dahin kommen. Das ist jetzt erstmal so das Ding. Die 3 Dinger, da würde ich anfangen, wenn ich es jetzt nochmal machen müsste und würde aufwachen und hätte es vergessen. Und die hier links, da würde ich als ABAP-Entwickler, würde ich jetzt persönlich, kann jeder anders sehen, da würde ich keine Zeit mehr rein investieren.
Kann ich jetzt fotografieren?
Es kommt noch ein bisschen was, aber gerne.
Kannst auch einen Screenshot machen nachher.
Genau, Thema Schnittstellen ist ja auch ein API First, hören wir dann immer wieder. OData ist auch ein Thema. Klar kann man jetzt sagen, wenn man da oben die Dinger verwendet, habe ich mit OData an sich ja nicht mehr viel zu tun. Bin ich jetzt vielleicht noch nicht auf S4 und da gibt es echt viele. Hey, liebe SAP. Ich finde es zum Beispiel, es wird ja immer so ein bisschen verpönt, hey, einen SCGW-Service anlegen. Oh. Wenn ich jetzt aber vielleicht auf dem 57er-System bin, habe noch kein RAP oder die Möglichkeiten, warum denn nicht? Wenn mein größtes Problem später irgendwie bei S4HANA oder bei der Cloud ist, dass ich jetzt irgendwie 3 Fiori-Apps, wo noch ein SCGW-Service dahinter steckt, mitnehmen muss, habe ich echt viel richtig gemacht. Von dem her ist auch da das Ding, sich mal ein bisschen mit OData zu beschäftigen und mal so eine kleine Fiori-App auf dem alten Release zu bauen, wenn ich sonst gerade nichts habe, geht die Welt davon nicht unter. Aber man kriegt genau diesen Skill. So, dann habe ich noch ein Thema On-Premise. Oh, würde ich mich da damit beschäftigen? Jetzt erwarten, jetzt denken alle, was da jetzt kommt. Aber nee, da kommt eben jetzt nicht nur Cloud, weil On-Prem kriegen wir nicht so schnell weg. Also da, wo ich jetzt war und bin in den Unternehmen, ist von Cloud, ja, es steht noch in den Wolken oder Sternen. Was aber natürlich nicht heißt, das Thema ABAP Cloud haben wir jetzt heute ein paar Mal gehört. Wir haben es ja auch ausprobiert, jetzt in einem vorherigen Unternehmen, wo ich war. Und ich bin auch da der Meinung, es klingt immer noch einfacher, als es in der Praxis dann immer ist. Man sollte sich rantasten, die Konzepte sind gut, Clean Core. Ja, aber das Thema On-Premise, also ist ein bisschen schwierig, muss jeder für sich selber entscheiden. Wenn, wie ist, sind wir wieder bei dem Punkt, den Kontext setzen. Steampunk zum Beispiel, da habe ich letztes Jahr einen Vortrag drüber gehalten, deswegen kann ich es relativ offen sagen, glaube ich. Bin ich mal gespannt, wie weit es in der Breite passieren wird, weil das Ding hat echt eine Menge Probleme, wie ich noch finde. Kann man sich den Vortrag gerne mal angucken. Also ob ich mich jetzt auf sowas fokussieren würde, weiß ich nicht. Vor allem, weil ich ja mit den Skills, die ich habe, dann relativ einfach da drauf könnte, wenn es dann doch irgendwann mal soweit ist. Der Taster genau. Das habe ich jetzt nur so ein bisschen reingebracht, Thema Full-Stack-Entwicklung, weil das ja immer so kommt. Gab es doch schon immer. Man hat sich damals mit Dympros beschäftigt, man hat sich mit Web-Dympro beschäftigt. Was war denn das jetzt anders, nur weil man jetzt irgendwie coolen Editor hat mit irgendwie einer CLI, wo man irgendwas Kryptisches reinhämmert, was keiner versteht, ist das nichts Neues. Es war früher zusammen Web-Dympro, Dympro und so weiter und so fort. Dann wurde es getrennt, weil man hatte damals nur SAP UI5, man hatte die Frontend- und die Backend-Entwickler und jetzt ist es doch plötzlich wieder irgendwie zusammengewachsen. Ganz interessant. Aber was halt wichtig ist, ist Spaß beiseite. Am Ende müssen es einfache, wartbare und durchgängige Lösungen sein, wo man auch wieder bei der Folie von vorhin, Thema SAP UI5 und so weiter und so fort, ist nicht einfach. Einen einfachen Service, CDS-View und eine Fiori Elements-Anwendung, von mir aus noch irgendwie um einen Controller erweitert über das FPM und gut ist. Klar kommen jetzt wieder die Argumente, ja, aber wir haben da einen ganz besonderen Prozess, das geht nicht. Ja, aber das ist ja nicht die paar Prozent, an denen sollten wir uns jetzt so im Großen nicht aufhalten. Was ich auch noch spannend finde, ist so das Thema aktuelle Herausforderungen. Wer legt denn das eigentlich fest? Das ist immer so ein bisschen der Klassiker. Wenn man zu irgendeiner Veranstaltung geht, wo es dann immer heißt, ja, wir stehen gerade alle vor der Herausforderung Cloud. Sagt wer? Also wo ist das? Ja, wir kämpfen oder wir beschäftigen uns gerade alle mit AI. Echt? Ist das gerade unser Problem? Haben wir vielleicht nicht gerade andere Herausforderungen oder hat jeder individuelle Herausforderungen? Sollte man sich immer klar machen und vor allem, da sind wir wieder bei dem Rauschmeißer-Vortrag, seid halt offen und redet über die Probleme und sucht halt Leute, die in ähnlichem Umfeld sind, vielleicht dieselben Probleme haben und einen Weg haben, einen anderen Weg haben, wie auch immer. Und lasst euch nicht, weil das sieht man immer wieder, einschüchtern und denken, oh, ihr hockt ganz alleine da und alle hocken da und kümmern sich gerade um Steampunk, um ABAP Cloud, dann haben alle irgendwie schon den Core gecleant, alles super, weil so ist es nicht, das wissen wir alle für uns selber. Deswegen, was haben wir aktuell für Herausforderungen? S4HANA ist das größte Ding bei uns aktuell. Das Thema Fiori-Einführung, wie auch immer, überhaupt mal dahin zu kommen, ein paar Standard-Fiori-Apps zu nutzen, die Infrastruktur dahin zu bringen. Das Thema Schnittstellen, Systemkonsolidierung mit S4HANA, wie baut man eigentlich die Architektur auf? Da steht noch nichts von Cloud und so weiter und so fort. Auch sicher ist das im Hinterkopf. Was passiert mit Sachen, die wir haben, wie dem Business Client? Hey, dann kommt, ja, es gibt das Fiori Launchpad. Ja, toll. Wie integriere ich da die ganzen SAP-GUI-Anwendungen drüber? Nimm doch die Web-GUI, ja, aber das sind dann halt immer so wieder die Frage oder die Fragen, alte Zöpfe abschneiden, Tradition bewahren oder Wandel wagen. Ja, ist das immer so einfach? Und wenn jeder hier in sich geht, es hat doch jeder diese Alltagsprobleme, von denen ja oft keiner redet. Deswegen sind wir ja hier bei der ABAPConf. Und da kann man ja auch immer den Tipp geben, ABAPConf, geht zu Stammtischen, geht dahin, wo die Leute mit den echten Problemen sind und redet mit denen. Ihr werdet merken, man ist nicht alleine. Es haben alle die ähnlichen Probleme. Und das tut auch immer gut. Und man kriegt da auch oft kleine Hinweise, Ideen und Impulse. Und das ist oft sehr viel mehr wert. Und macht euch einen Plan oder auch als Unternehmen, als Team, wie auch immer. Ich habe da, guck mal, Tobias, sogar mit QR-Code habe ich dein Technology-Radar verwendet. Das hast du heute Morgen gar nicht geschafft. Den kennt man. Ne? Das ist genau der Punkt. Den kann ja den kann jeder für sich, der ist ja nicht in Stein gemeißelt. Aber was wichtig ist, sich die Technologien darauf anzugucken und halt für sich, sein Unternehmen und Team zu entscheiden, was ist denn für uns wichtig? Wo wollen wir denn hin? Und diesen Plan auch so ein bisschen zu befolgen und auch zu gucken, wie kommen wir mit den einfachsten Schritten jetzt dahin? Das ist ja die große Frage. Und da helfen solche Tools und nicht irgendwie zig Sessions, Gedöns, Projekte, wie auch immer, sondern einfach relativ einfach mal anfangen, ohne großen, ja, es geht oft einfacher dann, als man denkt, wenn man ganz kleine Schritte geht und so ein bisschen Mut hat. Jetzt habe ich noch so eine Spaßfolie zum Abschied. Liebe SAP, ist ja keiner mehr da, außer der Thomas. Den interessiert es eh nicht, also. Genau. Helft den Entwicklern durch sinnvolle Tools, habe ich das.
Kannst doch Witze über den Volker machen, der gehört auch zur SAP.
Ja, habe ich. Ich habe nur den Thomas da durchgesehen gerade, deswegen. Genau. Was ich halt immer so ein bisschen sage dazu, wir wollen uns effizient mit unseren Aufgaben beschäftigen, unsere echten Aufgaben, die wir halt tagtäglich haben. Was ich da immer so, eine IDE ist wichtig, aber es ist einfach nur ein Werkzeug. Es ist kein Spielzeug, wo ich irgendwie, oh, guck mal, ich habe da VS Code und da habe ich eine CLI und da lade ich mir 40 Node-Module rein. Ich will... Die Geschichte dazu, früher relativ am Anfang, es gab die Web-IDE. Du hast da relativ easy mal eine UI5-App entwickelt. Fiori Elements war noch nicht so, ging aber mit Local Annotations. Boah, das war auch so ein Ding. Aber man hat es irgendwie geschafft, auf einem alten Release eine UI5-Anwendung anzulegen und konnte die mit einem Knöpfchen einfach deployen. Und da hat man es auch geschafft, die Entwickler, die vielleicht da, oh, muss ich mich mit diesem neuen Scheiß da beschäftigen, hat man da jetzt hin, darf man das auf YouTube im Livestream überhaupt sagen, bis man die da jetzt hinbekommt, ja gut, ich lege auch mal so eine UI5-App an, zack, Web-ID weg, dann kam Bass oder VS Code und dann musste man am Anfang plötzlich so Skripte ausführen und dann ging plötzlich gar nichts mehr, bis heute teilweise noch in dem Unternehmen, wo ich vorher war, kommen noch die, weil plötzlich irgendwo bei den 30 Node-Modulen zwischendrin eine Firewall dazwischen steht, wie auch immer, ich kann die Preview nicht starten, ich kann es nicht deployen, wenn man danach fragt bei der SAP, ja, was sagt denn der Log? Ja, da steht drin Error. Und dann sagen nämlich genau die Leute, die sich da langsam rangetastet haben, ja, habe ich keinen Bock mehr drauf. Deswegen das Zeug muss, und der Vortrag heute Mittag war nämlich super, Thema Fiori Tools, in meinem Eclipse. Ich habe einfach einen Knopf drin, wo ich sage, ich habe meinen RAP-Service beziehungsweise mein Service-Binding, ich sage einfach nur, hey, da die Fiori-App will ich haben. Und von mir ist noch in meinen Bus rein und fertig. Das ist genau der Weg. Auch Thema AI, wo ich halt immer denke, ja, ich weiß nicht. Weil die 2 Felder kriege ich schnell in meine Liste rein. Was ja wichtig ist, was die Herausforderungen sind, sind die Geschäftsprozesse, die Fachlogik, die ich irgendwie abbilden muss. Da steckt ja oft die Krux drin oder halt die komplexen Szenarien. Da kann mir AI aktuell noch nicht helfen. Das mag sicher alles in der Zukunft kommen, aber der Fokus sollte halt genau auf solchen Dingern liegen, wie ich einfach als Entwickler erstmal meine Arbeit erledigt kriege mit all den Tools. Und vor allem brauchen wir immer aktuelle Dokumentation und Beispiele. Und Beispiele meine ich nicht S-Slide. Ich meine halt mal Beispiele, die halt auch mal echt so ein bisschen aus der Geschäftswelt kommen. Nämlich mal so Sachen wie, hey, ich habe jetzt irgendwie eine API für eine Banf, wie kriege ich da irgendwie ein Feld rein? Dann fragt man nach, dann ist es ein RAP-Service. Nee, das ist kein RAP-Service, da steht zwar eine 6-stufige CDS-Hierarchie hinten dran, aber irgendwie hat man das über irgendwelche Referenzen so getrippelt, dass am Ende ein Service rauskommt, ist aber nicht wirklich RAP. Ja, ich muss da ein Feld reinmachen, ja, und jetzt? Was ich damit meine, das ist ein bisschen Spaß, aber man braucht auch mal so aus dem echten Doing Beispiele, ein paar GitHub-Repositories, wie ich meine Arbeit erledigen kann. Wie kriege ich Felder rein? Wie passe ich was an? Wie erweitere ich was? Nicht nur auf S-Flight bezogen oder auf einfach mal, wie generiere ich mir schnell eine App? Ich glaube das und dann klappt es mit AI auch besser. Genau. Und wir wollen uns auch nicht mit Banalitäten aufhalten. Thema Caching im UI5-Kontext. Man spielt einen Hinweis ein für eine Standard-Fiori-App und das hat keine Auswirkungen im Frontend. Weil der Cache, denkt man so, ja, im Browser mache ich mal schnell den Cache leer. Funktioniert. Nee. Weil es gibt insgesamt, einen super Beitrag vom FÖS, von der Cardaxo, wo all die Reports mal aufgelistet sind, mit denen ich Frontend, Backend, UI5, OData, Metadaten, Gedöns, Caches, alle löschen kann. Das sind irgendwie, weiß was ich was, 10 Stück. Diese 10 Reports kann man irgendwie nach bestem Wissen und Gewissen mal ausführen. Entweder man hat Glück oder halt auch nicht. Dann guckt man mal noch in das MIME Repository, da könnte man seinen Cache löschen, vielleicht auch nicht. Und irgendwann entweder es klappt oder nicht. Man geht sich einen Kaffee holen und dann funktioniert die App, der Hinweis, den man eingespielt hat, wie auch immer. Ich will einfach einen Cache löschen, Leute, das kann doch nicht so schwer sein. Da brauche ich doch keine 10 Reports und muss über 3 verschiedene Tools noch gehen. Thema RAP-Service und Version. Da könnte man jetzt ewig drüber reden. Was ich genauso gerne noch ein bisschen mehr hätte, wäre so Thema Quick-Fixes, so die einfachen Generatoren. Hey, ich will ein Feld in der CDS-View umbenennen, durchgängig. Ich will mal so ein bisschen die Verknüpfung von meinen Tabellenfeldern, von meinen CDS-Views sehen, wo wird das Ganze verwendet, was habe ich vielleicht für Custom Fields drin und so weiter. Das sind die Sachen, die uns wirklich relativ einfach unterstützen in unserer täglichen Arbeit. Und es spielt sich auch nicht immer nur alles auf den neuesten Release ab. Das könnte man auch mal so ein bisschen erwähnen. Die meisten sind halt noch älter unterwegs. Da hilft es mir nicht, wenn es in diesem Herbst in der Cloud verfügbar ist und ich aber irgendwie, oh, ich bin ja nur auf 2023, ich bin doch eigentlich relativ neu. Also auch da, ich glaube, man wird mehr enablen, wenn man so das eine oder andere auch so ein bisschen downporten könnte. Das ist klar technisch nicht immer so einfach. Es ist eine Strategiefrage, wissen wir. Aber ich glaube, man wird es den Leuten ein bisschen leichter machen, wenn man auch so ein bisschen, ja, da guckt, wo spielt sich das meiste gerade ab. Ja, weil das neueste Release ist halt das neueste Release und wir sind in der SAP-Welt, das dürfen wir nicht vergessen. Und deswegen bin ich jetzt auch schon fertig mit meinen Punkten und sage, ja, da guck mal, Tobias, da gehen wir essen. Genau, das war es auch schon und ich hoffe, jetzt haben alle so ein paar Impulse, sich irgendwie auszutauschen, ein Bier zu trinken, was zu essen. Genau, ich weiß nicht, ob jetzt noch ein bisschen Abschlussgespräch kommt oder ob es das war. Deswegen sage ich Dankeschön.
Ich würde sagen, kann doch mal eine Folie mit diesem, was man tun soll und was nicht, weil ich habe da letztes Jahr, als ich sowas gepostet habe, den größten Shitstorm aller Zeiten abbekommen und ich bin der Meinung, das sollst du auch mal aushalten.
Also den größten Shitstorm meinst du irgendwie dann 3 Leute.
Oh nee.
Was waren das die 3 Star PI5? Nee. Ja, es ist gut. Genau, das habe ich nicht gesagt. Gut. In dem Sinn. Feierabend.
Feierabend, gehen wir einen trinken. Was macht das Wetter? Sascha, red doch mal, das Wetter sieht scheiße aus.